arc over.
Ballin' out. Hey everybody, welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. My name's Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-host Katie Rose Leon.
I've been drinking since noon.
And Alex Patak.
And I'm Jeremy Hammond.
And this is a very special episode because the arc's over. All right.
Last day of camp, always sad, but
all right.
come
And
back
we
next
are joined today by Casey James Salengo.
Hello. I've been drinking since an hour ago, but I'm
right.
trying to get after it. I'm trying to get drunk. Katie over here. Woo, Dragon Ball. I didn't know what we were doing when I came here, and then he said I had to watch a cartoon. It's like, I got to read my Facebook messages better.
I don't know. I think you showing up with a six-pack, I'm like, this seems about right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. Which I am going to Venmo you for. Don't think you're getting out of that.
It would have been so great if you came and you were like, this is the CrossFit podcast. We're going to need you to move a tire down the road.
I would do it. Literally anything I'm asked to do, I do. And I'll go on any podcast with any kind of weird gimmick. How many people listen? All right.
A lot of teens.
A lot of teens.
I love teens.
A lot of Latino
They're so
teens.
tight.
Bodybuilders.
Bodybuilding Latino
Oh,
teens.
That's my favorite.
They're up whenever. Just roll into my DMs. Whatever.
Yeah.
Are they really?
Dude,
You
I
have
don't
people
know.
from this podcast in your DMs?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what
Wow.
it is about Latino bodybuilding teens, but for some reason they all feel the need to put in the profile of their Instagram, I'm up all the time.
Really? That's great.
I don't know what that is.
They gotta sleep. The Latino culture is not. They don't sleep very much. The siesta only. And that's it.
It's actually a much healthier way, to do things.
I agree.
Siesta?
Siesta.
What are you basing that on?
Dragon Ball Z. Do you see how many little naps Goku takes?
Oh yeah,
It's
how
true.
fit he is?
And in this episode, Lord Beerus had himself a nice little siesta.
I think we are getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're getting very far ahead of ourselves. Excuse me. This is going to be a weird one. Casey,
is it never not weird? You're talking about Dragon Ball Z. This is a regular by the books. Sorry, what are you gonna say? I apologize. It's fun.
Yeah, we usually start this out by talking to our guest a little bit about what your experience with Dragon Ball is. Like, did you ever watch it? Were you a fan?
I watched when I was really young. I watched Dragon Ball, which was when one of the Go's was a boy.
Goku.
Goku. So that was when Goku was a boy, and he was with his father, who is. No, he wasn't.
This might be Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, you might.
No. All right. So what was Dragon Ball then? Because I remember there being
Dragon Ball is Goku's a boy.
Yeah, Goku was a boy.
He's just a boy.
But he had like someone like a scientist leading him around or something. What happened?
So when we meet him, he's alone because his grandfather Gohan has died. And immediately he meets Bulma, who is the young woman who we saw in this episode on the boat with the party.
She takes him on her startup.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
her tech startup called Capsule Corp.
They go to get Dragon Balls. That's the show.
Yes, I remember them collecting Dragon Balls.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. There's a scientist guy somewhere in there, but they're not related. They just have a real look in their eye.
Oh, yeah. I was very young. I didn't understand what was happening on television. I just like colors and sounds.
Yeah, at some point he meets Master Roshi, who I guess could sort of look a bit like a scientist. He wears a turtle shell on his back. He's an old man.
That's scientist.
That's it.
So I watched that, and then I did watch Dragon Ball Z quite a bit, not a ton. Was it on Toonami?
Yeah.
Because I watched Toonami. I was big. Fucking Thundercats was my shit.
Fuck
Yeah.
I love Thundercats. I would.
Many people got sexually confused over Thundercats.
Oh my god. Chitara had it going on. Panthro, what a sexy beast.
Are they people or are they cats? That's what you're wondering.
Hard to say.
Into BDSM or Lycra, what's happening?
Yeah, fucking cool as out.
I think between that and Tiny Toons and Space Jam, that's probably got to be the entire origin of the furry subculture.
Tiny Toons? That's pedophilia.
Well, that's pedophilia.
Yeah, no, but people were real into
Patchophilia.
babs.
So I watched Toonami every day when I get home from school.
Yeah, so you were a Thundercats guy. What were your other jams on?
Voltron was on there. I loved like the 80s
The
cartoons.
classics.
Speed Racer was on there for a while. I
Go
believe.
back to the classics.
Yeah, I like that. What else was on there? So Dragon Ball Z.
This is an early Toonami. I'm not sure.
This is when I was young. How old are you guys?
I just turned 26 last month.
Okay, I'm 30.
I'm
so-
28.
Yeah,
so
I'm
you're
29.
closer to.
I
our
respect
age.
you
all right.
because you're my elder.
Yes, as you should. And so this is when I was a boy, probably like middle school, and I'd come home and watch Toonami, and I'd fall asleep every day, and my mom would get home and be like, "What?" She'd be like, "Wake up!" And she'd be so mad that I fell asleep watching these cartoons, and I never would understand why. But I still, if somebody wakes me up now, I'm all scared. I don't know.
I was thinking about the cartoons.
So that's my relationship with Dragon Ball Z. Child abuse.
And so, like, anime overall, like, we got, like, Speed Racer, we got Voltron.
Yes.
Did you ever have any other anime times?
I remember there was on Sci-Fi Channel on Friday nights. I would go back and forth. So they had stand-up on. It was stand-up night on Comedy Central. Back when they cared about stand-up.
Oh shit!
So they'd have like all the Comedy Central presents and all this shit, and I would watch that all Friday, and then I would switch over to the anime. They had like Akira, they had like the movies, Ghost in the Shell,
yeah, that's just
shit
great.
like that, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I would flip back and forth between that.
Yeah, I remember watching like a lot of out of context anime on Sci-Fi Channel, just being like a kid, like there's boobies in this, and I feel uncomfortable, but I'm compelled.
Yeah, it was very exciting and violent and weird.
Yeah.
So I was kind of, and then I would watch
These cartoons look fruitful.
I would watch the MTV cartoon like Aeon Flux. Is that considered anime?
Yeah.
And Fox?
Or is it
isn't, but it is definitely inspired, and like all that Liquid Television stuff, I definitely feel like is influenced and related.
Yeah,
that's
like Amflux, and the other one that people always say is Avatar: The Last Airbender is like a very anime influenced, but like
except
Kissing
Amflux
cousins.
is
Kissing cousins.
Yeah, that was past my time. But the Aeon Flux terrified me. All those like MTV cartoons were so scary, like
they
the
were gross
head
as hell.
and the Max and shit. That was all very spooky, but I still watch it.
Did you ever see what was it, attention deficit television or whatever it was, the one that Mark Maron used to do?
Yes.
But they had one on there. It was a short cartoon called "Hello, Dad, I'm in Jail."
No, I don't recall that.
And it's just this like, weird like yellow background with like a black silhouetted man in a box, white eyes and like big teeth, just going like, "Hello, Dad, I'm in jail." But it turns out
Sounds like a sad show.
It sounds terrifying.
it's super weird. It's got this weird like jazzy music behind it. But it turns out that the musicians who made the music behind it are the same guys who did the song "Walk the Dinosaur."
Oh, how's that song go?
Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody
walk
walk
the
the
Oh yeah, really?
You're singing it. I'm loving it.
That's incredible. I did not know that.
Shall we get into the episode, guys?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, here's a fun fact. Everyone's drinking. I didn't bring a notebook, so I don't remember what this is called or anything that happened. So
Yeah.
do we have a...
really
Okay, I
is.
found it, everybody.
All right.
This episode...
Never mind.
Stop jagging your hog, Alex. We got to talk about Dragon Ball.
That didn't sound like a hog.
Episode 14. This is every ounce of power I have. The Battle of the Gods conclusion.
Hell yeah! It
Yes,
concluded.
It concluded. We still have 1,000 episodes to watch, but this
Yeah.
particular boat party is coming to an end, y'all.
Can I just say, the fighting on this episode, because Casey hadn't heard the podcast and he came over and I was like, yeah, we watch the show, we make fun of the show, it's a fun time, you know, some of the episodes are pretty aimless. And then they just gave us this top-notch anime action for a good 10 minutes. I was eating my words.
Yeah,
In front
it's
of an
like...
esteemed guest.
Yeah, it was pretty hot. Pretty hot action. Those boys were getting after it in space.
See, boys.
It was pretty rad.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were holding out to have a watchable episode to the very end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they definitely blew the budget here. As listeners know, I have a rule that if there are 2 beams, it's a good episode. Maybe 30 beams.
Could have been at least 30.
100 beams.
A lot of
Yeah.
beams.
Shit ton of beams.
There were
man.
beams.
Were the rest of the episodes just them on the boat hanging out? Because that sounds pretty chill too.
Yeah.
A surprising, like you're doing a joke right now, but a surprising
believe it. No,
amount
that's
of
what
the
I
past 12 episodes.
I like the boat.
Sometimes they just buy shirts.
Hey.
Yeah, a lot of shirt buying, a lot of eating, a lot of working.
Shirts that get blown off in a fight against the gods. Oh, and I did want to make a point of this. Take it back, and Katie knows where I'm going. When Goku's fighting Frieza, all of his top classic hits, he's in a fight. The shirt's getting blown right off.
Yeah.
You're seeing all the definition. You know, he's like bleeding from his nip or whatever. He's got little cuts everywhere for some reason.
Yeah, Goku literally punches a sun in this episode, and like his shirt gets like slightly tattered.
Yeah. His undershirt's pressed after that.
Yeah, it's
very nice.
such a hallmark of the show, of Dragon Ball Z, that like the moment shit goes down, the moment it's like 2 seconds into the battle, Goku's shirt is ripped off. He's like down to like some shorts.
Yeah.
You should just take it off to begin with.
We also have, this was a very fun episode, but we have one of the most frustrating pieces of information I've ever seen on the show, which I think you all agree with. So what happens is they're doing punchies and fisties in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Doing
So many fisties.
they're pounding, they're doing stuff.
I lost count.
And then Beerus, like, you know, slam dunks them down to the ocean like you do.
Yeah, I think it was a full 360 dunk, in fact.
Yeah, you know, he slams them to the bottom, and then they're doing fisties and punchies in the water. And then Goku says, I need air. But they have been fighting in outer space for 6 episodes.
For episodes on episodes. No one mentioning air at all. I bet there was a line of dialogue in there that was like, there is air up here, and it is space. Mm-hmm. They don't care at all about the logic of the show and the hard podcasting that goes into making it all come together at the end of the day.
And see, I was willing to, when you guys pointed that out while we were watching the episode, I was willing to argue that perhaps as a Super Saiyan God, Goku is able to breathe in space, and by the time he's slam dunked into the water, he's no longer even a Super Saiyan. But I just realized as I was going to say that he was not Super Saiyan for quite a while.
Eat your words.
Yeah. So
I'm just Super Saiyan that you should eat your words.
Yeah, good one, Katie.
So
I'm really...
All right, let's get the guest in here.
I just had a question. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt all your puns. You're having a great time, and I apologize.
Jump in.
So they have black hair when they're Saiyans, and when they're blonde, they're Super Saiyan. Because blonde people are stronger by nature.
That's true.
Correct.
Yes.
There's a great
Katie,
book
we
on
know this, right?
I dye my hair.
Calm.
Oh, all right. I'm the only pure blonde in here.
Yeah.
True.
I'll
I would
bring
cast
this
you
whole
as more
building
of a
down.
strawberry redhead.
I'm not a redhead. I don't know.
No,
what do you
he's
guys think?
One of the
I'm
weakest
just blonde.
races.
Yeah, I know. It's a very fine. It's a fine line between weakest and strongest.
Finally, we
like
can get down to race strength.
What do you call it?
What?
I call it like a dirty blonde.
I'm dirty blonde. Yeah, that's the strongest
Dirty,
one.
dirty. Yeah, because it's blonde, but it gets its hands dirty.
Yeah, work.
Gets
like a
business
working
done.
man's blonde.
A blue collar blonde over here. A Bruce Springsteen blonde.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I listen to that when I ride around my pickup truck thinking about the collapse of the American audio industry.
The American
audio industry. Goddamn SoundCloud ain't working out anymore. That was not a good job.
All those damn morning DJs out in the streets.
Lars Ulrich was right.
Oh my goodness. So what happens? He
Yeah,
punches
what
him.
does happen
I don't know.
underwater?
It's just a long fight. It's a long fight.
There's a
long
couple
fight.
of
It's a good
key
fight.
things that happen. Okay.
Oh yeah, he does say at some point he says, "This is a job I can't finish with my fist."
Yeah.
He does that, which like I'm waiting for that barbed cat penis make an appearance at that point. But
Meow.
yeah, there's a lot of punchies. There's some beams. Goku unsains. There's a small sun.
Well, what keeps happening, he keeps getting punched unconscious, falling slowly into the Earth's atmosphere, then
Falling
being upset that he's falling through the Earth's atmosphere,
yeah, that's
going,
right.
this time I won't fall through the Earth's atmosphere. And he comes back up and he's stronger than ever. And that happens at least twice.
That
At
happens
least
twice.
twice, yeah. What was the point of that?
To fill 25 minutes.
They got to use a few of the same frames over and over again, which definitely
They
like...
wanted to bang that cool choral arrangement they made for the occasion.
Yeah, Jen Fukuyama, I don't remember his name. Yeah, cut it out. I take it all back.
What's up, weebs? Who made this score? let us know over and over again
Hit
in the
us
comment
up.
section.
We have
People are gonna know who made that score.
Oh, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Very
We have a message us button on our Facebook page. Please send us who made the score of this show so we can forget it promptly on the next episode.
I don't even know where I am right now.
Jen Fukunaga.
Great.
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 This conversation is greatly enriched by this.
So they fight a bunch, he faints a bunch, he gets mad, and then finally, it's like, oh my god, he explodes a sun that's gonna kill Earth, and then...
Oh, wait, no. Before that, there's the conversation where Goku just, like, can't anymore. He's full, regular Black Saiyan.
I've come 4 to 5 times.
He's come so hard. He's just out of water and electrolytes, and he's like, I can't do it anymore, Beerus. I know I let my friends down.
This perfectly matches up with Beerus being the more experienced lover teaching the young nubile Goku analogy. I made a few podcast episodes ago, and even at the end, he fakes it for his own approval.
Also, when has Goku ever been considered to his friends and family? Literally ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
He's
And
full
also,
of
this
shit.
is the first time in the whole arc so far that Goku has even remotely treated this as though anything's on the line.
That's true. Because he keeps laughing before now. They kept having these back and forths where they'd punch and he'd go like, oh, we're both having fun.
Yeah, a big joke to him.
You're so strong.
They were simpler times, yeah.
Did you feel like this was high stakes or low stakes? Like as someone coming in cold?
The fight felt very high stakes, but this is what I remember about Dragon Ball Z was that every fight was the highest stakes. It was like, you're the most powerful fighter, you're the most powerful fighter, and then the next episode was like, you're the newest most powerful fighter. And it was like everyone they encountered was the new most powerful fighter.
Yeah.
So this is what I recall as every fight being extremely high stakes.
But in this case, I don't know how in future arcs they're going to have a new most powerful fighter. You know, because this is now...
Because he had limitless... He was literally the god of destruction.
Yeah.
And didn't have it. They put numbers on the other ones for some reason. And this was just infinity, so you can't beat that.
Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, I know what's next because it's impossible to avoid spoilers. Jeez
man.
Louise.
That's the meme business.
Folks.
I've never encountered a Dragon Ball Super spoiler, so it's not impossible.
Well, that's
you
like to run our podcast.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's because you're not wasting your time playing Dokkan Battle.
What's Dokkan Battle?
Dokkan Battle is a cell phone Dragon Ball game that I've been wasting my time playing while I poop.
Oh, that's cool. And then
sounds good.
there's spoilers on there?
Yeah, because so it's like a sort of a fusion of like an action fighting game and like a card game, like a Yu-Gi-Oh type
This
of
sounds
thing.
good.
And you'll love it. But you kind of like have these like you find like characters along the way that you'll use to fight other characters.
Okay, cool.
And like at first, like you start out and they're just like, here, just have like Yamcha and Tien and Chaozu and whatever. Get out there, have fun, kid. But then you start finding other ones.
You
and,
just listed some very eligible bachelors that I have no problem starting out with.
it's a good crew to start with, but then you start seeing like they got like Vegito. They've got like full on fusions. They got Beerus, you got Whis. But then later, I in my crew right now, I've got a fucking Golden Frieza. I don't know what the hell Golden Frieza is.
No, that's a spoiler.
That's a big
In
old
the
spoiler,
Yaoi
I'm
version
sure.
of the game, you actually unlock Yamcha last, and he just treats you like a woman the whole time.
If it is Yaoi, he treats another gentleman
He
like
treats
a
another
woman the whole
gentleman like a
time.
man the whole time. I don't know.
So, speaking of which, he runs out of power. He punches the sun so the world doesn't die, and then he shoots down to the surface for a third time, and then Vegeta finally spoke. Vegeta spoke in class today, and it was to knock his son on the floor so he can tenderly catch Goku in his arms like a rom-com.
Okay, several things I have issue with in this scene.
Go.
Number one, it makes no sense that he fell to Earth from space and landed on the boat.
Yeah.
Zero
Yeah.
sense.
You
that's
should land in Africa somewhere and crush an old woman.
Literally, well, statistically, he should have landed just in the ocean somewhere. That is,
they were in the ocean. They're on a boat.
And I guess
that, Jeremy.
The boat does count as somewhere.
Okay, the other thing though, because he catches him on the boat, he just fell from space. Was he moving at like 500,000 miles an hour?
Yeah.
The boat was just shrugged it off.
Yeah.
It's a good boat.
That's crazy. Also, just like, why did he need to be caught?
Yeah, just let him fall through he'd break the boat.
Yeah.
It's a
I
rental.
watched him get blown up by a sun, and it was fine. He doesn't need to be caught.
No, it just reminded me how much I like Vegeta. I was like, oh yeah, like.
He's a good guy. He's there when you need it. Sure, he's
mean-
gonna punch your son in the face sometimes, but
Sure, like he won't talk to you for days on end.
okay.
Do you
how
have
does
any
this
opinions
we need
on-
to explain how this rounds out at some point.
Yeah, so Vegeta catches him. He's basically dead to the world. Beerus comes down to the Earth. Whis says, like, hey, honey, like, maybe we could just, like, go back to space and have a bath.
That's not even a joke. That's
It's like almost
a line
exactly
in the
what
show.
he says. And Beerus says, a destroyer never breaks his promises.
He never has a bath.
And then
Old
Vegeta comes out and he's like, I'll fucking murder this guy. And everyone's like, you won't. It's over. It's done. The fight's done. Stop. The episode's over. We're done here.
He was
Oh,
very
it's the
mad. He
whole
was
arc.
yelling. Yeah, he was like, "I'll be stronger than you. I'll be stronger than
Yeah,
everyone."
he goes on a
And
whole
I'm like,
fucking
why are you so
thing.
mad, dude? Take it easy.
I like that bar fight Vegeta voice. You
I'll
Yeah.
be stronger than everybody in this bar.
I'm actually the prince. I'm the prince the whole time.
I can do 50 push-ups. Watch me. Somebody count. This goes out.
Dad, let's leave. Punch his son right in the bar.
So Beerus says he's going to destroy the world. Everyone's like, oh no. But nobody like goes to hug each other this time. It just feels like everyone's past it.
They're tired.
They're tired.
There's a long
Everyone's
back and
just,
forth
like,
where
ready.
Piccolo talks to Vegeta with the same voice actor, and he's like, "Oh no, we might have to stop him. No, you can't. I'll stop him. What? No, I will. Who? What? Which one?"
So then Beerus charges up his attack to try to blow up the Earth, then fires it off into the sky to presumably blow up the moon again.
Yeah, fuck you, the moon.
You don't need
Yeah,
the
it
moon.
grew back.
But guess what? He fell asleep. He's a
Yes,
sleeping
you got a
kitty.
sleepy little kitty. Fell
Yeah.
asleep.
And so we're all safe because he's asleep.
He's all tuckered out. He falls asleep.
And we all-
everything's okay.
Everyone yelled "fuck you" at the screen at the same time.
Yeah,
which
we
I thought was a lot of
we were very
solidarity.
mad.
Well, the three of us did, and you noticed. You're like, do you like this show?
Yeah, I know. She's like, you guys really hate. I was like, you don't have to do a podcast about this, you know? I was like, did somebody hire you to do this? Because it seemed like you were really upset that the
We're
cat fell
frustrated
asleep.
because we care.
I know, I get
And
it.
we want it to do
No, I
better.
completely understand. I know. It's
And
gonna be
now
frustrating.
people are counting on us, Casey.
I know these Mexican Latinos are they're up all night.
They're all kinds of Latino,
They're-
Casey.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, we got psyched out. Turns out he wasn't asleep because he's a real
Oh yeah,
sneaky-
they're flying away back to the space prison, whatever where they live. Where do they live?
They live in
Castle, space castle.
All we know
It's-
about where they live is they have rainbow foods that aren't as good as our foods, and when they eat them, they're like, "Well, this is different than your food."
Oh yeah, Whis does suggest that Bulma get a swimming pool full of pudding.
Yes,
Right.
it's true.
Right,
It was all
right,
about
right.
The pudding. I do remember that part.
That was a
And-
real struggle for you to enunciate, Jeremy.
I've been saying we get a swimming pool full of pudding since episode 1.
Yeah.
And nobody has budged.
It's the end of the saga. I'm a little.
Yeah.
Hey,
older
Jeremy's been
now.
through a lot for this.
Yeah.
We've all.
We're all emotional. All right.
Okay. Oh, and then, one more thing we have to cover. So Goku wakes up because actually, even though he was on the verge of death, he's fine. And he does take a moment to just clarify to everyone on the boat that while they were almost being murdered by Beerus, when he wasn't there, he was there, and he was just watching them get slapped around.
Yeah, that's right.
He also, his son's like, hey, I'm having a baby. And he's like, go fuck yourself.
He's like, you should eat some of this food, Gohan. It's delicious. And then Gohan fumes.
Why didn't he care about his son having a baby?
Because he's a piece of shit,
He just
Casey.
doesn't care about anything? I saw him save the whole universe. That seems nice.
Well, Vegeta is like bar fight drunk. Goku is like the jovial one that hasn't been home to his family in like 2 years.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you're
alright.
at the bar and you're like, he seems fun. He shoots a good game of pool.
Yeah. I've seen a lot. I've met a lot of those guys. Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of the strongest pool players
They're
in the
very
universe.
strong, neglecting their family to play pool.
One more thing happens before we roll credits.
Oh, Pilaf and crew!
Pilaf and crew!
Beep beep beeps! You
We
guys.
see Pilaf and crew one last time, and boy, does that have no purpose.
Yeah, God bless Jess Lane, who is like, there'll probably be a reason for that, and we're all like, no.
Let's
Oh,
sum
you
up
sweet,
the
sweet
Pilaf
child.
arc. Pilaf on an island with his friends. He loses his phone. He goes on a rowboat, gets on the bigger boat. He eats a meal. He falls asleep. He goes off the boat. He comes back to the boat. He leaves the boat.
The end!
I have an hour of my life I will never get back just watching this green fuck
I
moving
believe
around
he's blue.
with his sorority bullshit where he loses his phone, and I'm just I see a lot of myself in him, and it makes me so mad.
Christ. What is the point?
Oh my God, I've never
Do you want
seen
some
you
help?
lose your shit like this.
I know. I'm so mad about Pilaf.
Jeremy is the backbone of this podcast, and we are falling to shit right now. We're falling right into Trash Island, face first.
I'm gonna take over. It's
Thank you.
boyfriend watch.
Boyfriend, what?
What's our running time right now?
We just hit 30.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, fuck yeah, boyfriend watch, bitch.
For those of you not in the know, your girl Carol lives a life of darkness and misery, just roaming around this earth, making impressionable decisions and drinking on Sunday. And therefore, I'm legally required every time I watch an anime to pick who my number one boyfriend is. And it has been quite a journey.
That's right.
Exciting. All right.
And this will be, I think, a good way to do this episode's boyfriend watch might be sort of like an overall, like, full arc.
Full arc.
Full
boyfriend.
arc. This is a final boyfriend watch
Let's
for
get
the Beerus
right.
Saga.
let's get Casey's input just based on this episode. Who would you think is the most eligible bachelor going into the game?
It's hard to say. I like Piccolo myself, but he didn't really do much. He just stand around, but he did look like a strong silent type.
He has great shoulders.
He's got great shoulders, a cool style about him, and he's the only one who didn't. He didn't say much, so that means you don't really know what's going on. It was a mystery, so I'm gonna say Piccolo.
Yeah, what's under that hat?
Yeah. You know, Piccolo was a fourth runner for a very long time.
Yeah.
We started
Good showing.
so long ago. It was just, we were just waiting for Yamcha to show up. I'm just sitting at the bar checking my Tinder messages like he said he would be here, and then he just wasn't showing up, and then he did. Protected the kids. We had a stint with Piccolo because he was the only one not making an embarrassment of himself.
Yeah.
We were bouncing back and forth for a while.
And he's got a cloaca.
He does have
or
a
Namek
cloaca.
hole.
We considered Tien for a second, but he didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Whis and Beerus are pretty much married, so I don't want to really interrupt that. It seems too complicated. And then Jeets, started out cold, but then he didn't talk for 6 episodes, which I was into. And then
And of course, it's very important that Goku is in no way involved in boyfriend watch.
Goku is like on the opposite of that. I'm like, you know what? You can have him, Cheech. Like, so I think overall, arc boyfriend is gonna go number 1 spot is Piccolo, and
Wow.
then number 2 is
Right.
Jeets.
That was right.
Number
Wow.
3,
Wow.
Yamcha. That's what I'm
Hell
voting.
yeah. Wow.
I picked
Upset.
right. I just picked
Holy
one. That's
shit.
huge.
Upset.
Which one's Yamcha?
He's gone for
We
most of
haven't
the
seen
show,
him
but
in
that's
we didn't
why.
see
ages. In fact,
What is he up to? He's writing me an apology email for standing me up, but I get it. He's been busy saving the world and partying on that phone.
of course, Alex, what's Yamcha up to?
I think he's finally decided to just go to the store, get some cover up for his face. He's got a giant scar on his face. He's the only one who scars in this entire world.
Casey, what's Yamcha up to?
I think he settled down in a nice West Virginian town with a girl that I was like his sister's friend, you know. And they work together at the bank, and his sister was like, I think you really like her. Her name's Carol. And so he goes on a date with Carol, and then they really fall in love, and they move into like a moderate home in West Virginia. And he's working the land. She's making most of the money at the bank, but it's very low rent. So he's kind of like gardening and stuff. She's starting to get a little upset because she's like, you should probably look for a job. And but he's like, the market's not great right now. So they're a little bit at odds. It's starting to see cracks in the love that they have, and that's what's happening.
That's like weirdly accurate for you. Clearly, just not knowing who this.
I have no idea. I have no idea who Yamcha. No. I have no idea who Yamcha is.
All right, what do we think is going to happen next, Alex?
Okay, glad you asked. All right, out of 1 to 7 Dragon Balls, the rating system that we use on this show.
What do you?
I would think that we have some kind of unforeseen foe is going to make an appearance and really challenge Goku to become not only a more alpha man, but also a more considerate father. And this one episode, as a review, I am going to have to give 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls. There were myriad beams, and I was loving it.
Well, that means someone's going to get himself a little wish.
What's your wish, Alex?
I give this wish to the troops.
That's sweet. That's great.
Casey, what's going to happen next, and how do you rate the episode out of 7 Dragon Balls?
I think Gohan is the son, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Right,
what
he's the one who's having a kid.
So
but
Gohan's wife is going to have a miscarriage pretty close to the due date. And it's going to cause a big rift between them. He's going to...
It's going to make him even more powerful.
He's going to start drinking a lot, and he doesn't know that he's going to stop coming home at night. She's going to be like, you got to stop drinking or you can't come back. And then he's like, well, fuck. He's like, well, what did you do? You weren't eating right. And that's what happened. She's like, you accuse me? I went through a miscarriage, and you're going to blame it on me because of my diet? And he's like, you knew what you were doing, and it's your fault. And then she's going to kick him out of the house, and he's going to get real drunk. And he's gonna car crash. He's going to be in jail for a little bit. He's going to clean up. He's going to go back home. They're going to fall back in love, going to get pregnant again. Hopefully that turns out well. 5 Dragon Balls.
Katie, what's going to happen next? How many Dragon Balls?
We're going to watch Bulma try to return the boat to the rental. They do not want to give her deposit back, but she didn't become the richest woman in the world for nothing. And Vegeta's going to try on some shirts, and they're going to start filling up that above ground pool with pudding.
Can't wait for that pool episode.
I'll give this 7 Dragon Balls.
Wow.
Katie,
All right, we get another wish here. Katie, what do you got?
I wish that this episode will be highly edited.
Jeremy, how do you feel?
Okay, I think we're gonna find out just what a Golden Frieza is.
Yes.
Okay, and what Golden Frieza is the Dragon Ball universe's equivalent of an Academy Award, which they're gonna award to Mr. Satan.
Yeah, for all his acting he doing.
Pretty cool.
Well, for
Acting a
for
fool.
his role in the Cell movie from the World Martial Arts Tournament back in the Boo Saga, which is the same year as this one because of the thing at the beginning of the
That had a lot of range.
Yeah.
Golden Frieza sounds like it's like a golden shower, but you freeze the piss first. It's just you pelt someone with piss cubes.
Hey, girl, if you want to ride this train, you need to lay out a Golden Frieza right out the bat.
Hey, if you're listening to the show, send us in your videos of your Golden Frieza pranks. We want to see them. We want them going viral. Put them up there.
It's the new ALS challenge.
And I'm gonna give this one.
You can do this.
Jeremy's on the floor.
Give this one 8 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Wow. Sterling review.
Yeah.
So do you get a wish? What do you do?
No, it breaks the system, and
You have to
like
bring
no
one back
wishes.
somewhere.
it's like when kids are born with like the extra.
Yeah. You think it should be good being extra, but it's bad.
Okay.
It's true.
Yeah. It's like having too many chromosomes.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's end this thing. Alex, where can,
Let's end it.
let's end it. Alex, where can people find you?
I will be killing myself right now. Okay. You know what? Just come to my Twitter at PatakJokes.
Katie.
You can find me on Twitter at Katie Rose or on Instagram at Oh Hello Katie Rose.
You can find me on Twitter at Jeremy Thunder. Casey, what's up?
I'm Casey J. Salengo on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. Be my friend.
Nice.
Latinos.
Do you know you have a half hour coming up, right?
Yes, I'm filming next Friday.
Do you know when that's coming out?
The fall.
I'm very excited about
That's
that. It's gonna be cool as hell,
insane.
yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Casey's
Come
going to
on.
have a Comedy Central half hour. Look out for that, weebs. It's going to be sick. He's going to talk a whole lot about anime.
I'm throwing out my whole set. It's all going to be Dragon Ball.
It's gonna be an additional
Promised
podcast.
us.
But it's all going to be Dragon Ball GT related. So you guys
Oh,
But
shit.
it ain't canon,
are like,
motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
You traitorous whelp.
I'm going to have to edit that whole bit out. Subscribe to us on iTunes. Hit us up on Facebook. We'll read literally anything you write. That's it for us. Thank you so much for listening.
Super! Yeah.
Happy Easter.
Return to the cat zone. Meow.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Ballin' Out where we have been reintroduced to the lovely cats of the universe. Hi, my name's Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts Katie Rose Leon
Oh, hey.
and Alex Patak.
Everyone use Bing.
And joining us this week is a very special guest. You know him from season 3 of Flavor of Love, where he shit himself on the stairs. It's Yedoye Travis.
Hey, what's up? You can call me something.
I'm not here to make friends.
Was something your nickname on
Yeah,
Flavor of Love?
that was my nickname.
So it was like New York and what are some of the...
New York was season 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then she got her own show, I Love New York.
Yeah.
Did you get your own show out of it?
I did get my own show. Is that show Dirty Jobs? Have you seen that?
Yeah. And so, but like, so they didn't go with a pun for yours.
No. They went in a different direction where they gave someone else a show in my honor. That's how that worked.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Mike Rowe, is that guy's name?
Yeah, that was his name.
It was very charitable of them. Was it like
Yeah, it was very. I don't have any credits on the show, but it was, it's
He does a
funny.
great
yeah, we all
job
know,
of.
like,
You know.
you know, if you're in the industry, you know why
Everybody
that
knows
happened.
that's something's show.
He does a great job of not shitting himself, that guy.
Yeah,
It's one of the highlights of the show.
he shows a lot of restraint.
R.I.P. Rest in
Yeah.
peace.
Oh man.
Rip
So
in peace.
thank you for joining us. We like to start the show usually by talking to you a little bit about your experience with Dragon Ball and anime overall, and all this sort of nonsense. Were you a Dragon Ball fan?
I fuck with Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z originally, and then I went back and watched Dragon Ball later. I mean, Dragon Ball Z came on UPN, so every black kid watched it.
Yeah, is that? I didn't know it was on UPN.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was a real thing.
It was.
Yeah, I watched it on Toonami.
I watched both.
You
but it
would.
was, yeah. you
would, Jeremy.
Yeah, I watched it on Toonami and UPN during the daytime. It was on, and then Telemundo when it wasn't on anymore.
Whoa!
If you want to get good at watching Dragon Ball, you got to get in those 2-a-days.
Yeah.
Or else you're going to fall behind.
And so you were a big fan, like watching like every episode, every day, every week.
Yeah, I
like,
cried one time when my mom made me do my homework instead of watching Dragon Ball Z.
man, do you know what episode it was,
I do not remember.
or like
I
maybe
know it was
where in the arc it fell?
I would know it was during, I want to say, the Cell Saga.
Did it feel like you were in the hyperbolic time chamber?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Good pull. And you say it to your mom, and your mom's just like, "What are you talking about?"
I'm going to lock you in the basement.
I made your mom Jewish because it's the only mom accent I can do.
Yeah, I can't do my mom's accent.
I did a
She's
gruff,
Nigerian as
masculine
fuck.
Yedoye's mom.
It's pretty spot on, actually.
What's going on?
Hey! Why are you doing that in there?
Once I lift this car off this baby, you're in trouble.
So you watched Dragon Ball Z. You went back and you watched Dragon Ball. Did you ever get into GT at all?
I fucked with GT very briefly because I knew about it for years, and then it finally happened, and it was just all this weird shit going on. I was like, what? I can't do all this.
I find that's a very common experience in GT. That, like,
GT is way cooler in concept than in practice.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, Goku's young again. We got like a new teen Trunks who's by far the sexiest Trunks.
yeah, that's true.
He's the one
He's
that
got that
people
cool
wanted
crop
back.
top.
Yeah.
But then when it's time to deliver, nothing but blanks.
No, and
nothing but blanks.
If you heard the elevator pitch for it, right? Like they're saying it's going to be a combination of Z and Dragon Ball, right? We're going to take the action elements from Z, we're going to take the adventure elements from Dragon Ball, we're going to put it together, we're going to make one show. And you're like, fucking A, yeah, that sounds great. That sounds perfect,
amazing.
really. But then it's just trash.
Yeah.
It's a bad show.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
supergroup theory, you know? Like you want to get all your biggest band members, make a supergroup.
Yeah.
And then you just get an audio slave on your hand. And then
Audio
nobody's
Slave has some good songs,
too
but that's
many
all
cooks in
of
the
Rage
kitchen.
Against the Machine plus Chris Cornell. So that's like, I see what you're
It's
saying.
like cheat
though.
codes for a supergroup.
I don't know why I got so defensive of Audio Slave all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm like,
I will say GT very good for a video game.
Yeah,
Great on the
that's
video
true.
game
That
front.
PlayStation game ruled.
Yeah, it is amazing.
And so, did you ever get into anime more broadly than Dragon Ball?
Yeah, my brother was always more into it than I was, but I watched like Gundam Wing was my shit. I
Wing.
watched a lot of that.
Wing.
Wing.
Somehow it keeps coming up. It's
We have
the
an
best
internet
show.
insurgency where we call Gundam Wing Wing, and a million voices lose their mind all at once across the internet.
Yeah, they
Oh,
just
boy.
go, Gundam?
God damn! Yeah. Dragon Ball's really a gateway drug
Oh yeah.
to these dark substances.
Yeah.
The
So-
deep corners of the internet.
Yeah.
So Gundam Wing. Any other ones?
FLCO was a big one between me and my brother.
Ooh.
That's one of the ones that we both mutually love.
Yeah. Big crush sort of thing, or
You know, I don't know. It's a good story.
It's just a
It's a
good
good
one,
story.
man.
But I mean, if we're talking girlfriend watch, like that's
Mamimi?
pretty high
Oh,
up on
yeah.
the list for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got that
she's...
sick Rickenbacker bass.
Oh, no,
Right.
that's the fucking, the other person.
Are we still talking about FLCO?
Yes.
Yeah, the crazy one who ruins his
Article,
life,
is it?
right?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that has the Vespa.
Yeah.
We all wanted that Vespa.
Oh, boy.
All us quirky, fucking annoying motherfuckers with our bangs. I'm just like, got this Pillows album. Gonna go just lean into this lifestyle now.
I rewatched it real recently, and then like realizing she was 19 kind of like threw me off for a second. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, I can't.
She's learned.
Well, but
She's willing to,
Yeah.
She's got a Vespa. She's willing to show you some stuff she's not
Yeah.
supposed to show you.
It's like,
How-
oh, that's what we thought was old.
yeah. How old is the kid supposed to be?
He's in elementary
Yeah,
school.
he's like
What?
12.
Yeah, no Yoda.
No.
He's supposed to be like 12.
Let this
Yeah.
happen.
Oh, no.
Let this happen.
Fooly Cooley also has one of my favorite anime tropes in it is when they talk about Americans. Like, you find out his older brother who's out playing baseball got an American girlfriend.
Ooh.
All you see is her giant tits. Sorry, I left in the mic.
Have you ever
that's
seen
amazing.
any of the old like Japanese woodblock prints from like
Where is this going?
I know, right? Well, what they call old Japan, right before they were reopened to Western trade, right? When
Yeah.
they didn't speak to any other country, any other culture, it was just Japan, right?
Yeah, right.
And then Commodore Matthew Perry comes with his gunboats and he fucking shoots the coastline all up. A bunch of people die, and he's like, "What up? We have guns," and they're like, "We have bows and arrows," and he's like, "Guess what? The West is back, baby!"
Yeah.
And that's like how
Gatling
it goes.
gun, fam.
But you look at the old woodblock prints from that era, of people depicting the Westerners coming to Japan, it's like the funniest depiction of white people I've ever seen in my life, because like they have like this insane like thick like copper colored curly hair and like gigantic blue eyes.
They're all burning in the sun.
Jesus Christ. They're all just skin boiling.
It's super cool. Yeah,
Roast
no,
'em.
it's sick.
Yeah.
It's an
sick?
ancient roast.
I thought you were gonna say the wood blocks have just giant titted women on them. That's where I thought this was going.
Just all the explorers, including Matthew Perry. Are,
Yeah, giant tits.
just
Yeah.
giant titted women.
I have a book at my house. I'll show it to you guys next time we record. It's called Japanese Erotic Art, and it's from that era as well, of like the old wood blocks, and like I don't know why.
I'm very interested. We have to take this part out of the episode because I wanted this to be a secret between the two of us. Just two friends in their erotic art book, making a Dragon Ball podcast.
You know, guys, masculinity is a prison, and it's
Get me out.
You gotta keep getting stronger till
I
you
like-
break the cage.
I like that you say Japanese erotic art as though all Japanese art is not a little bit.
Yeah, a lot
Has
of
anybody seen
Jews.
Hanzo the Razor? There's a
No.
live-action samurai movie about this like Bruce Wayne-like samurai, and there's a scene where he's training his body that has like a lot of like push-ups or whatever, and then he takes his dick out and puts it on a table and starts hitting it with a hammer into the table.
Nice.
And then he takes it off, and there's a like 1.5 foot long worm mark embedded in it. Just like from hammering his own cock every day. That's funny. I mean, there's no way around it.
You know, dude, masculinity is a prison. So,
Well, and if we're talking about the prison of masculinity, have you guys seen Ricky O?
oh yeah,
My favorite movie of all time.
I haven't seen
it.
It is about
I've
men
not
in a
seen it.
prison, and what is that?
I'm getting excited with my slurps. Continue.
Well, it's a men, and they're in a prison, and Ricky is imprisoned for no reason.
From his masculinity.
He his girlfriend killed herself, and then he's blamed for it, I guess. I don't really
Natural
remember.
segue.
Well, and he's in the prison, and he's got to fight his way up the hierarchy of the prison. That's the whole story of the movie. There's no like, I got to get out of here because I'm innocent. They just do that just because.
Hey, better get comfortable.
But he's got to become the top of the prison, right? And
Right.
all throughout it, he's fighting these various people, but he's also like superhuman strong.
yeah.
So,
He like explodes people's heads and
yeah,
stuff.
he punches a hole in someone's face, just a
Yeah.
hole straight
hole.
front to back, a hole straight through.
So he's never
Blood.
getting out of prison.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He does. Spoiler alert, if you are going to watch Ricky O, just skip this part of the podcast. He fights the warden.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
In
you
the
can
end.
do
Oh.
that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he
That-
reaches the
okay.
top, and he's the king of all the prisoners. And then the warden like invites him into his office, and he's like, "Well, Ricky, you need to understand that as the warden of a men's prison, you have to be the best at martial arts."
as the warden of the boys' jail.
By the way, recurring segment on this podcast, prison tip. If you're locked up, be sure to fight the warden. It's a guaranteed way to get out. You just
Or-
gotta beat him.
Slowly murder everyone systematically that's ever wronged you, and then
Yeah.
burn it down at the end if you want to do the women's version of this, which is female prisoner scorpion.
Ooh, what is that?
Ooh.
It is a very similar themed movie about a woman who is wrongly set up by the Yakuza by her fiance, and
Nice.
then she goes to prison where she just loses her damn mind and just murders literally everyone in the prison, burns it
yeah.
down, and then goes back in the real world, murders her fiance and the Yakuza, and then she just runs the Yakuza.
Oh
my God.
man, I gotta watch this.
Wow.
This
A lot of
sounds so up my
microaggressions
alley.
there.
It's good as hell.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
if-
speaking of unpacking,
Whoa.
what do you say we unpack this episode?
Wow, wow, wow! Who wants to talk about anime?
Let's do it.
Wow, wee wee wah.
The title of this episode is Valiant Mr. Satan, Work a Miracle, a challenge from outer space.
Nice.
Guess what, gang? New arc, new filler.
This was a good episode, though.
It was-
I enjoyed myself.
I was really surprised. I came in here expecting to leave pissed.
I came here expecting to watch at least 15 more minutes of people on a boat.
Oh my God, y'all, we made it off the boat.
We did.
Yeah.
What is this boat? Where's the boat?
So
What happened?
you said earlier that you watched the first couple episodes
Yeah.
of Super. So you may remember the second episode when Vegeta and family are on vacation.
Right? Yes.
The
Did anybody
promise.
casually mention a boat in that episode? Because they really follow through on that.
Oh, really? It's like a Chekhov's gun kind of situation?
Yeah, there's a scene where Bulma sees the cruise ship off the coast, and she wistfully says, "I'd like to have a birthday on a boat someday." And then
And she means the next day.
the next day,
No,
and the following 12 episodes.
Timeline-wise, it was like in 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's the same day.
She has
Oh,
a thought
wow.
and delivered because she's in the goddamn Illuminati and gets what she wants.
Where
So
do they get this money? Who works in
Well,
Dragon
Bulma's the richest
Bulma.
woman in the world.
She has
Well-
an app for Dragon Balls.
Right.
It's true. Yeah, but they very specifically. I know, like throughout Dragon Ball Z, I don't think they ever actually specifically say Bulma is the wealthiest person, but she's pretty wealthy. She's always
Yeah,
been
she's
doing
up
well.
there. Yeah.
She can build spaceships and gravity
True.
chambers and all that sort of shit. But they very specifically in the first episode, I think, say like, "Well, Bulma's the richest woman in the world. Why can't she give us some money?" Wink, wink. Looks
She's-
at screenplay.
She is Elon Musk to Hercule's Rupert Murdoch. It's well established. He owns all the media. He's always spinning the story his own way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I would say this episode is all killer, all filler. First, we open on
Some 41 do the podcast.
Derek
But we-
Whibley. What's his name? Is it Wibbles?
Derek.
Wobbles?
Are you all right? Are you in too deep, buddy? Oh.
I'm sad now.
So we open it on Goku. He's been home for 30 seconds. He's like, I gotta go chain. And Chi-Chi's like, God damn it, Goku. Get a job, raise your kids.
Oh my god.
And he goes, but Chi-Chi, I want to train.
I have to train.
Actually, what he says is, don't we have $100 million? And she's like, no, we spent it in a day. Fuck you.
Also, we're saving the rest because what? For what?
Gotta have $50 million in the bank just in
For,
case.
you know what? I'm going to push back on that. I think it actually makes sense because, Chi-Chi is very serious about the boy's education, and Goten is apparently forever 8 years old. you got to start training. You got to start saving for, college someday.
If you look at the family's medical bills, they were in heavy debt before the business started.
That's true. Goku does have a few trips to the hospital under his belt.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's back with the tractor immediately. That's how it starts. He grabs
What
the
is
tractor.
what is the bill on that weird tank? That weird Saiyan tank, the water tank.
The water tank?
You know, the one they all rehab in.
Oh, fuck yeah. That thing
the medical
rules.
tank.
That's
Yeah.
on the ships.
The Star Wars thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what in Empire Strikes Back. That's what Luke's in the diaper.
Yeah, exactly.
Those hot diapers.
Yeah, does insurance cover that or what?
I bet it gouges the shit out of you and all the money goes to Bulma's family. That's exactly what happens.
You'll become the richest woman in the world by not gouging.
Yeah. She's the Martin Shkreli of Dragon Ball world.
She has way more bodies on her hands than Vegeta.
That's why they get along. He's like, you crush them through capitalism, and I just crush them.
My
Just,
ruthless queen.
Just raise the price of sensu beans by 1,300%.
Talking about bitches, Gohan, we cut over to him. And his,
Jesus.
and his his teal sweater, and Videl's just like, I'm gonna cook dinner, and he's like,
Oh, no, I'm going to do everything for you because my father is terrible and I have to overcompensate.
And also, please don't stop having sex with me. It's very important.
Oh, please.
You're reducing my agency.
it's a bummer too because Videl was also kind of badass, and now she's just
Yeah, the whole
wearing.
family's ruined.
Just
They
wearing.
really clipped the wings on that.
They changed.
Yeah.
They just gave her a different character. They're
Yeah.
like, actually, you're a house mom, and you always have been. Enjoy
Yeah.
the show.
You can't fly anymore.
And you're very meek and gentle, and you don't ever talk out of turn. And
And anytime you think about being defiant, you rub your belly for the unborn Saiyan.
Such a bummer. Then we cut to Vegeta. Guess what? He's staring at the sky again.
yeah,
Yep.
just standing on a plateau in the middle of Arizona.
He's got a lot of
Why did
thoughts.
he need to be in this episode?
Oh, because we miss him.
Yeah, we
We
miss
miss
him.
him. And this is maybe the
good friend.
fourth word we've heard him utter in like 10 episodes.
Yeah.
There was so you when you eventually watch this, because I'm sure
Yeah.
you will.
Yeah. Oh, I will.
You'll see there's about a 7 or 8 episode stretch where we keep checking in on Vegeta just in the midst of the actual goings on of the plot. We'll check in with Vegeta just briefly, and what's he doing? Just standing on the top of the boat, just looking up at the sky. Doesn't say a word. We just check in. We're like, he's still there, and then back to the story.
So what you're telling me is the boat got more screen time than Vegeta.
It was a
For
hell
sure.
of a boat.
It was no question, 100%.
It was so big it looked like a pier.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
like-
gotta see this thing.
There were
PEER?
grassy sections.
I consider it a pier. That's how much I respect it.
There was a like a door that opened and a spaceship came out. This was a hell of a boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a garden area and chefs live on board.
Yeah,
Honestly, I'm looking forward to learning more about this boat.
I know.
You really stole the show.
If we could get a podcast monster who is a boat salesman of some kind, that would be ideal. So we could just like go in on
You
this.
get Conan O'Brien to write that episode?
Jesus Christ, this is some real Stockholm syndrome shit. We finally got off the boat, and all we can talk about is the boat.
I missed the boat. The boat was good to us. You just don't understand the boat like I do.
When the boat is good, it's really good. Okay.
The boat's gotten a lot better.
Sometimes Pilaf comes on by. It has all your favorite things.
Okay, so get back on track. Without cut, Mr. Satan grabs his dog and his PR team
Yeah.
and goes on down to the public square to talk about how he beat up Beerus.
I like how in a universe with space travel, alien technology, fucking crystal balls that grant wishes, capsules that have cars in them, all this sort of stuff, still the best way to reach the public is to just go to the public square and just shout until people listen.
It's something missing from our society, just a sense of community that
Yeah.
Hercule really brings to wherever it is he lives.
Where is the reality show about his PR team, though? They always look so good in
Oh
their
my
power
God.
suits. I want
Yeah.
to know what their deal is. We're their Bravo TV
Yo, he's
show.
got a big posse. He rolls 5 deep this whole episode. He's got 2 large fellows backing him, pretty thick dilfs. What are they up to? What's their story?
Yeah, that one dude with the flowing blonde hair. Who was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. What's it like to spend all your life fighting in this universe where you're just owned by children all the goddamn time?
So then we cut to a spooky spaceship. Who's on this spaceship? I don't know, but they're very concerned about a poodle.
That's
And
right. Yeah, wait. We
Ba,
can't
ba,
brush
ba,
over
ba.
this. This is very important. We don't brush over. We see the spaceship. It looks ominous. They're coming towards Earth.
You don't see their heads. It does a classic Dragon Ball trick where it shows their chins and they talk and they're in shadows, but you don't
Yeah.
see their heads. And at one point they turn to a computer scene with a outline of a poodle and they go, "None here. It's safe." And that is all you know.
And we are expected to not make all these assumptions based
Yeah.
on that.
Could be anything.
What a great misdirect that was too, because I thought for sure this was about to be like the start of a new arc. These guys are gonna come to the planet and like I don't know what they're up to, but like they're gonna be up to something.
Maybe
Yeah.
it'll be related to some of the other aliens that are apparently everywhere.
I just realized they scanned Earth looking, they're like, no poodles, but the president's a dog.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a ton of dogs.
So many dogs.
They have a poodle scanning gun that does not work.
There are definitely poodles on the planet. I guess maybe they were looking for like one specific poodle that wronged them.
They're like, that poodle that tried to marry Snoopy that one time. She really Yoko Ono the whole Peanuts gang. Meanwhile, back on Earth. Mr. Satan comes up with a wily tale about how he beat up Beerus, who he can't remember his name. He calls him Beavis. There's some really sick
owned
things where like there's an image of Mr. Satan going Super Saiyan.
Oh yeah, he's got.
Where's the spin-off series where he and Beerus just watch music videos and roast them together?
Yeah, that would be fun. But he keeps spinning this yarn and telling the tale, and we cut away to these sort of fantastical images of him fighting like sort of Beerus.
He fights
Beerus.
essentially Beerus. He has this whole story where he fights Beerus and essentially does exactly what Goku does, and then it cuts to the Z Warriors listening, and they're like, what a far-fetched tale this jokester's coming up with. It's like, that was the exact story. You just made us watch that. There's very little difference of what he said and what you said.
Yeah, this is meta as hell.
It's kind of like them coming on their own show and being like, that was trash, right? Anyway.
And I gotta say, Alex, you pointed out while we were watching that Mr. Satan is very comfortable on stage.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tell you this.
He's a Dane Cook level mastery.
Also, a hell of a storyteller he is.
Yeah.
You know, because he gets to that point where he says, like, and then my power ran out and I couldn't fight anymore. And everyone's like, oh, no, so what happens next? I went Super Saiyan, bitches. What?
I became a god.
Kanye status.
Fucking incredible. What a great whole sequence
It was
that
so
was.
good.
I am now just realizing all the parallels between Kanye and Hercule.
Yeah. I always wonder, I don't know if I've brought it up on the podcast before, but I always wonder if Hercule is meant to be like a depiction of Americans.
Oh, he definitely is. He has like a weird head.
He's supposed to be
He's like Hulk Hogan.
I was about to say he's supposed to be like the Macho Man. Right, Randy Savage.
He has Macho Man's voice and Hulk Hogan's whole... I've always seen him as like the Western pretender who's like saying he's doing all the same things the rest of them are doing, but is actually, impotent and just a big old chode.
He's like their Chuck Norris.
He's their Chuck Norris. That's perfect. Where are we? So he's giving the speech at the tournament.
And then a fireball shows up, but it turns out it's a spaceship. And who's on a spaceship? Some aliens that are cuddly kitty cat lions.
That's right.
Chock full of cats!
Surprise!
Cat zone, bitches!
Highway to the Cat Zone.
We are on the highway to the cat zone.
We're back.
Cats.
It feels like this season so far is it's like a UCB sketch where they teach you, just throw everything you got at it, just explore every single angle.
Yes,
it's like, how many more cat things can we do?
Not one person in that room was like, no, but.
This arc is really the writing team at the top of their intelligence.
They're like, sure, cats do sleep a lot, but they're also afraid of dogs.
But these ones, Poodle's machine was malfunctioning. Right?
Oh.
So they come down. They're like, why are they scared? We want to just thank them for beating up Beerus. And they do a really cute dance.
They do a cute dance.
It's so silly and a little naughty.
Yeah,
Throwback to the fusion dance, perhaps?
It's a little like a fusion dance. They do a little blush.
Yeah.
But at this point, just watching it, you gotta think like, well, this is a great source of conflict. They want to see the fighter who beat Beerus. Hercule's up here just saying he beat Beerus when he's full of cheese up there. He's making stuff up. What's gonna happen next?
I hope not a big buff kitty cat comes out and it's like, I wanna punch you.
But oh shit, that's what happens.
Yeah, they
hold on to your hat.
The most buff of the kitties comes out. He's so buff, and Mr. Satan is freaked out because now he has to fight him.
Yeah, well, so they're gonna award Hercule with a badge that they give to people who beat Beerus.
They were gonna give Hercule the Thunder badge, which allows Pokemon level 20 and under to, no matter what, obtain his command.
But then the big beefcake comes out and he's like, we can't give you the fucking badge.
Fuck you.
It's hey, no. It's customary in our culture that we fight. Why are they making us do this?
And of course, the people at Steel Deck got word of this beforehand because the fucking fighting stage is already out.
Oh yeah, what?
Well, important point of notion though. Before we get to the stage, Hercule fakes having to shit himself.
Yeah, that's right.
He goes to the bathroom and on his golden iPhone calls Gohan, who is having a kitchen emergency, can't pick up the phone.
Oh no.
Vegeta, who as intern has the day off. No one's picking up.
By the way, I am planting the seeds of the Vegeta intern affair story here. This is where we see the beginning of it. Why wasn't she by the phone? What was she running away back from, you know?
Good point.
No.
And also, while we're talking about Gohan cooking the dinner, and Videl is like sitting at the table, you could see the sexual attraction like just shrinking and shriveling and dying in her eyes. She was not watching him cook.
Yeah, it was not fun to watch.
I mean, he used to really be a dangerous man. He dressed up in a mask and fought crime.
Yeah,
and now he's just fully cucked. He's he's just working at Goldman Sachs and cooking. It's terrible.
I am shocked it's taken us this long to say cook on this podcast.
Have I not said it before?
I don't think any of us have said cuck before.
The cuck starts here.
Reset the cuck.
Oh, man. Well,
A broken cuck is right twice a day.
Almost did a spit take. That was close. Okay.
Oh, boy. Love those puns.
Oh, man.
So, Mr. Saiyan's freaking out. He's, like, in the square with the big kitty, and he's like, I guess I'm gonna fight him, but who? Lo and behold, Sharecrop and Goku's flying by holding a tractor by one wheel, and he just sets it down. He's like, hey, what are you up to? And
I really don't want to go to work.
Nobody notices.
No one notices.
Yeah.
And he's just like, oh yeah, no one was around to fix my tractor, so I'm just flying it around, and
I broke it by being a huge jackass all the time.
Dropped it off a cliff with my son in it again. Whoops.
So, they convince Goku to come on stage to maybe fight this guy instead, but they're like, a commoner? This is so insulting. And at this
Look
moment...
at his stupid scarf.
But then...
we all got so sad.
He's getting all psyched to fight. We cut to Chi-Chi, who we know as told him he can't fight no more, and she is shopping with Piccolo, who's carrying all her stuff, because you know what, guys? Piccolo is there for the kids. He's fucking there.
Although, talk about cucks. I mean,
how
long is Piccolo going to carry those groceries for before?
He's a strong father figure. Not only can his body stretch, but his role can stretch from that of a boyfriend to that of a makeshift husband.
His arms can stretch, but so too can his heart.
Yeah, that Namek hole, though.
Chi-Chi just fisting his Namek hole. How big do you picture the Namek hole?
I've seen her just climbing in. She just fucking lives in there like Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
So Goku sees Chi-Chi and freaks out, and then something genuinely I thought was funny is that he turns to Mr. Satan. He's like, I gotta get the fuck out of this. Please just pretend to punch me.
Yeah.
And he does, and then Goku pretends, flies away, and goes, whoa, like
whoa.
got thrown into the sun. But then before he hits the guy, he's like, oh, I forgot my tractor.
That was like,
it was endearing.
It was a good joke.
Well, there's not often like an actual good joke in anime. It's usually something like, I know it is implied that I should find this funny, but mostly I'm just irritated and hungry.
Hey, you know what would be a good joke is if they were horny and their noses bled. Right. Put it in.
What if when something weird happened, they fell backwards onto their head?
So yeah, he grabs his tractor, and then Mr. Satan's like, fuck, I guess I gotta fight this guy. So he's running away, and then The dog jumps out the window of the car. Why is the dog still in the car? Because Mr. Satan's a bad dog owner.
The windows were
cracked
down.
the window. He cracked
The windows were
window.
down. If you can't leave a dog in the house all day, they don't get any smells that way. He crawls out of the window. He's approaching the stage. No one stops this dog from getting into the thick of a fight for the universe.
Yeah, nobody even like stoops down to be like, oh, cute dog, and pet it. Nobody. It just walks right on past.
Honestly,
no one
I don't
cares.
think these people see anything.
No.
They're just all
They didn't see
blind.
Goku show up with a tractor,
Yeah.
and
They all have the peripheral vision of somebody wearing 2 toilet paper tubes as goggles.
They've all gone blind from wearing those power scouters that explode in your eye when one gets too high.
yeah,
As a tragic device malfunction.
and they still make them out of glass. Why?
I've been thinking about this for years, where the engineer was like, what do we do when it gets too high? It just fucking blows up in your eye. We gotta get these on the market today. Send them out.
How do we keep these small parts from rattling around inside of the scouter? Just pack it full of gunpowder. That'll keep them in place.
Just lubricate them with napalm.
So, Mr. Satan recalls that when that blow up thing happened, he thought he stopped the explosion with the power of love. So he starts to psych himself up just as the giant kitty was gonna punch him in his face, and then it stops an inch from his face because he gets so scared of that little puppy dog.
Yeah, the dog jumps up behind him and just barks, and the cat freaks out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then they all run away.
We were laughing. It was pretty
This is-
good.
I was into it.
Is this going to be the motif of the whole series now? Is that like they build us up to a moment where we think shit's about to go down, and then like something innocuous just stops it from happening?
Not
hope so.
innocuous, something cat related.
Yeah.
I hope they
Every
next.
time.
we got a win for naps and scared of doggies.
Yeah.
Then the next guy, they'll just grab him by the scruff.
And he just like rolls over onto his side. Sorry, mommy.
Build some catnip on a paper bag.
There's just a box, and he just was like, "What's in this box?" And he just never comes out.
You can defeat many foes by leaving your grocery bag open because they have to see what's in there.
Me too.
So yeah, those kitty cats do a silly dance. They leave forever. People are under the impression that Hercule has defeated them in one punch. Everything seems good in the hood. And then we cut to Chi-Chi. She's cooking dinner. And Goten's like, where's Dad? And she's like,
Which we assume he says every night.
He's just got a framed picture on the wall that says, "Where's Dad?" Doesn't even want to say it anymore. Just points to the picture.
Oh man,
And she's
it's
like,
like knitted like one of those home sweet home things.
Where's Dad?
and she's like, he can't come inside until he's done farming. And then Goku's like, oh, I guess I'm sleeping outside again.
Yeah, what does that mean? Done farming?
Yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about how much better a show this would be if Goten is just like acting out and turning to crime because he's been missing his dad his entire life?
I would love to see that. I'd love to
Honestly,
see.
that would be a great show.
He
That would be
comes
really
out and he's
interesting.
like, I just got this Papa Roach CD.
Goten, come
It's like Sean from Boy Meets World.
Hey, Trunks, I found cigarettes.
Do it in Vegeta's hyperbolic chamber.
If you smoke one cigarette in the hyperbolic chamber, how many does that equate to?
It's got to be less, right? It counts as less.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's why I only smoke my cigarettes in the hyperbolic chamber.
See, I was thinking of the gravity chamber that Bulma built. If they would drill a hole in the top and turn it into a giant gravity bomb.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, we are very far over time.
Oh,
Fucking
no.
faded. What do you guys say we skip the prediction because who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows what's next? We'll just rate this thing and get out of here.
Okay.
Sound good? Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I thoroughly enjoyed this episode. I wasn't mad once the whole time. 7 Dragon Balls.
7 Dragon Balls. Let's bank the wish. We'll use them at the end because I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of wishes coming our way. Alex?
Hey, I love the show. Great attempts out there, but there were no beams. And out of my rubric of 0 to 2 beams, you're getting 3 stars.
Whoa.
Yeah, out of 7. Let's get some beams back in here, huh?
I thought this was a sufficient episode despite the lack of beams. I'm also giving it 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I need beams.
Yedoye, what do you got?
I'm gonna go ahead and say 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Very fair.
5 out of 7.
I thought it was a good filler episode, but never been a fan of the filler.
Wow.
We have 2 wishes, and we can't wish Krillin back.
Well, I wish him dead.
All right, that's 1. We're killing Krillin. We're killing a fictional character. And you're the guest. You can take the second wish, too.
Oh, okay. I would like to see a wrestling narrative starring Hercule.
Nice.
I would like
That's
to
a
see that.
really... like a
What a-
prequel. Like we
Yeah.
see him during the heyday of his career. That would be
Hercule
fun.
could reframe every episode of the show, and it would probably be like a fun Better Call Saul style take.
I'd like a one-off, like a one-off, like a movie like they did with Future Trunks, right, where we see him with one-armed Gohan.
I want to see a live action wrestling serial starring Hercule. Because that would.
He's
Starring
still
real-
a cartoon, so it's like a Who Framed Roger Rabbit
How
sort
do
of
we
thing.
tell
Oh,
Katie Hercule isn't real?
You guys, why are you laughing?
Yedoye, thank you so much for joining us
Hey, thanks for having
this
me.
week. Where
This
can the
was
people find you on the internet?
I am mostly on Twitter at Professor Doye.
Do you have anything coming up you want to plug?
It's a long way down the line.
Yeah, okay.
I'm recording an album in October.
Oh, cool.
That's
awesome.
That's about
Well, that's
it.
very exciting. Alex, what do you want to...
Just follow me on Twitter. I'm at Patak Jokes.
Katie?
Oh, you can find me on Twitter at Katie Rose and on Instagram at Oh Hello Katie Rose.
Cool. And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder. Follow the podcast on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, and subscribe on iTunes and all that sort of stuff. That's it for us. Join us next week.
Super!
Super.
Have fun editing that, babe.
No reservations. Bam, bam.
Hello and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. It is really Sunday here.
It is Sunday as fuck.
I'm
on the floor.
I'm at church right now.
I have to host this thing. I'm already...
Jeremy's really punching the clock for this one. If it wasn't for the money, he would not be here.
Well...
All that zenny.
Oh, that's funny. Hello, I'm Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-hosts Katie Rose Leon
Oh, hey.
and Alex Patak.
Hi, just welcome to the podcast. Don't always have to say something funny. Sometimes it's just
You
hello.
do always have
Nope.
to say something funny. That's why we do that part.
I only do one take.
This is not a very free environment.
It's
Well-
my house, Hannah. It's my goddamn house.
Speaking of the goddamn house and Hannah, it's our guest, Hannah Boone.
That's your goddamn guest, Hannah Boone. I want to say right now, I have something to say. I have something to say.
Cut this out.
Please.
Cut this out.
Say it.
I'm right now sitting on an exercise bike that is pressed up against double doors because Alex owns a cat so gigantic it will burst through the doors if we don't have him barricaded with this exercise bike.
He knows how to open doors like a velociraptor.
His, and you're like, you texted me. First of all, you texted me and you're like, I'm doing a podcast. Can you be here in 30 minutes? I was like, no. And then you're like, all right, wait. Also, are you allergic to cats? No, but I might be allergic to whatever animal that is that you own. That is crazy.
It's pretty. I thought it was thoughtful. I remembered to ask you because everyone else who's come over here have just been like, "Oh, good, you're not going to the hospital. That's
Yeah.
great."
Well, Hannah, we like to start the show usually by talking to our guests a little bit about what your experience with Dragon Ball is. Have you ever seen it before? Is this the first time you're watching it?
This is my first time.
Your first time watching it ever? Never seen it before. Did you know people who watched it when you were a kid?
I feel like, yeah. Well, all the boys that I liked would talk about it, and so I wished that I'd seen it, but like not badly enough to actually watch it.
So all the boys that you liked.
And the ones I didn't. All the boys.
All the boys,
All
yeah.
the boys.
But so the boys that how old are you at this point?
Oh, boys.
I want to say 5th grade.
5th grade. You're in 5th grade. All the boys you like are watching Dragon Ball Z. Who are these boys?
Everyone's body's changing, becoming Super Saiyan.
Who were these boys? I mean, definitely peers. I'm not like, not like college guys.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
they were men.
They were.
I guess I just want to know
family members.
who are the boys? What do they like? What do they?
Oh, fucking
paint us a
gross.
picture.
Fucking like 10-year-old, 11-year-old, like boys who haven't hit puberty yet and they're real small, but they're like angry and horny and they don't know why. You know, classic.
Yeah, of course.
Sounds a bit like Krillin. Am I right? It's a Dragon Ball podcast.
I was about to say, being like horny and angry and not knowing why is like a theme of this show and podcast.
Yeah, I was when we were watching that. Yeah, I was like, this has got to be written by a guy at the youngest in his 50s who's been divorced and is like so horny. He's angry at everybody.
Horny and Angry is not directly the name of a Linkin Park song.
But it is spiritually the name of every Linkin Park song.
Every Linkin Park song.
I'm trying to bring up a new metal reference every episode of this show.
Oh no, I'm only bringing up Linkin Park every episode of the show. I want Mike Shinoda, come on the show. What are you hiding from? Fort Minor isn't getting back together.
Let's get back on track.
No.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down on this track.
I was just kidding, Gag.
This is a rough
It's
one.
a
I'm gonna lay
Dragon Ball
down this
podcast.
track and wait for the train to come.
So, you didn't watch Dragon Ball Z. You knew you had crushes on boys who watched Dragon Ball Z. Do you remember, like, at that point in your life, like, do you remember, like, what you thought it was?
I assumed it was cool because I wasn't cool and the people making fun of me watched it. I thought it was Pokemon.
Oh.
You know, listen.
There's so many burns hidden in the story.
I thought it was cool.
I'm a born artist, okay? I provide content. I don't soak it in.
Wait, and so what were you like in 5th grade? What was your...
Same as now. I think just real spaced out, really uninformed about what cool stuff was happening, and really, really bullied.
Hannah has been going to New York Comedians Wiffle Ball for over 20 years.
And so all these things are kind of pointing towards some sort of enjoyment of anime overall. Did you ever watch any anime?
No. What did I do?
This is so
What did you
confusing.
do?
I listened to R. Kelly a lot.
Listen to
Oh,
R.
hell
Kelly.
yeah. You know, my best friend was like really into R. Kelly when I was in this age group. So I was the anime kid, and then she was trying to get me to leave my shell. And then, you know, eventually she was right.
You know, the world of anime and comic books, pardon me if they're not related, I don't know, but
They are.
It's, okay. It's always been a foreign language. It's always been loved Archie comics. Could not get enough.
You loved Archie
Love
comics.
that shit.
I
Were you
fuck with
reading them in the
Archie
barber
comics.
shop?
Yes.
Where do you get Archie comics?
You get them at the
Next
grocery
to the TV
store.
guide. Yeah,
Yeah,
by
okay.
the what's that thing called that you put your groceries on?
Cart?
The conveyor belt.
Conveyor belt.
You can also get them in a pack of Bazooka Joe.
Yeah.
Unless that's just Bazooka Joe and he's
I think it's just a
artistically
Bazooka Joe
indistinguishable
comic, yeah.
from Archie.
Yeah, no, it is exactly that.
Oh, I agreed with you, and I was a diehard fan.
It's
So-
just as good.
How diehard are we talking? Are you watching the Riverdale?
No, but
I
I
am
mean,
watching Riverdale.
Is
And
it
if
good?
anyone wants to start a Riverdale podcast with me, I have so many opinions.
Oh my God, did they make an Archie show?
It is a CW made a Archie TV show that is Archie meets like a sexy teen drama meets Twin Peaks. So it's like Archie Twin Peaks.
Yeah, gritty reboot.
I am very into it.
Isn't Zach and Cody in that?
Yeah, one of them is Jughead, and I didn't know that because I had a weird sex dream about it, and then it really upset me.
Yeah. Yeah. Jughead's like a weirdly sexual character.
He's the one who's always eating burgers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know why they call him Jughead? Because the head of his penis is wide as a jug.
See, it always reminded me of like motorboating. I was like, you put your head in jugs. Like, I think that's it. I think it's the name.
He bleeds sexuality.
Actually, in the comics, he is Canon Ace.
Canon Ace? That's his name?
No, Ace, as in asexual.
Oh, I think you said like Canon-Ace. Like that was a character's name.
I want
like canonade, like you spread it on a sandwich.
I'm Archie, and I'm Canon Ace.
It's during that weird arc where Archie goes to World War II. I'm a Canon Ace.
Like, clearly all this nerd stuff is stuff I'm very into, but I also love bullying nerds to take it too seriously, and I'm so psyched for how upset they're all gonna get at all the stuff that Hannah's gonna say on this episode.
Yeah, I'm very
I
excited.
piss people off by just like chilling, man.
Yeah, I'm like
Just
genuinely
saying words in that voice of yours.
That voice of mine. I did eat an edible at 2:30 in the morning last night. It's been a weird sort of day.
All right, and then you got to dive into your first experience with Dragon Ball.
And while we're on that topic, Katie, why don't we get into this episode?
Okay. The title of this episode is Vegeta Becomes a Student? Win over Whis! I will say that when we read this title out loud, we all got psyched.
Well,
hell yeah.
I'd say we were initially bummed, or I was initially bummed because I was like, they're really tipping their hand on this. You know, as far as we knew, Whis was gone, never to be seen again. And then the title says, win over Whis. And we're like, well, I guess he's back now.
Yeah.
I will say that it was mostly like riffing over the episode, so I didn't hear much, but I was like, that's fine. I like these jokes. And the minute that guy Whis got on screen, I was like, hold on, everybody. We have to watch this.
Yeah.
So I liked that guy.
He commands your attention.
He
It's true.
does. I am jealous of him.
That's the same thing that happened when we had Jess Lane on.
Yeah.
She was like largely disinterested, and then Whis comes on the screen. She's like, who's that guy?
Yeah, he's gorgeous.
Where do you get that lip gloss?
Yeah.
But, like, where do you, though?
Oh.
Hit us up, Akira Toriyama.
Many destroyed worlds.
So, it opens up on the two Supreme Kais, and one says to the other, nothing much is happening now, which seems like a real meta commentary
on the whole show.
Yeah, I'd really like to get that on our soundboard going forward.
I'd really like to use it in my stand-up, like just between jokes. Like, well, not much is happening.
Like
now.
a Staples button.
Yeah.
Young Kai is looking at old Kai, who seems to be having some sort of jism in his pants, and he's like, what are you looking at? And young Supreme Kai thinks he's thinking about fucking, but it turns out he's just looking at two horned beetles having a fight.
He's
How?
watching
Yeah.
Horned Beetles
Japanese.
fight.
And can I say the old guy, the old one, he is called Ancestor. And every time I've seen someone say ancestor, which has only been in Mulan, it is with it is with the utmost respect. And it was weird to be like, to hear him be like, you're not a peeping Tom, ancestor. Stop being horny, ancestor. It was weird.
Oh.
Well, Alex, you kind of called it while we were watching the episode too, in a weird way, because you said, "Oh, his nose is gonna start bleeding any second now," and that's how we should have known
that it wasn't.
that the
Because when they're
Beatles weren't
horny, their
fucking,
noses
yeah.
bleed.
Oh, is that real?
Not
It
like
is
in real
real
life,
in
but-
Dragon Ball.
But I mean,
or
in
if you have a
Dragon Ball.
terrible disease.
It's like an anime trope that,
Yeah.
like, when you're horny, your nose bleeds.
This is what I
My
don't get
blood
this
is
world.
red hot.
I don't understand this world.
Nor should you. They do it on that show.
No one
Chewing
knows it's the
Gum,
world
too.
of the Kais.
Do you remember that in the pilot of Chewing Gum?
Oh, yeah, she does get
She
a
gets
nosebleed.
nosebleeds whenever she's horny, and then they just abandon that right away. Episode 2, we don't see the nosebleed ever again.
Someone's getting a printout from a fax. Kids don't like it when you bleed because you're horny. Stop the machines.
But so Elder Kai's looking at the beetle. He thinks they're younger Supreme Kai. Who cares? Thinks they're fucking, but they're not. He's just like, yeah, they were having a real humdinger of a fight.
Yes, the joke is on us there. And that's how you know it's going to be a fun show.
Oh, yeah. And it continues to be fun because Ska starts to play and we open on Sharecrop and Goku.
Back to the farm.
We're back in the Dust Bowl, farming dirt.
And he's asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
Just like this President Bush. Sorry. No, I'm not.
Not my president.
He's not my president.
He's not.
He's not. Yeah, you're right.
Some jag off.
We haven't mentioned 9/11 in a few podcasts. Should we
That's
get
true.
that out of the way?
Hey, guys. 9/11.
Never forget.
All right,
Get it
back
out
to
of
the
way.
show.
Savor that. Savor talking about 9/11.
What do you
That's
guys
great.
think? Bush did it?
Yeah, well,
I think he let it happen.
Let's give him a call. Let's talk to him.
What happened to Tower 7? Alex?
no one knows, Jeremy.
Katie?
It got wished away with the Dragon Balls.
A big party happened there, and everyone was happy.
And they partied so hard that it fell despite having no damage.
Oh my god! Well, I'm just glad we got this new guy in office. I really have a lot of hope for that.
Guys, I'm a
It'll be
bit
good.
uncomfortable with how irreverent our podcast is getting.
I think Goku crashed his tractor into Tower 7.
Back to Goku. All right.
Goku crashes his tractor into a tree, and then Krillin shows up in a shirt that says tacos.
Why did Krillin show up? Did anybody catch that, or were we all just
He showed
still...
up so he could be like, hey, Goku, hey, why don't you punch me in the face?
Yeah, that was
Hey.
like. I don't know if it's because of how the episode started, but like everything seemed weirdly sexual to me.
Well, that's
Yeah, no,
the
I
whole
see.
It
vibe of the
was
show.
a
he was
little.
just like, yeah, punch me.
Punch me in the fucking face.
Yeah.
Goku.
And
Oh,
he did. He was
Daddy.
like, it's gonna hurt. He was like, yeah, I wanted to hurt. It's like,
Hit me, Daddy.
And I still thought he was a child this whole time.
We have
You know
so
what
much
I'm
shared history.
Yeah, he shows up because he's like, why aren't you training to fight these aliens that might come kill us? And he's like, Chi-Chi won't let me, but Saiyans aren't really a job-having people.
Yeah, we're not really
Oh
day
yeah,
job
he was
people.
such a dick. He was like asleep at the wheel, and he was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I have to do this fucking day job, and I can feel myself getting fucking weaker by the second, and like my days are not amazing anymore." And he was such like a ugh.
I'm on Goku's side. I don't
don't
think
know
he
which
should be
one Goku
sharecropping.
is.
Who makes the money, Goku? You had $100 million yesterday. What the fuck happened?
Can I say during that little segment where they like went back through their history together with Krillin and Goku and whatever, that combined with the whole like, Goku, I want you to hit me as hard as you can. I thought for sure we were going to go through that sequence, and then by the end of the episode, it was going to be revealed that Krillin was a figment of Goku's imagination. We go back through those sequences again,
that's
and it's like a
right.
Tyler Durden
God,
thing.
that would make so
Dun,
much
dun.
sense. Guys, we had to wish Krillin back.
Van Theory.
Oh, we can't.
Yeah, they go to like just one of those fucking Chinese food supply stores where they get all like the Buddhas and the dragons and stuff to decorate Chinese food places. They're like, here, these crystal balls. We'll just get them, put them together. We'll wish your fucking friend back, I guess.
So except for the finale where Goku wakes up in the hospital.
And then he and Chi-Chi watch as all the world financial institutions explode.
And you're like, what? This is what you get when your dog is a president.
Oh, the dog is a president, Hannah. It's gonna be a
dog is
So
a
it's
president.
it's a utopia, is
Yeah.
what. Okay.
Yeah, dog president, dog people everywhere.
So anyway, yeah, there's this kinky moment where Krillin's like, I'm so impressed by how strong you've gotten. Please punch me. And Goku's like, it's gonna hurt. And he's like, I wanted to. And then he punches him in the face. He flies through some trees. It's real silly. He
trees,
flies-
a house,
a date. You
Yeah.
know, it's a
date. He hits a Goku is like, oh no, I punched Krillin, I gotta go catch Krillin, and then he warps comically next to Krillin, who hits a very hard rock and then slips into a coma. and then Goku, along the lines of like a drunk driving accident, has to carry him to the hospital.
Yeah.
I was just hearing like Taking Back Sunday's biggest beef songs playing in the background.
I believe you actually are thinking of Brand New.
Yeah, I was going to say Brand New is who had the car
Brand New
accident.
They
has the
both
car
have the car accidents in them. That's why it's such an epic rock beef.
Actually, the beef was over a girl, and I know this because I am from Long Island. So
And
is
also
Jer
their
Bear.
name,
Oh,
wasn't
I'm
it?
so sorry.
Brand New was originally called Taking Back Sunday, or Taking Back Sunday was originally called Brand New. I can't
What?
remember
They're the
which is
same
which.
band?
No, they're
No, different bands. They had like shared members at some point. The point is,
Best
they both
friends
kind of
meet.
blow.
Yeah.
But I'm from Long
excuse
Island,
me.
so I can't say that.
Yeah, we'll like catch on fire or
I'll
some
edit
shit.
this out.
Yeah.
I've never
That's
been to
very
Long
funny.
They
They
That
like
is fine. That's just
won't
fine.
let
I'm
us
learning
cross
that.
the
I'm
Sunrise
figuring that out.
Highway.
Yeah.
Be like, you're no longer welcomed in this Taco Bell.
You can only stay between the northern and southern state highways. But what'll I do except go to the mall?
Anyway.
Shouts to Long Island. No one else will get these jokes.
Okay, so we cut Krillin getting his wounds tended to by Android 18, who is annoyed.
Yeah, she is so sad.
I am peeved you punched my husband, retarded.
Is that the one with the blue hair?
No, the
Yeah,
one with the
blonde
yellow hair,
hair.
blonde hair, the one who you thought was the babysitter.
When she's not modeling, she is
monotone.
also
Is she?
a housewife.
You are making up that she's hot because she's just right. She's
Android
just
18?
yeah.
No, she's a beautiful woman.
Beautiful
Is
woman.
she?
She's
She got a big forehead, but
It's
she's
a lot of a body.
pretty lovely.
She used to be a machine.
They all, I've noticed, no matter what the character is, if it's a female, rock and bod, and then just like an
Yeah.
old lady face if you want, but like real rock and bod.
well, the men too. I mean, except for maybe Ox King has like bear status.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hercule was looking pretty gangly in that last episode.
that's true. Hercule does look like he is suffering from some sort of.
Autoimmune disease.
But he represents the Western Imperial demon, so he's the only one without.
Wait,
body.
is that the one? That's not Whis. Who's the character you're talking about?
He didn't show up.
He
in
didn't
this
show up
episode.
in this episode,
He's
but
in
he
most
does
of the
look like he has AIDS, and it's very sad.
Anyway,
That's also a look.
Shout out to Long Island.
That is a more accurate joke than you know.
you really.
Oh,
I
too
didn't-
much fun.
I didn't know AIDS was a big.
Deal.
Yeah, I thought we were all pretty calm about it. I thought we could all just relax and relax
Surprise.
about AIDS already.
Winter's over, snowflakes.
Anyway.
Are we at the Vegeta part yet?
Yes. Oh, but one thing real fast. Krillin admits in this sequence that he has given up martial arts. So we know for sure that he is
Fully cucked.
fully cooked.
Absolute.
Well done.
So we do get to Vegeta. He is standing on that plateau. He is screaming in the rain. He's very mad. He lights up a little bit. He throws some rocks. He makes a cute sculpture. He's real mad.
Okay, wait. So I had a question about training, and I will raise this to the room. So it is not uncommon for training to be featured as someone yelling in the rain while they're powering up.
Correct.
Can you train and increase your power level by just like essentially flexing, like Kegels? Does it work like Kegels?
Yeah.
I think that's what he is. He's doing power Kegels.
He's doing power Kegels.
Yeah,
To-
like butt clenches.
To train,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's
You know?
working out.
Well, but he's not moving. He's just standing there like.
Oh, when he was on the top of the mountain, was that him training?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, I've always
He had just
pictured
seen
it-
a sad play.
I've always
Yeah,
pictured it
I
as,
thought he
like-
was plotting something.
I think it was meditating.
No, he
right?
was
Because
screaming.
We see
That's not
we
what
see Piccolo
meditating
do
is.
that all the time, right? He's always like floating in a cross-legged stance. And
That's meditating.
But Piccolo's chill as hell. He was like moving little rocks around, making little sculptures like you do.
Like he's
like the
Dr.
Blair
Manhattan.
Witch Project.
It's like the Blair Witch Project.
like the Blair Witch Project. You know that there was a bad thing around if you
If
opened
the
your
rocks
door and
move.
there were rocks.
If the rocks move. Rocks are a bad sign.
Whoever was animating, job to animate Vegeta this episode, like fucked up. He looked fucked
like
up.
Shit.
I liked it. It represented his emotional
Vegeta?
instability. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're never going to get through all of this.
Okay. I don't know what's funny, but I'm laughing because you're laughing. Katie, you should finish, saying this episode,
Because-
and I'll shut my mouth.
Can I tell you
No.
why it's so funny is because I have such an affinity for changing one letter in a word. It's one of my favorite ways to make something funnier. And you found the perfect letter to change in the name Vegeta.
I thought you were saying vagina this whole time.
Vagina is so good.
And this is so clearly made by like an old horny dude. I was like, of course there's a vagina.
Hannah has a corkboard at home with a picture of Vegeta and a vagina and a string tied to them.
We are now only
then-
ever calling him Vegeta.
And then building 7's up top.
Yeah.
Okay, we cut to no reservations. It's Weiss and Bulma on a date. You know, at a tempura bar. Bulma's older now. She has a sensible haircut, but she knows how to have fun. She's found a new gay best friend, and she is taking him out.
Pays much more attention to her than her deadbeat husband.
Speaking of the sexual
Always yelling on a mountain.
vibe of this show, him sucking down that tempura shrimp was like...
Yeah.
He deep-throated it.
Yeah, I gotta take
And
a
then
little
he
shout.
like almost came his pants. And that woman is the physical embodiment of a hard-boiled egg.
Oh.
That was
Richest woman in the world.
good for fucking her. I'd be a hard-boiled egg person if I could be rich. I'm like lean.
You're really lashing out right now, Hannah. Where is this coming from?
It was just all stewing. I've also been riding this bike. So I'm all pumped up. From the therapeutic fitness bike.
So we find out that Bulma's plan is to befriend Weiss because she wants him to give her family immunity if the Beerus the Destroyer comes back to kill everyone. So she's been like taking him out on hella lunch dates and
It's a good plan.
doing Earth's culinary delights.
All right. Yes. What else happened?
So then, thank you. Oh, I want to die.
It's a rampage.
All right, so Bulma and Weiss come home. Bulma comes home and Vegeta has come back from doing Kegels. He drinks some water out of a faucet very sexually, and then she is like, "Where have you been? Couples are supposed to communicate." And then she's like, "You're filthy." And then we get a weird sexual pan of all his areas.
Oh, but I thought it was. I thought my impression of that scene was Whis looking at Vegeta and all his muscles and being like, "Ooh."
I thought it was his battle damage. They were like,
Oh.
I guess that was. They talk about the male gaze a lot, but that was Whis' male gaze.
That's true. He was objectifying Vegeta.
You know, it's nice. It's nice to see the lens turned on the fucking embodiment of the patriarchy. Bad
Vegeta
dad.
is the embodiment of the patriarchy, by the way.
Yeah.
It felt like the animator was like, people don't get how hard I worked on every muscle, and like wanted us to
He's got a good body. He's got a very good body.
tight bod. It's from all the mountaintops screaming and sweating.
Yeah. Shout out to Long Island again.
Shout out. You know, some people would say this podcast has too many inside jokes, and I say, no. I say, I want this to be as unaccessible to the public as possible.
I've never been. I'm just bashing your hometown.
I just
Yeah,
want
trying to do that.
one horny 17-year-old Long Island be like, this is for me.
Yeah.
So Vegeta gets real mad that Whis is there. He's like, why didn't you tell me you're hanging out with this tall drink of water? And they get in a little fight.
Oh yeah, and she's
This
like,
part-
"Oh, what are you, jealous? He's gay, dipshit."
That's what she said. The cartoon took a weird turn. I mean, it got weird after all that. Then it got weird.
Bulma hopped back in her van with truck nuts and started doing donuts.
But it was such that scene, right? When like the broy
It
boyfriend
was.
is like jealous
Yeah.
that his girlfriend's
Oh,
hanging
he's
out
better
with the
than
gay
me?
guy.
Well, you
But
take
she-
him out for food?
But she fucking loved it. She was like, "Oh my god, you're jealous."
Yeah. Well, she never gets attention from him.
Yeah.
Well, she shouldn't have got that haircut. Hey.
No one is safe.
Oh, this is a
Vagina?
Vagina, my husband.
We're in a real boondoggle here.
So Vegeta goes to punch Whis in the back of the head because he's mad at him while he's walking away.
He's gonna fucking throw a brick in the back of his head like in that Sopranos episode.
But he can't because he has a magical force field, and that is when we learned that Whis was Beerus the Destroyer's teacher.
Whoa.
Does that mean he's more powerful? He's definitely more fashionable.
Which and more compelling.
Yeah.
So Vegeta goes into Prince Vegeta mode, and he bends a knee. He takes a knee.
He takes the knee.
And he's like, please teach me your
Like
ways.
a good prince.
Wait, Whis is the teacher of that cat?
That's
Yeah,
right.
the evil cat.
He
guy.
taught him how to
But
high
that's
five.
who he'd protect everyone. Oh, he taught him and then the cat turned evil.
No.
No,
He's evil too.
he
Whis is supposed to
teaches-
be a bad guy. We just love
Whis
him.
is a bad guy.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. That makes him cooler.
Yeah, right. He bad, and you know he bad.
That's
yeah,
why,
no, he bad. Yeah.
That's why he never calls.
Makes me like him more.
Oh, yeah, you should be on for boyfriend watch. And then Whis is like, I can teach you these energy manipulation techniques if you promise to be a destroyer.
The energy manipulation technique sounds like it's a fucking pickup artist thing.
Whis is like mystery. He's what is that? He's peacocking, right? He acts aloof. He knows a lot of tricks. I don't know, man.
If you guys watch InfoWars, Alex Jones does sell pills for energy manipulation techniques.
This is, I think, around the time the cat jumped in front of the TV, so I forget why they
Yeah,
go
my cat
into the...
jumped
Yeah,
in
the
front of
cat
TV.
moonwalked in front of the TV twice.
Yeah, it
and
was
I
much more
videotaped
compelling
it.
than this episode.
I did videotape it. We could watch the clip behind the cat.
I
in my
just-
videotape
I
on
know.
my phone.
The Instagram story expands.
Something happens, and then Vegeta decides he has to impress Whis through food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because he's trying to get Whis to train him.
Honestly,
Food
though,
is deaf a metaphor for sex all of a sudden also in this show.
Yeah, you made a really good observation, Hannah, where so Vegeta's like, Whis' whole thing is he likes to eat amazing food, so he's trying to bring him to all the best restaurants, and he's like, I've already been here, and Vegeta's like, what about this place? He's like, I've already been here. It's definitely been like, this is where I fucked your wife here.
Yeah, yeah. And you fucked here? And it's like, yeah, we did. This is our place. You took him here? It was so... Oh, and everyone's sweating all the time.
yo,
It's
you think my
crazy.
girl showed you the world, but she ain't shown you that cup noodle.
Yeah.
She only do that for me.
But then she did show him
Yeah.
or she was hiding the cup of
Cuck
noodles.
noodle.
Yeah, cut
Cuck
noodle.
noodle. Oh, that should be our pin. Yeah, so basically, Vegeta brings Whis on a tour of all this amazing food, but he's already had it. And then he offers to cook, and he's just so strong. He can't. All the eggs are breaking.
Yeah.
And then
Dumb
Bulma.
scene.
Doesn't that seem like something like a guy you'd be on a date with and be like, I'm too strong. I can't even. They crack when I hold them.
Hopefully not a guy I am on a date with, but that would be funny to
He
see.
keeps getting drinks at the bar, just breaking the glass in his hand, just bleeding all over the place.
I
I'm too
hurt
strong.
myself.
I was in Suicide Squad, the documentary.
I need the soft touch of a woman to calm me down.
We do get like one of my favorite like classic Vegeta misogyny lines where Bulma's like, "Oh, this sucks," and he's like, "What would you know? All you cook is in a microwave."
Bam, bam.
She didn't react to that at all. She was just like, whatever. I fucking invented a microwave that becomes a pill, dummy.
Yo, my favorite back and forth this episode is when Bulma's owning Vegeta in front of Whis when they first get together, and there's a long pause, and the camera looks at both of them. Vegeta's just like, "Shut up!"
Oh, yeah.
It's like Dragon Ball IRL. It was really special.
Then Vegeta has a great idea. Like, you haven't had the one thing that Bulma eats all the time that is so special and delicious. She's been holding out. And Whis is like, what could it be now? And it was instant noodles.
Cup noodle.
Fuck yeah.
And he likes it so much. Oh my god, it is so yummy.
Oh yeah. And then while we were watching it, we were like, "That's true. It is good. It is good to eat noodles."
Yeah.
in a cup."
We're like,
very
yeah,
good.
it's good as hell.
I
They got
agree.
that right.
A bunch
Love
of
ramen.
broke, hungover comics.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
being
yeah.
like, I can't wait to get that sodium in my sweet dying body.
Yeah, I'm literally gonna go buy one right now.
Hell yeah.
I know. I just bought a bunch of Hot Pockets, but
Ooh,
I can use some
you
more.
spoil yourself.
I do.
Just give me pizza mouth.
Oh.
Pizza Mouth was my name in college.
And then, I guess they agreed to train him because we see Vegeta riding on Whis' back in the Rainbow Bridge or whatever the fuck that is, carrying a giant sack of ramen noodles, and then
they're gonna train.
And they
starts.
get to the upside down pyramid where Whis and Beerus live.
And they have that giant bathhouse.
So is he leaving his wife Burma?
Oh, Jesus, Hannah.
What was that band?
Mission to Burma, yeah.
Wait, what's her name?
Bulma.
Oh, all right.
You've been in the room with us this whole time.
It's
Burma
like
and
not
Vegeta.
Penetrating. That's the thing with anime and stuff. It just doesn't. My brain won't. It won't.
Not penetrating like Vegeta's little dick. Am I right? Am I right? Leave your man.
Vagina's dick.
Burma and Vegeta sounds like a really aggressive lesbian couple. It gets like super competitive when you're just like trying to hang out and play board games.
We're moving to Seattle. Getting 20 dogs.
We're pretty far over. I think we should rate the episode and get out of here, right?
Okay.
All right, yeah.
So let's start with you, Katie. Out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I will give this 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Solid.
Ooh, okay, so
Alex?
much like the last episode, I liked this one, but there were 0 beams. So due to my strict grading rubric, I'm going to give it 3 Dragon Balls again.
Wow.
Guys, I'm sorry. This was a great look into Goku and Krillin's abusive friendship and Vegeta's fragile romantic life. But where are the beams?
This rift with Whis is just gonna push him further into the arms of the intern.
That's right.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
Vegeta has an intern he's fucking. I forgot about that.
Yeah. This is gonna be a thing.
It's the crossover with the movie White Girl. Very niche reference. Go watch it. It's on Netflix.
Hannah, out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you give
Oh,
us?
well, I don't feel qualified.
Your enjoyment.
4.
All
That's
right.
how many people are in this room. 1 for each of us.
Nice. All right, 4 out of 7 Dragon
Nice.
Balls. I'm giving this one 2 out of 7. This
Wow,
was very
scathing.
like.
Ooh.
This made
It felt like a waste. I don't think we really got much of anything out of this. We
Oh.
already knew
I thought
that
you were gonna
Whis
like this
loves
one. I
food.
I feel like you're about to quit comedy. It's
I
a
know,
waste.
Fucking
I have a degree in communications sitting there.
from Gudger College. All right. I think we should wrap this thing up. Hannah, where can people find you on the internet? What do you got going on?
Oh, okay. I have an EP out on iTunes and Spotify called Mommy, Daddy, Baby, Family. Also, May 4th, 7:30 p.m. QED. Great show with a great comic, Gabe Smith. We got Luke Moniz, Dan Perlman, Dewey Lovett, and Julia Solomon. Should be really fun. 7:30 QED.
Fuck yeah. All right, Alex.
Do we love it? Yes, we do. Okay. Just fucking find my Twitter, nerds. Come at me.
Find it.
You find it.
Katie, what do you got?
Find me on Twitter at Katie Rose and on Instagram at Oh Hello Katie Rose.
Nice. You find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter, and you can come to the Hard Times show this Saturday at Tender Trap, 8 o'clock. It's going to be real good.
I'll probably
Come check it out. Albert Kirchner is going to record for his EP that he's putting out. All right, that's it for this week. We'll see you next week.
Super! We do this at the end of the show.
God.
No, it's almost too SNL voice. No reservations.
Kevin Nealon.
No reservations. Meow. Uh-oh, they've ruined every character.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
Hi, let's do it.
And Alex Patak.
Hey, fellas, let's do it.
Why did you fake your voice, too?
Brand changes.
Well,
big, strong podcasting man.
Well, this week, Katie could not join us because she has a job at the bookstore we won't name, so nobody goes there.
It's very offensively named.
It is, yeah. It is a big old racial slur.
Have to bleep it out.
Anyway, she's at work. She couldn't get out of it, but she's gonna quit soon, so that's pretty sick. We're joined this week though by comedian, magician, musician, insanely talented guy, good friend of mine, Griffin Hennelly.
Hello.
Hi, Griff.
Hi, how you doing, pal?
Why are you doing that voice?
I don't know. I wish we were all doing voices.
I'm excited. Griff's on the show.
Well, you see, this is my podcast voice. I'm not doing a voice necessarily. It just kind of comes out this way when I'm talking into a microphone with just us in a room.
I like it.
More talents.
This is going to be a really challenging episode. I already can tell.
Yeah.
See, you can view it as a challenge or an opportunity for a real bro down.
Just a couple of guys hanging out.
That's
I'm
right.
ripping off my sleeves as we speak.
Just checking out some sweet anime booze.
Boing, oing, 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 oing. Those are noises we made while watching them because we can't control our balls.
They do seem to have remodeled Bulma quite a bit.
She's more top heavy.
Yeah.
As an architecture student, a risky decision.
See, we're already off the normal schedule that we would be keeping for this. We shouldn't be talking about the episode
I meant to ask you this before we started. So do you want me to help you do the part Katie normally does?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't know if you were just going to take it over, because sometimes...
No. I've written down some notes, but I will probably rely on you a lot, because a lot of my notes just say things like, Krillin's a pig.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go any further into this episode, Griff.
Yeah.
We like to start our show off by talking to our guests a little bit about your experience with the franchise.
Yeah.
Were you at any point a fan of Dragon Ball?
No.
No.
Not at any point.
Not at any point.
No.
Zero.
But there was something about it that appealed to me.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone seemed to like it.
Yeah.
But I'd never seen it until I saw it once.
Mm-hmm.
When was the once?
Well, so I wasn't allowed to watch much television growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And everything had to be pre-screened by my parents.
Right.
And so most of what I watched would be like the Dick Van Dyke Show and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
And I wanted to watch this. And so I asked my dad if he would watch an episode of it to see if it was okay for me.
Right.
Watched it. And he was like, you can watch it. It's really dumb.
Now back to Dick Van Dyke.
and I watched it and I got violently ill. I think it was from the animation or something. And I've never watched. This is the first time I've watched anime since that day as a child.
How are you
Let's
feeling right
unpack
now?
this.
I feel fine.
You feel fine?
I feel fine. Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Confused, but fine.
It's interesting to me that your dad didn't like Dragon Ball when he watched it, because this is something that I know about your dad that the listeners at home and perhaps Alex don't know about your dad. He's a professional magician.
Yes.
And there is an awful lot of magic in Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Although I will say, notably lacking from today's episode.
He was trying to make your childhood whimsy disappear.
So the show isn't usually about like a cop pulling people over.
No.
This is like a gritty turn for the show, where your friends actually help you catch a criminal, but you write him up anyway, because you're playing by the fucking books now.
So I want to rewind a little bit, because
Yeah.
you'd said that you never watched it, but like it appealed to you.
Yeah.
Like I want to know kind of like what about it appealed to you? Do you remember
Well,
kind of?
I like sort of like long story type things where there's like, characters you get invested in over time, and like, you get little bits of it, and the stories keep going instead of like a monster of the week kind of thing. I always like longer type thing.
Yeah, it's a monster of the like season,
right?
Sort of a thing with Dragon Ball.
It's a progressive story, so it's not like you could drop in anywhere. Like it keeps going on and getting more exciting.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that you cannot just drop in anywhere. But yeah, so like every lots of kids that I knew liked it, and it looked fun from the commercials.
Yeah.
And there were like toys at Burger King or whatnot. I was like, this looks cool.
So one of the things I like to ask that often doesn't get a very satisfactory answer, which I'm starting to learn perhaps is just because it's a bad question. But like, can you remember when you were like that age? Like, what did you think Dragon Ball was going to be about?
I thought it was about like some sort of athletic team in space. That's like because they wore like uniforms kind of, and there were like things that looked like aliens.
You're totally
that's not far off at all.
That's
pretty much what the show is.
Space athletes.
It's space athletes.
No, seeing the Saiyan armor, like just from an outside perspective, seeing a bunch of guys in like blue spandex suits with like gloves and like shoulder pads and stuff.
Tough guys.
Good instinct. I mean, wrong, but good instinct.
But close.
Not even really close. Yamcha plays baseball.
Yeah. That's
okay.
True.
There's a character called Yamcha.
That's his. Are you interested now?
Yes.
There's a character named Yamcha?
Well, and you know of Yamcha at least because this is a fun fact for the listeners at home. Griff is the singer of the majority of our jingles.
Yes.
Including What's Yamcha Up To?
Right, that's me.
What's Yamcha up to?
Alex?
Jingle weebs.
Katie, what are you doing here?
I'm stuck in an air vent.
I thought you were at work.
Not cool.
Help her down.
I don't know if we can.
I'm going back the other way.
Very high up.
It's a very high air duct. This is the dumbest episode. We need Katie.
Well, help her down.
You just have to believe. I think you're doing a great job there, Bear. Let's keep on the rolling down the track.
Thanks, other Alex.
You want to feel my forearms?
No. It's okay. Can you do a Yamcha voice?
These need work, but great start. And he doesn't really have...
Which one was he? Because that was everybody.
Yeah. He's not in this episode.
Oh, okay.
That's why we're wondering what he's up to.
He kind of sounds... Does he have the same voice actor as adult Gohan?
No, I don't think so.
They sound kind of similar.
Because he's like... He's so gruff, Yamcha. He's got sort of like a, hey, guys.
I want to invite him to our anime watching hangout. Because I feel like he has the kind of masculinity we need to get on a bike and rob people in the sand.
Well, have you seen the Yamcha side story manga?
No.
Oh, my God. I can't believe I haven't brought it up on the podcast
just have
yet.
This?
I'm sorry. This is going to alienate you for a little while, Griff.
Oh, just for a little while? Okay.
Griff, do you want to put your nose in the corner over there?
Yeah, I'll be over there.
And just wait?
Or actually, perhaps you could help Katie get out of the air duct while we do this.
I'll go get the ladder.
Leave her.
Leave her. She needs to learn. It's true what they say of Alex and I. We do have a podcast together. But so there's a manga out right now. I think it's in its second issue, but the story of it is it's a kid. He's like a big Dragon Ball fan, and like his friends are like, "You're the biggest Dragon Ball fan. Why do you know so much about Dragon Ball?" And he's like, "'Cause I love the franchise so damn much."
This is Ralph Macchio's first gig in a while.
Yeah, and he plays all the characters. It's like a
he's so gifted.
Eddie Murphy movie.
Hey, I love the show.
I love the damn show. All right, so anyway, so he's on his way to a Dragon Ball convention, which they have in Japan, I guess.
Right.
And he trips and falls down some stairs, and I think he breaks his neck and dies.
Oh, okay.
But he wakes up.
The start of several other animes.
Yeah. He wakes up and he's in the Dragon Ball universe. And who is he? Yamcha! What a cruel twist of fate.
See, that would fucking blow. Hey, you're here. You're the guy who can't do nothing.
It's really funny because he, as like a super Dragon Ball fan, is like, well, here's where this happens to Yamcha. Oh my God, I can stop things from happening. So he like knows all the shit that's gonna happen, so he can like inform future decisions. He like decides to train instead of like sleeping with Bulma.
Does he wife up Bulma? Oh, he went the other way.
He went the other way. Yeah,
okay.
He ditched Bulma altogether. He's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get cucked by Vegeta later anyway. So he trains more so that when that Cyberman guy comes and fucking clenches onto him to blow him up, he's just like, nah, and he like fucking like breaks his arms off and then kills all of them, and then but like probably still can't beat Vegeta.
Nice.
I think that's where it ends.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It sounds sad where a boy goes into a coma and then dies in an alternate reality.
Well, that's the thing is, I don't even know if he's in a coma because they don't really cover that. I'm pretty sure that it's just like he trips, falls.
He died, and then
yeah, the best you can hope for in this life is that you wake up as Yamcha.
Yeah.
All the Catholics have been praying for all these years just to wake up as Yamcha.
All right. Good side story. Griff, you can come back now.
yeah, great.
Okay.
That was the corner.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Should we get into the
Let's
episode?
break down the episode, and I'm going to help Jeremy out here.
Please
and
do.
We're going to hold our hands together.
The title of this episode is...
Wait,
I'm
do
trying
you
to
want to
Katie.
do a Katie voice?
The title of this episode is Pan is Born, and Goku goes on a training journey?
You got the inflection right. We all have to start somewhere.
That's right, folks. We're on a training journey. Not yet.
We're
Pan
all on a
is
training
born.
journey. Called
That part
life.
happened.
We're on a training journey called Katie's Not Here, and this podcast is hard to do.
Okay, but we'll start. The start of the episode, as we can all attest, is Hercule playing with his grandchild who has now been born. She's 6 months old.
That's right.
And
they do remind us in the opening that 6 months has passed.
Mm-hmm. So this isn't one of your boat days, which has more than your average 24-hour day. It's around a 40 to 70-hour day where 8 episodes pass and you're on a boat for one afternoon. This is 6 months and 5 seconds.
Christ. Okay.
Hercule is throwing his granddaughter, who is 6 months old, in
That's
the
right.
air.
That was the
That's
beefy
right.
guy.
That was the beefy guy. He's supposed to be almost literally Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yes,
Right.
correct. So they're in the home. They're throwing the baby around as though it were just a thing.
Don't ask why.
It's okay to
It's not
do.
important why. What's important is...
I thought it was so they could use their hands for fighting.
Yes. Well, Gohan shows up. He puts on a mask, and then he has to fight his father-in-law because he's holding his child.
That's right. And what a great scene that was for Gohan, too, because, like...
So rich.
I was going to say so cucked, because they open on it, and he, like, puts on the Saiyaman outfit, and we're like, oh, shit, yeah, Gohan's going to, like, do some cool stuff again. And then he's just like, just kidding, I'm playing with my baby. I'm not going out to fight crime. Don't worry, this show still sucks. Also notably missing from that scene is Goku. Chi-Chi's there.
Who
Chi-Chi
is
shows
farming?
up. Yeah, we cut to Goku, and he's back on the farm. And you pointed out some things have grown.
Yeah, he has plants that are sprouting up next to these holes in the ground because, as they keep showing in the show, Goku's idea of farming is falling asleep on a tractor that goes around in circles, and then he wakes up and fights the ground. And somehow, plus 6 months, that's going to lead to a large crop harvest.
Griff, as somebody who has no stake in this show, see,
Yes.
we have a podcast
Right.
to make. We have to keep watching this show.
Yes.
As somebody who may perhaps be, compelled to continue watching the show, does watching Goku in like a tan suit and an ascot punch the ground and grow turnips, does that sound like a good TV show to you?
No, that sounds like a bad TV show.
Yeah, you wouldn't tune in every week to watch Goku sharecropping?
No. Well, first off, I couldn't even tell that that's what he was doing. I was confused why he was wearing an aviation scarf.
That's right.
And
There is no reason for that.
Okay.
no. Well, that's what farmers wear. All farmers wear
course, yeah.
tan suits with
They
aviation
have to
scarves.
protect their necks.
And from what I saw, there was nothing that hinted to me that he's a farmer farming things.
Right. And he has that giant tank on his back.
Tank?
He's got a giant blue, garbage pail attached to his back. It's huge. You didn't notice the huge garbage pail attached to his back.
Well, there's a lot to digest looking at Goku. Mostly the savior of mankind forced to do minimum wage labor in a field. That makes his wife happy for some reason. She's thrilled about it. Anyway, let's focus back on the scene. There's two grown men fighting while throwing a baby in the air.
Right. They're fighting with each other, just having a little...
They're having fun.
Having fun.
It
looked like a fun time.
We're watching. We're like, it's dangerous, but we love these guys.
It looked like they had it under control. I wasn't worried for the baby's safety.
And they're very talented artists of the martial sort. But
notably, Chi-Chi walks in and she says, "What are you guys doing?"
Yeah, that's true.
You think
she does
they
this
look like
offensive
professionals.
Jewish voice when she does it. What's going on here? It's like a Three's Company thing almost.
Archie, what's going on in here? You can't throw around your baby, Arch.
But she objects. Also, Vidal, the mother of the child, has been watching this whole time, kind of like, yeah.
Oh, boys.
And then just has to co-sign with her mother-in-law because everyone's afraid of her.
That's
right.
right.
And then Chi-Chi takes the baby and barricades herself in another room.
Well, but so before that, they start having that argument about whether... And I don't remember how this argument started. I feel like it might have just, for no reason, started, which, things do.
I think that is how it started.
They are arguing Chi-Chi wants the baby to be a scholar one day, of course, and Hercule, Mr. Satan, wants the baby to be
That's the same person. Okay, sorry.
a fighter.
He has two names.
Okay.
And he even has the audacity to say, he has the blood of me in his veins as well as Gohan.
Well, Hercule is very self-indulgent.
See, but I never got the impression that he believed it until now. For a long time, I thought this was public image. I thought this was kayfabe. I thought this was like totally about him.
But didn't you notice there's no scenes where Hercule sighs and sits down in a gold house shaped like his head and is like, what's it all for? That never happens.
But there are a lot of times...
I gotta buy a hot tub. It'll look like my face.
There's so many times though where he and Goku will be chatting and he's just like, we all know who the real fucking guy.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's that one episode where he gives Goku $100 million.
That's nice.
Yeah, but there's so much backstory to get
so many
into
strings
here.
attached,
Yeah.
The point is
the opposite of that NSYNC song. I'm sorry about this reference. No strings attached. It's a 1998 or something. Look it up. Anyway.
Is that the one in the
yeah,
video
where
they're
they
in
have the
marionettes?
strings attached?
Yeah. They're puppet boys.
Let's get back on track here. We cut away from the farm. We cut away from the baby to the streets of Satan City,
which are
gritty,
full
mean
of crime.
streets, full of crime.
Terrible streets, folks.
But it's okay because who's there to suppress the working class?
we're skipping too far in advance. So
no, we're not. This is exactly where we are.
Yeah, but you see Bulma. She is her car is knocked aside by some bandits, and you can tell they're bandits because they're holding a comically sized sack, which is what bandits do. They run into her car, which flips over because it's the real downside to hover cars is they don't stay up like wheel cars do. And she decides to take these bandits down via road rage and vigilante justice, only to get caught up in a police chase by this masked man on a bike who turns out to be Krillin. Bulma takes out the crime. Krillin shakes his head and says, I can't support your vigilante behavior. Here's a ticket for speeding.
Yes. Several things here. Number one, don't like that Krillin's a cop.
No.
I don't think I need to...
No.
What was his past life?
Martial arts.
He fought aliens.
He was just like everyone else. He was just a fighter. He was a fun dude. He was the goofy friend.
Why, if everybody in this show they're fighters and they fight aliens, why now does everyone want to become professors and involved in business? And
good question.
There's no reason.
And
There's
farmers
no reason for
and
this to happen.
There was never once during Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball really like much of a question about like how are these guys making ends meet. And now suddenly everyone needs to make ends meet.
I want my son to be an air conditioning repairman.
Send Goten to a trade school. He's not really as smart as Gohan.
He makes lovely shoes and jewelry.
But yeah, Krillin's out there just pretty much cleaning up the working poor and giving light tickets to the Elon Musk stand-in that is Bulma.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. I haven't said it since the second episode, but he is killing people of color with impunity. Okay, so we're back in Gohan's apartment.
Okay, yeah,
where
Krillin had gotten a phone call about a hot hijacking
hostage
ransom
situation.
It was like, I'll be there right away.
Yeah, because he is the only cop in Satan City.
Oh, man, they slashed the budget.
So he gets to the apartment where we find out that Chi-Chi has barricaded herself in their very large utility closet or game room, I guess. It's like a small...
Gohan's doing very well for himself. He's got a variety of rooms. Yeah, they're still living in boxes, but there's a lot of stuff in the boxes.
She's barricaded herself in the room with Videl so that Mr. Satan doesn't turn Pan into a fighter.
Yeah.
Which he could do right then and there.
Yeah.
Well, it is a hostage crisis. She's actually just like making demands in a closed-off room with a baby.
A crazy woman has just taken a child who's not her child.
It's her grandchild.
It's her grandchild. Just because she wants her to become a professor.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's odd. That's odd.
Sign this contract with Goldman Sachs now.
We need your blood for it. No, but then they're in there, and then there's that great moment where Chi-Chi is like, "Oh, Videl, I guess I never really asked you what you want to happen to your kid," and then she's like, "Oh, well, I guess I'm not really a character anymore, so don't worry about it."
Baby to do whatever the baby wants to do.
It's like,
hey, that's actually a really great response.
So unrelatable.
Yeah. It doesn't fit in with the world at all, for sure.
You need a very strong opinion about exactly what you want a baby to turn into.
Every baby I meet, I make a decision about what I want them to be in the future. Firefighter.
Because you're a reasonable person. Yeah. But so then, was it Bulma and Krillin show up?
Mm-hmm.
And then Bulma's like, "Oh, let me go talk them out of it. I'll get them out of the closet." And then she goes and just like hangs out in there also.
This really just follows up on the thread that this is just the Bulma show.
Yeah.
The story follows Bulma. Bulma's where all the plot points are.
Yeah,
she fixes things.
She's the R2-D2 and C-3PO of Dragon Ball Super. She's the MacGuffin. She's what moves this thing along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she's got a very fashionable kerchief.
That's right, yeah. And great haircut now. She's looking good. Big fan of Bulms right now.
If I can see your throat, you're not doing well.
What does that mean?
Everyone's wearing a neckerchief.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
But so
they meant like the inside.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
So she goes into the room. They're sitting in the room together, and they're like, "Oh, those Saiyans sure do suck." And everyone's like, "That feels a little racist, but okay."
Yeah. Let's not put words to it. We all know who sucks here. They take all the goddamn jobs and sharecropping.
But no, they're talking about how much it sucks being married to a Saiyan.
Mm-hmm.
And she reveals that Vegeta didn't even just show up when Trunks was born.
Oh my god, yes. Oh, this should be all we talk about for the whole thing.
All this goddamn time, okay? All this time. You always hear, like, people, obviously people in the fan community make a lot of jokes about Goku being a bad dad, but you always hear people then followed up by saying, "But Vegeta's a good dad." No, he's not. He's a piece of shit, too. They're all pieces of shit.
He smashes things because he cares.
Was Vegeta in this one?
He was not.
He's not, yeah, he's on the Whis planet.
If you can imagine, also not a good dad based on everyone else you've seen in the show.
Yeah, just picture everybody and then just like give it like this kind of a voice, and then you got it. But then the best part though is that they're going back and forth trading their little war stories about their abusive, toxic relationships with these Saiyans, and then they're like, "Well, Videl, what about you?" And she's like, "Gohan's a good dude because he was raised by those pieces of shit." That's what's so great is that the whole time they're like, I think it's a Saiyan thing. Just Saiyans suck. And she's like, "No, your husbands suck. Gohan's okay. He comes home
a fine dad.
Yeah, he goes to work.
He only occasionally tosses the baby like near ceiling fans.
Yeah. You know what? Some dads do that.
Yeah.
I'm betting Gohan has a lot of bones buried in the backyard though, because we keep seeing these scenes where he's like, "Dad, I have a kid," and then his dad's like, what's for dinner later? Or just pushing down these emotional buildups over and over again.
So then they're bitching in the closet.
Goku bursts through the wall.
Yeah, Bulma
vaguely
mentions that that Vegeta is training with Whis. Goku Kool-Aid Man's through the fucking wall.
Yeah,
he fixed it.
He did.
And then he fixed it. Yeah,
What
a great guy.
Comedically with plywood, which we were watching, we were like, this again, great funny stuff.
Good Joe.
The old smash and fix.
Classic comedy. And then what happens? He wants to go train with Whis, and everyone's like, no, you need to raise your child, which again, may I remind you, is eternally 8 years old. He needs his dad. Just please, stay. And he's like, I'm gonna find Vegeta using my magic. And then he tries to do it, but he can't.
He can't do it. He's too far away.
Can't do it.
Yeah. Which raises more questions about the range of the fucking instant transmission.
Yeah.
Because it seems, but he went to heaven and back a few times with it, but hey, let's not think about that too much.
So who was the gay alien who got so excited about cooking steak?
Oh, that's Whis.
Okay.
And I'm curious.
Whis does not subscribe to any labels.
Hang tight there, buddy. Because this is interesting to me because you had a very visceral reaction to Whis.
Yeah.
When he first appeared on screen, he's eating the little steaky bits in the water. And he's like, "Oh, these are so delightful." And you went, "Ah."
Yeah, it was really weird. It made me uncomfortable.
It made you uncomfortable. Did you not like Whis?
I thought he was way too excited about food.
Because you will be, I think, actually the first guest on the podcast so far who did not immediately love Whis.
I mean, it was funny, but I don't think it was supposed to be.
No, it is.
Was it?
It is. Yeah, no,
he's like a funny
he's
guy.
a funny guy.
Okay.
He's a funny character.
I think I went into this taking it too seriously.
In fairness, when Griff was coming over, I did tell him we were about to watch Hotel Rwanda.
So important.
Which we will. We'll get to it.
Yeah. That's what we're doing after we sign off.
For my podcast, Hotel Rwanda Super.
Okay, so we're
We can get KRL out of the vent. She's on that one too.
Never. She needs to learn.
You have to hide.
Anyways, we're running desperately low on time now. I think we should speed through the rest of this episode.
Okay, well, what you need to know, Goku gets a burner phone from Bulma
That's
after
right.
gaslighting her for months about going to Whis.
Yeah, she gives him a burner iPhone. He then immediately becomes like all of us are with our stupid iPhones, and he's just like sitting there all day, just like, nothing yet.
Any of you guys want to... I'm stuck on Candy Crush, but if I send 3 of you invitations to Candy Crush, then actually I get like a pass for Candy Crush. And they're just like, Dad, be here.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. If ever there was an argument for why Goku's a piece of shit dad, it's that even when he's home, even when everything's okay, he's just sitting there dicking around on his phone. Gohan shows up. He's like, hey, Dad, parenting is really tough. I got this kid. I'd really love some advice from a father. Not now. I'm playing Dokkan Battle.
I just got on Foursquare. Do you have Foursquare? I'm checking in at my house with Foursquare. You want to check into your house?
I'm trying to become the mayor of my turnip farm.
Chi-Chi sees he has a burner phone and then acts suspicious. No, she sees Bulma give him it and is kind of like, what is going on here? And then he makes up an excuse. She's clearly not worried that he's cheating on her.
Yeah.
As that ship has sailed since Go 10 was procreated in that passionate night before the Cell Games.
That's right.
Let's talk about it.
Frankly, it feels a bit like she would almost be relieved if he were cheating.
Right, because it would mean there's still something in there.
There's something left in the tank.
That he carries on his back.
Emotional labor.
You ever have a super soaker and you just like don't put water in it, you like pump it up and it just shoots out away? Masculinity is a prison.
These are all Katie's catchphrases.
We love you, Katie. Please come back. Anyways, Goku goes to he gets the phone call from Bulma. He's like, "Huh, Whis is here," and he like goes and flies away. And Gohan's like, "I wonder what he's up to." Boop boop.
Gohan's skipping lunches at work to stalk his dad.
Yeah, what is he doing there? Hiding in the bushes, looking after his dad with his goddamn burner phone.
He's still working on a weapons contract on his iPad while he does it.
What's weird is I when you say things, I even if it didn't happen in the show, I'm like, did that actually? Is that actually what was going on that I missed all of that?
But it might as well have, is my point.
I have zero idea what happened.
Because the actual like narrative of the world is so all over the place, and anything is possible that like this could all just be in the show. But long story short, Goku gets the call. He shows up. He negs Whis into training him by harassing him through a meal, which they really play out for you.
They loved the meal. They were having a great meal.
Yeah, they were loving it. Yeah, as Whis tends to. He loves food. You know, it's one thing you take away from this show.
Whis loves food.
Whis loves food.
Yeah. And making sticks appear.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I made a stick.
I like food, lipstick, and making sticks appear.
Sorry.
So he's annoying. He's a big pain in the ass. And then Gohan shows up
carrying
Chi-Chi.
Carrying her like a bundle of potatoes, fuming in his arms.
Just snitched hard on his dad.
Whose side is he on?
Well, that's a good question, because then when he gets there...
You want it all, Gohan. It's not going to happen.
He gets there with Chi-Chi there, ready to snitch. And then what does he do? He just talks Chi-Chi out of caring anyway.
Right, and the most disturbing thing, and maybe the whole series I've seen so far, is Chi-Chi's fuming at Goku, telling him he can't go, that he's got to go back to work, that she loves him, and then he hops away onto Whis as he's teleporting away and goes with him. And then there's a pause, and she kind of looks down and is like, actually, I'm fine. It's not even a big deal.
Classic Goku.
And you're sitting there wondering just like, where do these dark energies go? Where is this building towards? How deep is the abuse in this family? And then the credits fucking roll. Yeah.
I was so surprised that it was over.
Yeah, you were more surprised, I think, than any of us have been at any of these. Because it never doesn't feel that way. I need you to know. We're 17 episodes in now. It never doesn't feel like, wait, what?
Sometimes it's like mid-sentence.
Okay, we need to rate this episode and go to band practice.
I wanted to go on a whole thread for what kind of protection Goku uses.
Alex, out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you give us?
Oh, I did not like this episode at all. They turned Krillin into a cop. Goku was annoying. Everyone seems broken inside. I'm gonna give it 1 ball.
1 ball?
This is the 4-star ball on the mantelpiece. But in a sad and lonely way.
Griff, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I didn't puke once. 7 balls.
Hey,
ooh, you get a wish, baby.
Make a wish.
Oh, I wish I never have to watch the show again.
And I'm giving this one 0 balls.
You can give it 0 balls?
Giving it 0 balls, yeah.
That's a great option.
You got no balls, all right? Bad episode.
I thought you were going to wish Katie would come back.
I wish I could, but 0 balls. I can't compromise my integrity on the ball system.
Yeah, we could go to Namek.
No, we can't. Okay. Alex, you got anything coming up? You got to plug anything?
Yes. Come to my show on Friday at Star Bar, May 12th. At 7 o'clock. It's the fundraiser show. Come to my Twitter at Patak Jokes. I'll tweet about the show.
Griff, you got anything to plug?
Yeah, May 19th at the Reckless Theater at 7 p.m. The Magical Adventures of Benny and Griff.
Oh, that's very exciting. And unfortunately, I have to plug something also on May 19th.
Ooh.
You guys should see Griff's show. It's very good.
You should see Griff's show. You should try to see both, because mine is a roast show of bad tattoos. We're having people show up with terrible tattoos, and we're having comedians roast them, and whoever's tattoo is the worst gets a free laser removal. And that's it. That's it for this episode. Join us next week. Super!
Super. Uh-oh, Goku has a UTI. Another shit episode.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super! Where we are, for some reason, still watching Dragon Ball Super. Hi, folks. My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
I finally got out of that air vent.
And Alex Patak.
I'm here, too.
You were so ready for it.
I've been waiting 20 minutes.
And joining us this week is co-creator of 2 Minutes to Late Night, Jordan Olds.
Hey, I'm also here, guys.
I'm here too.
I'm here too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Please stop fidgeting with the fidget cube,
I'm
Alex.
putting the cube down. Didn't realize we lived in fascist America, where you can't fiddle your cubes while you podcast.
Podcast fidget cube. All the annoyance of a metronome without all the pleasantry of things on time.
Jordan, how
Yeah.
are you? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little confused. I was very surprised that was the episode we watched.
Yeah.
That was considered an episode of television.
That was a full episode. That was the full. And
Feeling never goes away.
Yeah, we talked about this actually just at the end of the last episode. That this is gonna be a nice little
Callback.
Yeah, callback sandwich.
I think the word you're looking for is sandwich.
But yeah, this is the 18th episode now that we've watched of this series, and never once has it ended with us not being like, wait, that's the end. Every single time.
It was
I would defend here.
Which is, I feel like the strangest part about it is that it didn't even feel like we were halfway through the episode.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's usually with stuff that's awful. It feels long. Mm-hmm. That felt like we were watching for maybe 4 minutes, and it was over.
Is it full of commercials in Japan? Is that what it is? Is it like 18 minutes?
I saw the time code. It was 21 minutes. That is an appropriate episode length.
It just doesn't feel like they get anything done.
They have
in
to
21
fit
minutes.
Nothing happened.
They have to fit in the scenes where Goku has to piss somewhere, and they tell him not on the wall, and that's a minute of the episode.
Okay, we're getting too far into the episode too quickly. Before we get into all that, Jordan, we like to start each episode by talking to our guest a little bit about your experience with Dragon Ball as kind of just an overall franchise. Like, did you grow up watching the show? Were you a fan at any point?
Yeah, in fourth grade, I was really into Dragon Ball Z. Mm-hmm. I think that that's when Toonami was like first a thing.
Yeah.
So I watched I think from like right when Goku dies and then through the Frieza saga.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of like the
Snake Road.
Yeah, that
Snake Road.
All of fourth grade, he was literally just running on a snake.
Fourth grade was my Snake Road. Yeah, to middle school.
Oh, fantastic!
To the weebs at home, I would just like to apologize for the fact that we've called it Snake Road 5 times now. It is Snake
not?
Avenue, everybody.
Oh, fuck you!
Is that actually? Wait, I thought he was nicknaming
doing
it.
a gag.
No, it's Snake Way.
Oh,
Snake Way is what it's called.
Here's the thing. If you were,
Snake Avenue.
Snake Avenue, freeze out.
That I like. I like that one. I now get where if you make Bruce Springsteen jokes, I'll get it. If you make Dragon Ball references, I won't understand if they're real or you're making them up because this show is goofy enough to have something called
Got a real
Snake
South
Avenue.
Kai over here.
Oh, my feelings.
I'm here too.
We have fun.
Guys, I'm here too.
So you were a fan. 4th grade, we're watching from Goku dies, goes on Snake Way, comes back, fights the Saiyans. Everyone goes to Namek. Goku follows them to Namek, fights Frieza. I consider that to be kind of like for our age group at least, I think kind of like the quintessential Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, that's like the meat and potatoes version. Like when they got into like the cell stuff, I was like, I'm exhausted.
And so like after that time period, did you ever like come back to the show at all?
No, well, my roommate and also the other co-creator of 2 Minutes to Late Night, Drew, is he went through a phase, I think like 4 years ago, where he just rewatched every episode of the show. There's what, like 200 something episodes?
More. I think
there's over 9,000.
I got that one.
Ref.
Majin
I got that one. I'm here too.
I'm here on myspace.com and I'm making jokes. Let's do this.
Hell yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, yeah, no, my roommate went through a phase where he rewatched all of the original Dragon Ball Z episodes, and then we went and saw one of the movies in the theaters. It was
one of the new ones.
One of the new. What are they called? The one with Frieza.
Resurrection
of F. We saw that we thought it would be like kind of like.
This isn't Resurrection A through E.
We thought it was just going to be like a weird screening, and it was going to be mainly empty or people ironically going to see it like us. It was not that. That is not what happened. We showed up. It was hardcore. Everyone in that theater was wearing one of those big anime button downs where it's just like a man's face and their hair. And what they did at the beginning is
Shout
they
out
showed
to
like,
all our vape enthusiasts.
oh my
listeners.
God. I'm pretty sure like we showed up late, but I'm pretty sure like everybody had to like walk by the usher and ask if they could vape in there, and they received a resounding no. But
you know those people too. Yeah, you know those people too. Like went out and they were all dressed up, and they were like, "We're going to look like a theater full of powerful warriors."
Well, they were. You're not wrong, because they showed it was like a Funimation presentation for the whole thing.
Yeah,
there was they showed a video of the president of Funimation was just like, "Welcome to the theater. We are going to show Dragon Ball." And then they did like a trivia thing with the the American voice cast.
Okay.
So it was like just like multiple choice, like just questions like for the poor voice cast, and it's just like, "What planet is Piccolo from?" And they're just like, "Dude, I don't know. I just work here." They got every question wrong. I remember like one of them was like pretty like easy. It's like what is the thing on their face called? Like
the scouter. It's a scouter.
Right. That's what I expected. But there was one kid, and by kid I mean 35-year-old man. There's a 30. We were sitting there, and this dude goes like, "Oh my God, if they don't get this right, I'm gonna freak out." Like upset that the voice cast doesn't know this shit. And then a poor bastard from Funimation like walked to the front of the theater and with a Samsung Galaxy and was like,
that exploded when he
it was
keeping with the show.
This was I think 2 years ago, so I don't think that they blew up yet. But he went to the front and he's like, the Funimation people would like to post a photo of this audience. I'm going to take a picture on this phone. If you all want to give me your best Kamehameha last like, shout. And I was like, Drew and I both just literally sunk into the seats and hid behind the seats because we didn't want to be just
like
down
the
on
cowards
the floor.
you are.
We were. I was like, "There's no way
You're like,
to make this fun." I was drunk too, and I didn't do it.
You're like, I'm planning to run for office.
I'm sorry, this cannot emerge when I run for mayor.
Yeah, as if it isn't hard enough to make my show. I don't want a weird anime photo of me. But
I wish you had that so bad, though.
I now thinking about it, I regret it a little bit. But then we watch. Yeah, then we.
I just love the idea of all these metal bands you're trying to work with. They're like, we were gonna work with you, but then I saw that picture of you with all those fucking losers. They're like, ugh, gross.
Is there anything more metal than a secret technique?
The bands would just be afraid to come to the show. They'd be like, I think he's going to make a reference to the secret technique. and probably also have a landing strip beard. Which a lot of those kids did.
Again, adults.
As you were telling me before we watched this episode, though, apparently the movie I watched is what Dragon Ball Super is, but they put more stuff in it.
But faster. It's the show, but faster.
Why?
For the working man who doesn't have time to watch the whole show.
Why would they just, if they could tell the story?
Yeah.
In that it also seemed like the movies had a lot of filler. So I was like, they probably don't need more of this.
But we need to know, when do they eat? How do they make money?
Yeah.
When do they poop?
When is Goku allowed to piss?
I don't think I saw a single frame from the movie. I recognized the outfits from that movie. Like, that was just 20 minutes of Goku trying to pee.
Let's go through the episode.
Are we doing that? Are we there?
Are we going through?
Yeah, let's get into the episode.
I'm here
Katie,
too.
Take it away.
I'm going to say the name of this episode, and I'm going to say it in a very regular way, because you know what? I can take constructive criticism from my friends.
we love your podcasting voice.
Oh my god. Okay.
You're a valuable part of the team.
Yeah, one more.
Catherine.
Yes.
You be you.
Thank you, babe.
Can I call you Carol?
Okay. The title of this episode is I'm Here Too. Training commences. I'm here too.
Oh, by the way, I'm here too.
Training commences on Beerus's world.
And I'm here too.
I'm here. Guys, I'm here too.
We open up on a shot of them on that Rainbow Road again.
That's right, yeah.
And Whis is bringing Goku to their home planet. And Goku has to pee, everybody.
He has to pee. The road really dehydrates you.
And never once does he even consider that he's in space.
Hyperspace.
He can
just
turn
fucking pee, man.
Just pee. Just turn
It'll be
your
stuck
back.
in the bubble, then the pee's just floating around with them while they're going. And be like, you know what?
Well, were they in a bubble?
No,
they're in a space bubble.
Path. It's a path. It's a tube. It's like a wormhole.
Okay, it's like Rainbow Road in Mario Kart.
It's like the London subway.
Literally.
It's the tube.
It's the tube. Yeah. He could very easily, like many people do on the tube, turn around and just pee. No problem
so
there.
True.
He obviously didn't. It wasn't a respect issue because he tried to pee on that nice purple tree when they landed.
That's right.
He was just like, I just really have to pee right now, so all bets are off.
You will find with Goku there is rarely a respect issue. That's one of the things we admire about him.
Right.
So they crash onto Beerus planet and they land on a nice little like helicopter landing pad. And Vegeta and a tadpole are having a nice conversation.
Yeah, the fish in a bowl or salamander. What is a tadpole?
It's a tadpole.
Yes.
It's a tadpole
with sees the future.
With really.
Yes, the tadpole does have some minstrel type features, which is
Excuse me.
That's what Jordan's talking about right now.
Yeah, it's like a weird racist fish. Why do they
minstrel? I think he said menstrual. Like it's a period fish.
No.
It wasn't a period fish.
Excuse me. Are we accusing Akira Toriyama, my Akira Toriyama, of designing a character to look like an absurd racial stereotype of a black man?
Never forget.
What?
I will hear no more of this.
Akira Toriyama has, in the past, had some very troublesome choices.
He draws things
But
as
even
we
in-
see them. He holds up the mirror and says, "This is what you guys think. This is what you think about all tadpoles and black people."
Oh my
You
god!
piece
But
of shit.
right, well, the original version of the show came out in what, the 70s?
It came out
Like
during
Early
World War
80s.
II.
Is,
torture
Dragon Ball is
Jews.
early 80s. Dragon Ball Z is like late 80s.
It's all right. Then he has no excuse, especially for
bad.
doing something weird. But for that type of like drawing to exist in like 2017 is a problem.
Yeah.
Like a big problem.
Yeah,
Well, in
'cause
this
weird.
one it's a fish, so I mean, like, I don't know. If it was a person, I might have a problem with it, but
I
it's
mean-
a fish.
I was gonna say, like in the early
Maybe
80s,
that's the way to cover it up.
maybe.
He put it on a fish, so he's like, "No, it's not.
I can be racist if it's fish.
No,
It's fine if it's
it
fish.
wasn't racist. That's just a design choice. See, we put it on the fish too."
And you can't go to the movie theater because there's always fish talking. And I can't stand it.
Barrel rolling out this window.
Oh man, yeah. Before we move on to the next pick, because we just brought up Vegeta, I would like to talk about, if I may. I'm not guiding this ship. I don't know why I said
Join
that.
it.
Who's guiding the ship?
Please
Guide the
understand, Jordan. Nobody guides this ship.
Okay, cool. We're all just
But
sinking
we
together.
It's a
have
sailboat.
been on a boat before.
Oh, fuck yeah. Boat life.
You guys did a podcast on a boat?
No, like
Metaphorically.
10 episodes of the show we're on a boat. We're done talking about the boat. It's been years,
What
it feels like.
In this episode, our muscular baby tries to pee outside.
Yeah,
And
this is how
points
he
at-
like meets Vegeta. He's like, "Oh, hello, I'm peeing over here."
Have they
Pee over there, Kakarot.
Those are the azalea bushes.
You
can't pee there.
So yes, we haven't talked about the Vegeta greets them wearing an apron and a gray Super Saiyan outfit.
He's wearing his normal outfit except with an apron, which is absurd.
Yeah.
Goku
Although
tries.
he's got a nice sort of like a twist on his normal outfit because it's like the regular Saiyan armor that Vegeta would normally be wearing, but it's a bit of a grayer tone. And it's got
Yeah.
sort of like a mock turtleneck thing going on.
Yeah.
You know, with
Yeah.
like a half zip mock turtleneck.
Also,
It looks like he's wearing, in the first Star Wars movies, like wearing one of the just the outfits.
Oh
that
yeah,
the
the X-wing outfits.
The pilot's outfit.
When it looks like he's wearing part of that, but it's the color in the collar of all of the Empire. Because it's just gray, it's got the tall collar.
he is a prince.
I was trying to say, I forgot what the Empire was called.
The
I was going to
Empire.
say, the space Nazis.
That would be in line with this podcast. You're
It
fine.
would. Yeah.
We do get like a very standard Vegeta line where Goku's like, "You've gotten so strong, I can sense it. Like, have you just been training up here?" And he's like,
Oh my
"I'm not
God.
obligated to tell you what I do."
Yeah, Vegeta.
Am I being detained?
I'll roll
I know
down my
my
window
rights,
when I see
officer.
your warrants.
So after Goku does his pee-pee dance, tries to pee on the floor, they go into Beerus's fucking bedroom, which is this total heavy metal, as in the animated series type thing.
Heavy
like
metal,
bedroom.
not actually
Yeah.
heavy metal.
It was like a giant snake. There's a bunch of floating. What are those called? Hourglasses.
Hourglasses.
Whis is like, "Don't touch it. It blows up." But also,
It blows up for no reason. Don't mind those.
Oh, those are just my exploding clocks.
I designed them that way for fun.
I made many of them since I don't get a clock when they explode.
Then there's a montage because Vegeta's like, "Put on this apron, Goku. We have to change Beerus's sheets without him waking up." And there's like literally 2 minutes of them just sweating and watching Beerus toss and turn.
Yeah,
Why did they-
Doing?
I don't know why you would do that. We watched it, and it didn't make sense while we were watching it. And I was like, well, maybe after some space, it'll come clear. And Beerus is always sweating in his sleep, and so you have to change the sheets. But no, it's
Why
just like...
did they have to wear the aprons, though?
Because it's kawaii.
What?
Because it's cute. It's so cute.
It is very
It is-
cute,
it is
but they
twee as
didn't.
fuck.
They did not.
I would like a Vegeta wearing an apron figure. Someone buy that for me. What's up, 17-year-olds
This
in my
was-
DMs?
this
He
was-
looks like Mrs. Nesbit. from Toy Story.
This was the Wes Anderson directed episode of Dragon Ball Super, and they played full into the cuteness.
Yeah, then Goku almost wakes up Beerus, which is bad because I guess he'll probably kill you. And Vegeta punches Goku into a wall. Then Vegeta gets kicked in the face
by sleeping Beerus.
And the orb, the fucking clock, almost blows up. And Goku does a really Goku-ass thing where he grabs it, teleports it to Whis, who is outside, and says, "Can you take care of this?"
All right, peace.
Oh,
See ya.
man.
With your Goku ass.
That's like that should be his signature move now. Just get rid of the Kamehameha. And
Can you do
this
for me?
In every Dragon Ball video game from now on, Goku no longer has Kamehameha or Spirit Bomb or any of those moves. He just shows up at somebody else's place and is just like, "Hey, this is supposed to blow up. See ya."
His trademark move, passing a bomb onto someone unsuspecting.
That's like a real dick move in like Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Where you like teleport someone off a cliff and you're like,
That's a real modern superpower, projecting.
So, yeah, Beerus
for millennials.
Obviously not with that fish.
I'm melting. The sensitive
Getting added
snowflake.
to the KD catchphrase wheel.
I'm melting.
Yeah,
I'm melting.
just make me a soundboard and you can replace me with a fucking computer.
I know I could.
Melting weebs.
Is that your KRL voice? I didn't hear the last
Everyone
episode.
do one of me. Go.
I'm melting weebs.
Hey, weebs, slide into my DMs.
This is just your reminder to all you weebs that all women talk to each other. We know what you did.
Does everyone feel better? Everyone feel good?
That was a really
fun.
good
I had
KD impression.
Okay,
I haven't
good.
felt good since 2007.
That's when I died.
It's like there's two Katies in the room.
The more the merrier. Okay. So Beerus starts to float in his sleep. They change the sheets. He sinks back down. For some reason, his mouth opens up, and they feed him a dried anchovy. And then they do a montage of doing chores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Which they did,
good
like,
television.
they swept and then they mowed the lawn, but with sickles.
Here's the thing I gotta say. So we all know that Chi-Chi, all she wants in life is Goku to do literally anything. And then how pissed must she be when she finds out that when he left to train, he was just cleaning someone's fucking house?
Oh, yeah, she'd be mad as shit. But then she'd push it deep down. She'd push it deep down, and actually it's fine.
Oh,
If
no.
you don't think about it, it's fine, Chi-Chi. One day at a time.
Is that her thing?
And then you look at your phone. Oh, who's that? It's Piccolo, and he wants to see if anybody's home. No one's home, Piccolo. Come right over.
Are they?
And then he sends over one quick little Snapchat, a 5-second timer of his cloaca.
It's just opening and closing.
Dripping with purple slime.
You up?
Who's up?
Piccolo and Vegeta have the same voice in the American show, right?
Same voice actor?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Vegeta is just vaguely Australian Piccolo. That's what it is.
You know what it's just,
I'm from space, mate.
I long ago I decided that Vegeta sounds like his voice just sounds like the grown-up version of Stewie Griffin. If you say any Stewie Griffin line in that voice, what the deuce?
Oh my god.
What the deuce, Kakarot? Woman, get your hands off me! Look at me! I'm the dog! I'm smoking!
Jesus Christ! Oh, that was a very good Family Guy.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That is this is some unreal fucking insight into this show.
We have to start the show over, I feel like.
This
like
is
the whole
18
podcast.
episodes in. This is
Well,
the
they
first
also
genuine insight we've had on this show.
So,
All right, everybody.
then Whis shows up, and he's like, let's train. And he's like, I made you some clothes. They're the same as your clothes before, but they're different. And I will not make Vegeta clothes because his wife made him clothes like a bitch.
But it also doesn't matter
What?
because,
Bitch!
as you said, the clothes that I made you are the same clothes as you were already wearing, so I could have made Vegeta more clothes, and who really gives a shit because his clothes look different from the clothes he normally wears, so it's really just the same exact thing, but let's just go ahead and just make that a plot thing.
I chose not to do it, and I'm sure this won't haunt Vegeta.
Did he not wear... Because in the movie... that's the outfit he's wearing.
Yeah.
Right.
Before this episode, was Vegeta not wearing that outfit?
He was wearing it, but blue.
Yeah, same outfit, but just blue without the zipper down
Classic
the middle.
Jeets.
Yeah, it's more of a spring uniform than what he's wearing in this.
So maybe this is kind of where the movie is supposed to start, I guess. The new movie.
That's why they have the Frieza henchmen in it at the end.
The guys that look like the Ginyu gang, but like really off-brand.
They
like
just
the
look
bottom.
like Christian demons is what they look like. They're like red and have horns, and they're like got freaky little fingers.
Hey, we're jumping
Is
ahead
this-
here, guys.
What's
I'm
happening?
sorry, what was happening?
I don't know.
They changed. There was bubble clothing.
They're training now. I think.
They lift something heavy and the ground disappears like that episode. Isn't that like a Mario Kart level? And
Mario 64.
They have to
lot
lift
of
a very
lot of
heavy
Mario
block,
Kart.
and that's the training.
Yeah, they got a block with some armholes in the top, and they got to lift it from the armholes, but it's real heavy.
And then Whis is watching them. He's like, "Did I make this too hard?" But then he checks one of his floating explosive hourglasses and goes, "Is it that time already?"
oh no, it's the tadpole. It shows up and does a little like.
He doesn't use those hourglasses that are literally everywhere on his
Yeah.
planet.
and he goes, "It's coming." And what it is part of the training is you got to stand in front of Beerus when you wait like once a day. He shoots up and talks in his sleep, and then spits a beam at your face.
Yeah.
And if you live through the beam, that's training. I don't know. It must have. I think it's like related to Vegeta's like power kegels he was doing before.
Oh man, he did power kegels?
Yeah, where
Yeah.
you just like go Super Saiyan
Powers
and you
up,
drop
and powers
it
down, and you feel the PC muscle contract, and
Yeah.
that's how you reach new power.
Right.
And he just crushed that butt plug into sand, you know?
Although it almost
Yeah,
makes
man.
sense with the Dragon Ball canon, because they have that whole thing where when Saiyans almost die, it makes them stronger.
Yeah.
So
What?
that's
Yeah,
in
that's
the
the
Frieza
thing,
saga
yeah.
for a while, because then they have to go in the Star Wars tube, and they're
Yeah.
like, when you get out of this
yeah.
tube.
That's why it was so
remember that.
great when Goku got stomped by big ape Vegeta.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You know, he just gets
Yeah.
fucking stomped out, and he's like, "Yeah, stomp on me, Daddy. I'm a worm."
He kept
And-
saying, "I'm a worm. I'm a worm, Daddy." He was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what the S in BDSM stands for? Super!
Super! Oh, we
I
haven't
wish
done
I
a
would-
mid-show super in a while.
I know. I was really trying to get you guys in on it. It didn't work.
Yeah.
We'll bring
Oh.
it back. We'll bring it back. We're just growing and learning together.
Yeah,
We're going
I
on this
almost
pod-
died last episode, and now I'm even better.
So, we're almost done.
What happens next, Katie?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Tadpole and Whis have a talk while the boys go to bed or some shit, and they're like, the Tadpole's like, please don't kill them.
They have a actual children's
Careful,
bedroom.
Daddy.
Like that looked like a
like a
baby
princess
bedroom.
bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I was like, is that a? I'm pretty sure there was a mobile in it too, and like dinosaur wallpaper.
Did Vegeta not sleep? Because they had one cut of him being like back at the heavy
Yeah,
block,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'll never fucking sleep.
Yeah.
I don't fucking sleep.
He left
Gorilla
Goku to sleep while he
mindset.
went and lifted the stupid thing again.
Listen, that's the most I've ever related to Vegeta, because I often can't go to sleep just thinking about comebacks. I want to shout at people.
He's just sitting
Actually, I don't want your uniform.
If you're going to piss somewhere, piss on your weak arms, Kakarot. Your swell is atrocious.
Yeah, and then they wake up, and then Whis is like, today we're going to fight me, but you guys have to fight together as
I
a
totally
team.
forgot about this whole thing.
Yeah.
That was cool, though. I
That
like
was cool. Yeah,
There was
I
like-
like
Was
that.
it cool?
It was a lot of
Oh,
fisties
is
and
it
punches.
Actually cool?
We're all going to do a Kamehameha right now. Do you want to do it with us?
Then what do you know of cool?
Pee on your weak arms.
Pee on your weak arms.
You guys can't see, but
I.
Alex
please-
and Jeremy have
do you guys
slowly
have
put on a
merch?
fedora each now.
I am wearing a Newsboy cap, and I'll hear no more about it.
Can you? You guys should make merch that is a fedora that says "Pee on your weak arms."
Kakarot.
We should do
Not
that,
even with
man.
Kakarot, just pee on your weak gums.
Pee on your
Leave
weak-
people guessing.
That and cuck-a-noodle.
Yeah, cuck-a-doodle-doo.
If you guys have been
God.
if you guys have been playing the Ballin' Out Super podcast drinking game, yes, that is the first time we have said cuck on this podcast. Please take a shot of tequila.
This episode had almost no cucks. It was our 9/11.
9/11. Okay, take that second
It's
shot.
a shot.
Oh, did you guys know that Goku's a bad dad? Take that third shot.
All right. Whis is like, y'all can't punch me because you think too much. And then
What?
Sounds
they're
dumb
like,
when you say it like that,
no,
but
we
yeah,
don't.
it is what he said.
and then
Shut up.
Shut your brains off, and then you're a good fighter.
and then Goku's like, "Oh yeah, I'm not the one stepping in poo poo."
Yeah, that's not a joke. That was in the show.
Yeah.
You're stepping in poo poo, and then it was like boing, oing, 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 and then
And then the episode was over.
Well,
No,
there
it
was
wasn't.
one
No.
more important thing. After
it cut away.
Two-
It was like no more.
Two
on
more
that.
important things. We saw two more.
yes, so after we steps in a hilarious pink doo doo, we cut to that ship of all those the Frieza boys, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the Frieza boys ship.
And we're like, oh, cool. We got, what is that called? Duped? Or like they bait and switch where we think it's going to be about them, but then they get knocked out of orbit. And who is it? Fat Cat and Hot Lady Whis.
Yeah.
We are on
Me,
an
ow.
extra large highway to the cat zone. And
There's two cats.
we were hoping for a
XL edition.
yeah, we were hoping for a fuckable Beerus, but instead we got two fuckable Whis.
Yeah.
Not bad.
We
Yeah.
can watch the
Yeah, no,
Reese's
trade.
fuck.
I'll
Not
take
bad.
that. I have two questions.
Okay.
There were no other creatures on that planet. Who took that shit?
Oh.
That is okay.
It's Goku shit. He did be on the bush.
Goku has pink shit.
He's been he's had a tummy
You
ache
never
and
knew.
just been taking Pepto-Bismol, and it's just turned his shit pink.
No, but Pepto-Bismol turns your shit black.
Does it?
Yeah, real black.
Isn't
Ooh.
that surprisingly concise shit from someone who eats truckfuls of noodles and whatever is in front of him?
I think we
Who
just
else
He's just
shit
eating.
is it?
I think you're right. I think we just learned what Saiyan's shit looks like, and
Yeah.
it's pink.
I think that he was sick of doing all the chores. Like, I'm gonna just throw doo-doo on the floor. I'm sick of mowing this lawn.
Vegeta went out to lift that block in the night and then strained too hard and shit and then did not clean it up because he was too embarrassed.
It was my shit, okay?
You should be so fortunate to step in the shit of a prince. You know what I just realized? That whole arc where Goku is dying of an illness and they have to get him medicine. Do you think they first realized he was sick when he looked at his shit and it was bright pink?
No, again, this is what Saiyan
Can a
shit looks
senzu bean
like.
fix that?
I think he looked at his shit and it was brown, and he was like, "What the fuck?
Oh, God.
Oh, no, I'm too young to die." Okay, Alex, rate the episode out of 7 Dragon Balls.
So it had a lot of David Lynchian type aspects of just making batshit no sense the entire time, but there was like a cool fight for a few seconds and a lot of shit. So I'm gonna give it 4 Dragon Balls out of 7. 4 out of
Nice,
7.
4 Dragon Balls. Jordan?
I mean, probably 7. It's the only one I've
Oh! Make
seen. There
a
was.
wish.
I was like, dude. Here's the thing. I went in expecting one thing. I got PP and apron, so I'm in. I don't know.
Nice. All
Make
right.
a
Well,
wish.
you get a wish.
What?
You
Make-
have all
what
of the
is
Dragon
happening?
Balls.
You make a wish. You got 7 Dragon Balls. You make a wish.
Oh,
Do you want to?
okay.
Do you want to?
Oh,
here,
shit.
let's summon.
Is
Shenron.
Krillin still dead?
What's good, fam?
Shenron.
I'm new postmodern Shenron.
Shenron, you're so relatable to teens now. What's going on?
Almighty Shenron, you up?
What are those?
Jordan,
Okay,
please make a wish so we can move on.
I wish whichever. I think Super Saiyan 5 wasn't weird and hairy.
All right. Well, good news. Dragon Ball GT is not canon anymore, so it doesn't even
We're
exist
on a different
anymore.
boat. There's no cannons.
It doesn't exist anymore. So hell yeah, Katie, out of 7 Dragon Ball.
This was entertaining. I do like Vegeta doing chores. It's nice to see that mix it up. But I'm just gonna give it 3 out of 7 Dragon Balls because I was spacing out.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm gonna give it 2 out of 7.
Yeah.
Bad episode. Didn't.
It
like
was
it.
Pretty bad.
Alex, give us a plug real quick.
Okay, listen to this podcast, listen to my other podcast, Left Jest, we're on iTunes, etc., like the other ones. Also find me on Twitter at PatakJokes. Figure out how to spell my name. Just try.
All right, Jordan, what do you got?
Watch 2 Minutes to Late Night, please.
All right.
2 Minutes to Late Night on Facebook. Follow me on the Instagram at Dr. Mayor. That's it. The words doctor and the word mayor.
Katie?
Hi, guys. I have a show at Artichoke Pizza in Bushwick, Brooklyn, the 17th called Fetch. It's got my friends on it and headliner Mike Kaplan. Also, add me on the internets at Katie Rose.
Oh, I'm going to go see that.
Nice.
It's near my house.
And again, I'm just going to plug this one a second time. On the 19th, come to Tender Trap for Thick Skin Tattoo Roast Show. We got people with bad tattoos. We're going to help them get rid of their bad tattoos and also make fun of them in front of people. Okay, that's it for this week, folks. Join us next week. Super next week.
Super.
Happy Mother's Day.
I'm here too.
You have a deadlift bar in here?
Yeah.
Have you used this?
Yeah.
Great.
Leave this in.
Jordan just got real threatened.
Great.
Jeremy's been hiding his power level for all these years.
Wait, Jeremy, can you kick ass?
I can battle.
Ballin' Out Super, Commander Sorbet Edition.
Ballin' out, Super!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super! It sure is tough to do that with just 2 people.
Katie really carries it, honestly.
She does. She has a lot of enthusiasm that we simply don't. Hi, everybody. My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
Hi, weebs!
And Alex Patak.
What up, weebs?
You always get so self-conscious when I set up the fake Katie, and then you have to do a fake Alex.
I don't know what I'm doing.
All right. Well, joining us this week are special guests, Han Cowger.
Hey.
And Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I'm not too much. I didn't know Dragon Ball Super was happening, so a lot's going on for me.
Yeah, your life's gonna change now.
You didn't know it was happening, like, overall, or you didn't know it was happening today?
No, overall, I didn't know it was happening, so I was perfectly fine with, like, Dragon Ball Z Kai, and it moved on.
You were
with my
totally
life.
fine with, like, where it had all left off.
Yeah, yeah.
No loose ends that needs to be tied up.
No, I didn't really need to see anyone again.
See, I feel like this is the purest incarnation of, like, the fan opinion of Dragon Ball Super so far is
we were ready to move on.
Yeah, we were
show.
fine. No one asked for this.
Yeah, you know, like, whenever you're about to break up and then they're like, no, I really think we can work it out. That's what Dragon Ball Super is.
A little bit.
We'll bring Frieza back. We'll work it out.
Yeah, we'll work it out. Babe. Look, we'll put Boo in a couple of shots in the back and we'll make it happen. I'll do anything for you.
Babe, you loved Boo.
And it's like, you can't do... I just want to go. I just want to live an adult life. And it's like, no, don't you remember when you come home after school and you look at Shinron and be like, when's he going to pop up again? And then they made an entire series, which apparently I'm like 20 episodes behind. But.
Yeah, you are. Han, how are you feeling about this?
Listen, for a show that's almost entirely exposition, I have no idea what's going on.
Nice. This is weird. I don't know how to do 2 guests. We usually have one one guest on the show, as you know. And this week, Katie just stuck in that air vent again.
So that's what happened. You guys were just like, "Oh, we'll get a loud girl."
Yeah, well, that was the thinking. Yeah,
Great,
loud
well, the
girl.
rest of the time, I'm just gonna talk like Katie.
Please do. We need Katie here. Can you just say like every 5 words or so? Just say weeb.
Weebs.
Yeah, which a lot of people still don't know what weebs are, so we're really putting a lot of our eggs in the weeb basket.
Putting all your Dragon Balls into one basket, guys.
Can we just call you Katie for the rest of the episode?
I guess.
Wear this hat. Wear this special hat.
I don't have a hat.
Here, wear this hat.
I'm concerned about the way it smells.
Yeah, okay. So we generally like to start the show by talking to our guests a little bit about what their experience is with the Dragon Ball franchise overall. Josh, were you a fan of Dragon Ball? What was your experience of it when you were younger, or maybe now? I don't know. What did you watch Dragon Ball?
Yeah, I was a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. I watched a little bit of Dragon Ball, but I was all about Toonami. So whatever came on Toonami, I was doing it, even if it was like Sailor Moon. I was about all that stuff, Gundam Wing, everything.
Hell yeah.
But Dragon Ball Z was tops, and then I would they didn't have any, and they still don't really have a form of communication with this, which there's no excuse for, but I would watch all the way up until the end of a saga and then get really excited because I'm like, wow, they wrapped it up. And then they would go 3 seasons back because they still hadn't translated Trunks Saga.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Frieza would end, and instead of even doing Frieza over again, they would go all the way back to Saiyan, and then you'd be like, I've seen this 9 times already. I'm glad that you have it. It makes so much sense to have a tiny body when you're a kid and you can't handle your emotions. Because if I had ever felt that sense, I would have been flipping tables over something so minute. But I remember I came home from school one day after. And I specifically remember because my friends were all into Dragon Ball Z, and so we had talked all day about how Frieza Saga had ended, and not many of us had read before we watched. So only a couple kids, period, that whether they're in my neighborhood, my school, only a couple kids ever knew what was gonna happen next, and so they would almost be our teaser trailer. Because we'd just be hanging out at recess, and they'd be like, yeah, well, I hear Trunks is going to show up this next saga and everything like that. And we're like, who's Trunks? And they tell us and stuff. And so then I come home. I was particularly excited to watch the Trunks saga and see the first episode. And was like, I even had my mom go to this place to get me a snow cone and nachos. I lied and said I got an A on a test. and then I was sitting there with chili cheese nachos and a snow cone and was ready, and then the first thing I see is Raditz long flowy hair, and I was like, no, and I was filled with so much rage, but I was so grateful I weighed 50 pounds because the damage I could have done. With a grown body being that angry, you know?
Was your mom a church woman?
Yeah.
Was there a point where she was like, well, that's what you get for lying to me?
Oh, unless she listens to this, she'll never know I lied about that.
I think she listens, probably. You know, it's a big network. Yeah. I like to imagine Tom from Toonami was in charge of the Toonami programming, and after the arc ends, was just up there slapping buttons until something happened.
What about you, Han? Were you a Dragon Ball fan at any point?
Listen, yeah, I mean, I would imagine we're of a similar age. I definitely watched Toonami, not to be sexist, but I had brothers, so definitely
sexist,
right? What a hot
I was gonna
word
say it too.
when it comes from a sweet lady mouth. Weeps! But no, I watched it. It was on. It wasn't something that I was particularly interested in. Not really.
Were you more into the other more gender normative animes? Was there Sailor Moon for you?
I like Sailor Moon. I mean, I like Sailor Moon. I liked a lot of things that were pretty predictable. I liked Inuyasha. I love.
He's a dreamboat.
Yeah, he was.
Ooh.
I love Cowboy Bebop.
Of course.
I mean, I'm familiar like with Shonen Jump and all of that.
Yeah,
they're great guys.
Yeah, yeah, and Shonen Knife too. You know, great. Yeah, no, I mean, so like I've earned my seat here, but like as far as being a Dragon Ball fan.
You sound like you were really worried we were gonna kick you out of the room if you keep throwing.
Oh no, guys!
Yeah, I'm honestly.
Whatever, fam. I'm here to stay.
I'm honestly still waiting for you to say something sexist. Like,
well, I'm just saying, like, my sister actually probably watched it more than my brothers, so perhaps it was sexist of me to be like, I had brothers.
Yeah.
I'm cool. I'm not like the other girls.
Well, so
I had some female cousins.
Oh wow.
they make those?
Yeah, well, they're around, but
I don't know. I think they're called ants. I
No.
think they're always
Glass
called
bottle
ants.
Coke.
Okay.
So you watched some of Dragon Ball. You were like Dragon Ball Z. You were
I wasn't a Z head.
You weren't a Z head. That's fine. You weren't a Z boy. That's okay. What, like, if you had to guess, like, how much of it do you think you saw?
I mean, I know the names. I know Frieza. I know Krillin. I know Trunks.
Oh well, you know Trunks.
I feel like just your willingness to start listing off the names is betraying you. Like,
Right.
like you're gonna hit a name where you like are like. I remember shit. Oh
Was
god.
it Shinra? Yeah, I watched it, but like, no.
You
not at
sound
all.
like an undercover cop just listing drugs. I do marijuana.
Yeah, you know, my favorite character was Tenshin Moyo. Okay, what do you guys say we get into recapping this episode, shall we?
I'll allow it.
Well, this is the first problem. This is one of the things that happens when Katie doesn't do the show with us. Is I didn't write down the name of this episode.
But it's always 2 sentences long, and one's a question mark, and then one's an exclamation point.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's always just an improper
You know-
usage of the ellipses.
What'll be really funny
Bold-faced abuse of punctuation.
if you just go ahead and like in post, you just over all of us, you just God Mike what the
Overdub it.
name was.
Despair rises. The Emperor of Evil, Frieza, resurrected.
On that brings us into the episode. So we open on a lava world with a
Don't
bunch
touch
of
it.
bats. Then we cut away from it and we never see it again.
Yeah, I didn't remember a lava world.
That was the first thing we see.
It's like the first thing you see, and then it leads to the hell
Which I guess
thing.
it was supposed to establish that we're in
Hell,
or
yeah.
Hiffle, as
then,
it was known in
then
the...
things became insanely happy.
Yeah.
And immediately, instead of just going along with it like regular, happy, normal people, y'all were like, this is definitely hell. And I kept thinking, well, this doesn't look so bad. This is pretty nice.
What? I was out of the room. What
Well,
was that?
Yeah, so it was like this like beautiful green meadow and like some fucking like dolls like marching around and like butterflies and
there were fairies in
There were-
bubbles.
But then there was also like a Playboy bunny there for some reason. Like there was like a chick and, like a
Nice.
Playboy.
Right? Hell yeah.
Classic Toriyama.
It was incredibly weird how like that. You know, they then show Frieza in like a cocoon,
Yeah.
and he has to like watch all of this because he's like frozen. But and so I guess like we were talking about, this might be his version of hell, which is weird that like they don't like that's a very docile hell. That's a very American type hell. Where it's like if you're like a goth kid and you're like, hell for me would just be everybody hugging, and it's like, really? That would be no one made you suck something or put something in you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I learned a lot about you because your immediate response was, "There's no flying dicks."
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, it's just
"Oh,
like
okay.
this is hell, so it should be going past
One
your
man's hell is
fears.
another man's heaven.
This is true.
Well, I think the implication was supposed to be that Frieza is just like so evil that the idea of dolls and fairies and Playboy bunnies.
You know, also Frieza's body is pretty much an amalgamation of dicks.
Pretty much.
So I don't think that's
It's
what
also-
he'd be afraid of. He'd just
I'm
be like,
learning
nah,
more about
normal
all
to
of
me.
you.
That's
Well, I
very
also
funny.
feel like I think maybe that entire like scene of him, you know, being suffered to watch all of that was just like the universe, like the multiverse and the universe, just being like, dude, you're gay.
Well, that's the thing
And
too,
it's
is
fine.
Deal with
it's like deal with it. And he's like,
You're
I
dead
won't.
now.
And it's like, no, dude, you like all of this. And he's like, no, I don't.
No,
like,
fuck, don't.
No.
But I think that's so. It's the dolls and the stuffed animals and the butterflies and the meadow and whatever is supposed to be because he's so evil that he hates it, right?
Right.
Then there's the Playboy bunny chick, and I think that's because he hates her. I think it's because he sees her and he's just like, show me a hot dude.
yeah.
So close but so far.
So,
Frieza's hard to do. He has a very soft voice.
show me a hot dude.
Show me a hot dude.
Yeah, that was pretty close. That was.
That was the closest for
Thanks,
sure.
Yeah.
So then we cut away. We're back on the ship with the Frieza boys, and it is fucked up. It's all busted up. The whole thing is.
Oh, the Polka Donut?
Yeah, the Pokemon donut
That's
thing.
what their ship looks
Frieza's
like.
ship looks like a Pokemon donut.
Hell yeah.
And we see his boys, his crew. He's got the hot fucking devil guy. He's got a giant devil. He looks like Hellboy. But he's got
Hashtag
like
spicy boy.
well, there was
Yeah.
the Spice Boys. You remember Garlic Jr.?
Garlic Jr. had the Spice Boys.
His crew, his like gang that he fucking rolled with was called the Spice Boys. And
Paprika!
onion powder.
I feel like if you had a staged reading of Dragon Ball Z, it would just sound like porn. Like just like a dude named Paprika being like, "You right?" Like that's insane.
I just love that they dubbed that, right? Funimation dubbed it. They knew it was coming to an American audience that had long since heard of the Spice Girls.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need to translate this in any way.
Well, isn't Gohan's name like rice? Isn't Gohan mean rice or something?
The food thing goes like very deep. Everybody's name is food in this, but like it could have been very easy for them to have just been like, they're called the Herb Boys.
Yeah,
This one's called cilantro.
The Herb Boys are just Jamaican Spice Boys.
Yes.
There is a Jamaican character, isn't there? There must be.
Yeah, if so, I pray he's green.
Okay, so we're on the ship. It's fucked up. We see his boys. One of them's named Captain Sorbet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been leading the Frieza army for generations with his soft touch.
Yeah.
What a fucking smooth ass name.
Yeah, right. The only thing he has to worry about is General Gelato.
But they look at the screen. They're showing a little clip show of Frieza going through a story of who Frieza is. In case you didn't watch any of Dragon Ball Z, you might like to know who Frieza is, I guess. But it kind of like
Might
gives
have
off the
been
vibe.
helpful for one of us in the room, okay?
Yeah, this scene is for if any podcasts start and they bring in people who aren't familiar.
Yeah, it was very conscientious of them to have done that. I'm very happy they did it. But then they cut away from the Frieza funeral supercut, and they show us Pilaf and crew.
So
you guys
sick of
don't
them by this
you
point.
guys don't understand our frustration.
We've
right
spent
now.
hours with Pilaf and his little friends, just on a boat, losing their phone. I don't want to see him again.
We in the first arc of this show for what is it, like 15 episodes, probably 16 episodes of
Years of our lives.
Years of our lives, it felt like. All throughout what is the plot developing and happening and stuff going on, they would just cut back to Pilaf and his gang just doing literally nothing. They never did a thing. They at some point they're like, we're hungry, we need to go find food, and then they go on the ship, and then they're like, we can't find food, we got to get off this ship before it blows up, and then they get on the boat and they leave, but then they're like, but wait, we forgot the Dragon Balls back on the boat, and they go back to the boat, and this is stretched over the course of several episodes.
And so which one is Pilaf?
Pilaf's the little green dude. He looks like a little Namekian, but he's tiny.
Oh,
And he's
okay.
hanging out with the two kids. One's a fox, one's a
One
girl.
has a gun and the other is a fox.
So I thought Pilaf was somebody's kid.
I thought it
Everybody's
was rice.
somebody's kid, man.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
I just thought he was like Garlic Jr. or Lord Slug's kid or something.
Well, what's infuriating about it is he has the exact same character design as Garlic Jr.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he does look
Yeah,
exactly
without
like
being
Garlic
as
Jr.
much fun or as smart.
He doesn't have any powers. He's just around.
Yeah.
He wishes for candy.
I mean, by the time you do a series like this and somebody has no powers, you really can't just like Batman Justice League it. Like, you really can't just be like, okay, we all had a hard battle and Batman's in the hospital. Like, no, like Batman would be dead every time in this world. And so it's like, anytime someone doesn't have powers, like you told me Krillin was a cop now or something, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, don't come anymore. You're really just watching now. Yeah. Like ever since Cell Saga, you've just been watching, except for when you got kicked. I don't know if you guys. I know this isn't a super thing. No. On the mountain, whenever the Cell Juniors start like popping out, there's a shot that they repeated over like 8 times in over 4 episodes of a Cell Junior just kicking Krillin in the ribs while he was on the ground, and he's laid out Family Guy style. Like, you can't even see his face, and he looks dead, and the kid's just like kicking him, but then Gohan kills it. And he somehow didn't die, even though he shouldn't have any right ribs. Yeah, because no one should not have powers now. We're too far along. I don't even know what's going on, and I know everyone should be super powered up by now.
Yeah. The power scaling is off the charts, because Frieza, for whatever reason... I'll save this for whenever she comes back, or he comes back. But, like, Frieza comes back, and they all sense his power from galaxies away, and it's like, didn't you kill him when you guys were like...
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was that when he comes back as little robot Frieza with his dad, Trunks is
with
just
my dad!
able to fuck him up in 2 seconds because he's a Super Saiyan now, and like Frieza doesn't mean shit anymore. But now he's coming back, and we're supposed to be like, oh no, Frieza's back. Like it feels like.
But isn't there a fan theory about how death makes each character stronger?
They have this whole thing about how Saiyans get stronger when they almost die.
Yeah, I've heard of that, and that's actually in the show. But I've heard like some fan theory out there, which is maybe just fan fiction. But I've heard a theory out there about like if they brought Cell back or if they brought King Cole back or anything, that they would actually be like a contender, because there's something about being brought back from the dead that then, like doubles your power or something.
It can't be right, because then Krillin would be the shit.
Yeah, Krillin sucks.
Yeah, but but he only sucks compared to them. Like, as a human, he's
shit.
Probably a killer, you know? But he'll never beat like a thing that's not from here.
It's his weak bones.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so we gotta stay on track.
We gotta rush through this. We gotta rush, by the way.
Okay, so we cut back to Beerus's world where they're training with Whis, and we got a little fun little.
What up, Whis? Continue. They're training with Whis.
There's punchies, kickies, and they're fighting each other, and they finish the fight, and Whis is like, ooh, you guys are getting stronger, but I still had time to write my name on your shirt.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing.
Yeah, Goku's very impressed, and Vegeta's very angry, which is the summation of the show. Yeah. Goku's like, wow! And Vegeta's like, oh.
Well,
God damn it!
And you had the classic reaction that everyone seems to have to Whis. You immediately were like, favorite character.
Don't know anything about him. New favorite character.
He stopped 2 punches with like a rock on symbol at one point with a pinky and a thumb.
Dad.
Oh yeah,
that ruled.
But so then they finish their fight, and Whis is giving them some critique. And Vegeta's like, ooh, what do I have to learn from this? And like Whis is like, you suck. You're a piece of shit.
It's super vague critique.
Try
it's
not
like,
to be a loser.
You stop being so mad about the breakup of your favorite band. It's not
Rats
helpful.
with 2 T's are never getting back together.
Listen, we all liked Smash Mouth.
And then Goku is like, Goku's doing great. And then Sucker punches him in the chest. It's like, he's a big old dumbass with ADD.
And there's really nothing left to get from this scene except that Goku's boot in his current character design looks like the boot they give you when you break your foot.
Yes.
It looks stupid as hell.
Yeah, it's a medical boot.
So then we cut away to Piccolo babysitting Pan. And then Gohan shows up, and he's like, hey, Piccolo, what's going on? And Piccolo's like, I sense a power level. And then Gohan's like, I can't do that anymore because I'm soft and lame.
God, I miss my kids.
I don't know what the point of that scene was at all. We cut back to him one last time before the end, but I don't know what they were trying to show us in that moment, except that, like...
Yeah, there's no worse filler than Dragon Ball Z filler.
But usually it's a whole episode and you're set, you're prepared, you know it's gonna.
They let you know. They're like, Piccolo's driver's license expired. And you're like, great, okay, well,
cool.
I'm tuning out.
Yeah. But this was like just in the middle of the episode, in an episode that otherwise was like, you know, fine in terms of plot movement.
No beams.
No beams. Terrible episode in terms of beams.
Doing terrible on my beam grading scale.
So then we cut away to Pilaf and crew making mischief, just looking for the Dragon Balls, causing trouble.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Just.
Did you do that with your mouth?
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
I've heard you do it a million times, but how do you do it?
All right, here is the least helpful explanation ever. Can you make a pigeon noise? Are you doing it with your uvula?
No.
Can you?
I'm doing it with my tongue.
We don't have time for this.
I don't know what a uvula is.
It's the
answer. You can't do it.
I thought it was a vagina thing.
Uvula is.
Yeah.
For all of you listeners, it is a vagina thing. And no, I'm not making it with that.
Cricket
mouth.
noises are sexist. All rights are gamers' rights. Let's get back to this episode.
Okay, so Pilaf and crew looking for the Dragon Balls. They find the last Dragon Ball. They're like, ooh, we can finally make our wish. But that means that it's been a year since the boat, which makes no sense at all. Nothing about this makes any
make
sense.
All the sense.
Are you
'cause
sure
we were
that
on
the
boat
Dragon
for a
Ball Z? Are we sure the Dragon Ball Z Super rules for the dragon are the same as Z?
Yeah.
Like there absolutely are.
Well, they have more wishes now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which what is that? Doesn't that kind of change the rules or something? Why would he offer up more
it's,
wishes?
Dende's Dragon Balls now. Because Kami dies.
That's right. Because in Namekian, yeah.
It's Dende style.
So I guess maybe Dende's recharge every couple of months.
Yeah. So like you said, it's been a year, which is odd, even for me who was not watching before this.
It's been at least a few months. And they find the balls, but then who shows up behind them? Uh-oh. Frieza boys.
Frieza boys. And they shoot a big laser gun.
And they fucking push Pilaf into a locker. And they're like, give me your fucking balls,
Wait.
bitch.
We have to talk about in the Dragon Ball fighting montage. They're like, we looked at the sun and we went under the hill and we fought things. Then it's this quick shot of the little girl holding a gun at a raptor.
Holding it up to someone's face.
Yeah, she's holding it sideways too, which was like either you're the biggest bad boss ever, like John Wick, or you just don't know what you're doing.
Zero gun education.
She was never trained on the gun. She's just been thrown into this life.
I pictured that somebody had found the Dragon Ball and brought it to a bank vault, and that was them robbing the bank. Okay, so we get through the montage. The Frieza boys show up. They take the balls. They put them out. They, arise. Shenron comes out of the fucking ground, and he's like, all right, time for some wishes.
This is a sassy Shenron, though.
Yeah.
So the last Shenron we saw was like a funny, fearful Shenron because there was a god there, and he was like, oh no!
Yeah, so the last time we saw him, Beerus is there, and he's like, oh, Beerus, I didn't see you there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I was being so...
It's super disappointing because he's a dragon, but...
Yeah, I really just want a dragon that doesn't have a high voice. Like, I love a dragon that's like, Dende made me. Like, you know?
This dragon sounds like AZ.
Yeah. Y'all gonna wish or not? Because I got things to do.
Go back in balls.
Well, so that almost kind of happens in a way because they get all sassy with the dragon because they're like, we want Frieza back. And he's like, Frieza's in so many pieces, I can't bring him back. And they're like, I don't really give a fuck, okay? Make the fucking guy come back.
I've always had this feeling, but like, I'm surprised. It's an amazing phenomenon to me that like if someone has enough of like an affectation of the voice or something, or like they just sound like quote unquote sound gay enough, people will let them talk to them like rappers. Like every female friend I have has a gay friend who talks to her like a pimp. And I can't believe it. And it'll be a pep talk too. It'll be like a, bitch, you are the strongest hoe I know. And it's like, and they'll like help them pull it together, and then they walk outside with confidence. But it was like, if that were like my girlfriend, I could never say anything to her like that, like to cheer her up. Like, that's a breakup fight.
That's not your role.
Yeah.
You gotta stay in your lane, man.
Stay in your lane.
Okay, so they try to make the wish to bring back Frieza. He won't do it. But then what he does it, he brings back Frieza as little blobs, and they're like, whatever, we'll put it in this pressure cooker and it's fine. And then Pilaf and crew make their wishes, and the
yeah, because he's like, oh, by the way, you have 2 more wishes, and they're like, oh, strawberries and money, and then
ice cream and money.
The world's most best tasting ice cream and 100,000 zenny.
Yeah, they fucking blow it.
Yeah,
is
it
the
sucks. Really.
They
1
blow
million
it.
zenny and large bills.
And frankly, yeah, large bills. Fuck off. You can't spend all that.
Yeah,
no bodega's gonna take that.
Space bodega.
Yeah, I don't believe you have $100,000 bills.
Also, how upsetting was it that she wished for that ice cream
And then never fucking ate it?
She never ate it. I wanted to know what that ice cream tasted like.
Yeah,
I love that Shinra was like, oh, no extra charge for the ice.
Yeah,
what the
you,
fuck
Shinra.
was that?
There was something very weird too about if you've been to multiple planets and you ask for like $1 million in one planet's money, there's no exchange rate. So it's like, that's like being like, I want $1 million Arkansas dollars. Like, that's, are you out of your mind? Yeah.
Just use those.
It's true.
It's like in the Phantom Menace when they get to that planet and they're like, Republic credits will do fine, and Watto's like, I'm a space Jew.
No, I won't. Your impression was more accurate than mine.
Don't race Bulma, he always wins. That was from the video game. Anyways,
We've stayed on track so well.
yeah, this is great.
I mean, luckily, this is pretty much the end of the episode.
Yeah, so then we go back to Gohan and Piccolo for some reason, and Gohan's like, oh, what was that? And Piccolo's like, I think we're in trouble. And then we cut away because it had no consequence to the episode. It meant nothing.
Nope.
We're back to the ship. And the Frieza boys back on the ship. They're with the little blobs and the fucking regenerator machine they for some reason have. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
They give you like 2 snippets of a scene that's like,
just
oh,
said
by
it.
the way, there's unrest in the Frieza boys. Oh no, Frieza's back.
Oh yeah. Well, so he
Just
says
said
something
it and
like.
forget it.
He says something like, oh, are we sure that this is a good idea, bringing Frieza back? I mean, the Universal Empire crumbled after he died, and I don't know what he's even like. I never met the guy, but he's so damn tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very weird to last minute trash talk a guy you've been searching for a year to put back together.
Right?
Like, that's
this was the first time he
such
brought
an
it up.
odd- yeah.
Everyone's a fucking tough guy when someone's in a crock pot.
It's also just like,
what I-
like when you've been dating for 8 years and you're about to get married, you're like, well, I don't know. It's like, you don't know anything else. Like, just follow through.
This has been the plan. You're marrying Frieza.
So then Frieza comes out of the thing. He's fucking back in his first form with the horns and shit. And then they all try to read his power for some reason. And their scouters explode in classic Dragon Ball fashion.
Woo! I loved it. Highlight of the episode.
And they all got severe eye damage from all that
Everyone's
glass
eye
dust.
gets fucked up.
Then we cut back to Beerus' world, and Goku has his little Spidey Sense moment where he's like, I sense a great disturbance in the Force, as though millions of voices cried out at once and were suddenly silenced. And Vegeta's like, shut up, Kakarot. Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, it goes back to Frieza one last time, and you guys were all chatting at this part. It's like, hey, everyone shut up. He's going to say something real epic. And then he just says, I'm back to life.
Yeah.
He says nothing of consequence at all.
Yeah, it is weird that they never even address King Cold after that. Like, after that
first
death.
time, yeah. Nobody's like, look, we need to like scour the universe to find a way to bring King Cold back.
I feel like King Cold is out here like embracing his hell, and he's just like surrounded by hot dudes because the universe was like, dude, you're gay, you know that, right? And King Cold's like, yeah. And now he's just like by the transitive property, he's in heaven now because he accepted his hell. It's very Buddhistic in a way.
It's so nice.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what do you say we rate the episode and do some plugs and get out of here?
Super!
Right. Alex, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I'm giving it 1 goddamn Dragon Ball because there were no beams. 0 out of 2 beams. 1 star.
Josh, what do you give us out of 7 Dragon Balls?
I'd have to give it like a 3 because I don't know what the other episodes are like, but it seems like more happens in other episodes. So
that's not necessarily true, but
I was gonna say you were sorely mistaken. Han, what do you give us?
I'm gonna give it 2 out of 7 Dragon Balls because I'm just glad to be here with you guys.
Yeah,
that's really
I love
sweet
the
of you.
solidarity we're having in trashing this episode.
Yeah. I mean, it was terrible, but the other stars for you guys.
And I'm gonna join you, Alex, in giving it 1 out of 7 Dragon Balls. It was slightly better than the last episode, but only ever so slightly.
Like New Jersey.
I like the last one.
Actually, I don't even remember what the last one was. Oh, I'm Here Too. That was a good one. That was I'm thinking of that French thing that we watched last week.
Oh yeah,
I gave 0
the
balls
fan
to.
movie.
When's this Bad Daddy coming out?
Next week.
Next week?
On Monday.
What, this episode that
Yeah.
we're doing right now? No, this is gonna come out probably tomorrow.
Oh, is this for this week?
Yeah.
Where am I?
What is happening?
Okay, let's do Dragon Plugs, shall we? Dragon Plugs.
All right, Josh, what do you got?
I have an album coming out later this year called I Like You.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
So check that out.
Very nice. It will be available on like Spotify and iTunes and stuff.
Spotify, iTunes, Pandora, and I think some sort of Amazon Audible thing.
Damn,
sure,
dude, Pandora's around?
Yeah.
Sick. All right. So when that comes out, we'll put a link in the episode.
Where
That'd be
can we
so
find
nice
you on
of you.
social media?
On Twitter, it's at Josh Johnson, and then Instagram, it's Josh Johnson Comedy because Josh Johnson was taken.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Han, what do you got for us?
Man, there's a lot you can catch up on if you just follow me at Han Cowger on that Instadiddle or on Twitter, them Twitternets. But more importantly, I've got some things coming up. I've got my Rock and Roast All Share Edition coming up on the 17th. That's here in Brooklyn at 10 p.m. at Hellphone. Then I've got my very first performance at Caroline's Trans Talk Live with JC Best and Dina Marie. That'll be June 21st at 7 p.m. at Caroline's on Broadway. And then, of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention Jeremy is also the brainchild and best co-host ever, along with me for Thick Skin, a bad tattoo roast show. That'll be June 30th at Tinder Trap at 8 p.m.
I went to the first one, and boy, were there some tattoos.
It's hot garbage, and you're going to like it.
Cool. You can find me on Twitter at Jeremy Thunder, and I think the only particularly interesting thing I have coming up that Han didn't just mention is a week from today, on Tuesday, I will be on the television show Ink Masters.
Hell yeah!
And so check that dumb shit out. Okay.
I wish I was the Ink Master. Follow our Twitter at Ballin Out Super, and then all of our Twitter names are on there, so you can find us there. We'll have more updates, and we're going to be ultimate #1.
Sick. All right. That's it for this week. Join us possibly later this week. I don't know.
Who knows?
Cool.
Super! Yeah, I love that. All right.
Help me! Thanks, Frieza. I thought they had me.
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out. Super!
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super! My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
It's so hot, I bought 100 SPF sunscreen and I'm ready to party.
And Alex Patak.
Hi, I'm Alex Patak. No, I'm not.
And joining us this week is a very special guest, a good friend of the show, Max Ogle.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on? How was that thing we just watched?
Are you just gonna take on on my role.
Well, no, because I came out like I was on daytime TV. Like I was just like, oh hey, how's everybody? It's not like we just didn't sit together for half an hour and already watch a thing. I'm just like, I have too much etiquette.
And the best part is I know that you listen to the podcast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the format pretty well.
There's no surprises here.
There are some minor surprises in which that Adult Swim does not give a fuck about their website, and they have been fucking with us emotionally, right? Because we thought
there was going to be 2 weeks off of Dragon Ball Super because that was I think I read that on Reddit. I think that was where I got that information from, that it was going to be 2 weeks without Super, and we were going to have to come up with shit for 2 weeks. And that's why we watched those fan films the past 2 weeks. But then this week, it turns out that we were completely wrong, and they did show Super last week. And now we're catching up. We have Max here in
doing double duty, baby.
Doing double duty. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do a part 2 right after this, which is, I guess, the best way to handle this situation.
All right, let's talk about anime, I guess.
Yeah. So Max, you're familiar with the format of our show. We like to talk a little bit about Dragon Ball. What was your
first day that I watched Dragon Ball was March 22nd, 2000. It was a stormy day, a cold day, a day without friendship, family, love, and who stumbles into my house via the television but Goku and the gang. I watched a lot like when I was a kid. Starting probably with, I think I started with the Saiyans and then went up to Frieza, and then they did that whole thing where they just started showing Dragon Ball instead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we talked about this last week with was it Josh was saying how Adult Swim for so long did that thing where they would show a season of it and then right at the end of it just start over from the top again with no warning or anything. And I guess like I was thinking about this. I think like the concept of like a season of television is something that I only really learned about as an adult.
Well, yeah. Well, it's also like sort of like American. Like the idea of like this is a 13 episode season. We'll be showing it all in a row, and then it'll be done for a while, and then we'll show another one. Like,
yeah.
I feel like we're one of the only countries that like has that like super.
No, I was thinking about it though that like I mean like on the networks, on like the ABCs and the Foxes and whatever, their seasons are like 50 episodes long, and so you don't really consider them a season. You're just like, oh, like it's just on all the time,
right?
And then on the cable channels, I guess it's like a 13 episode season, and then they start over again next year. But like with Dragon Ball and things like that, I just feel like I always was just like, Dragon Ball's on, sometimes it's new.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember, though, the first time figuring out that there were seasons was actually because, as we've covered on the show, I was obsessed with Digimon as a kid. And, like, there's, like, 500 episodes of that shit or whatever. But it definitely has Season 1 and Season 2, which is each season is, like, 1 million episodes long.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I see how this works now.
Digimons are the champions.
Change!
World!
I just, because we keep making that joke on this podcast, I actually like went on YouTube and looked up the theme song again. I totally forgot how like epic that guy's voice is. Like,
yes.
Because it does like the Digimon, and that part like builds up, and then he comes in for that change into
digital champions. Yeah, it's like very, listen. They gotta save 2 worlds. Do you know how much work that is?
I do remember that there was some arc where they did go back to the regular world.
Yeah, and then they're like, shit's still fucked up.
Yeah.
We gotta go back inside the computer. I'm like, me too. Put me inside the computer. Ty and friends, I want to go in there.
See, I was more of a, like, in terms of, like, getting put into a computer, I was more into, like, the Serial Experiments Lane sort of getting put into a computer.
Yeah, when I got a little older, like, not much, I also was into that because I was real spooky. I'm like, yeah, when I die, I'm going to haunt all you on AIM.
I'm going to change your way messages to creepy things.
It's the perfect version of, like, the technological singularity, right? Is, like, not, like... There's no, like, a 3D visual world that anyone exists in. You just are on AIM. I would love that.
Like, oh, my away message used to be Blink-182 lyrics. Now it's My Chemical Romance. And I was like, boo.
It's the year 3000, and we still have Thursday lyrics. Anyways, so we got off track a little bit. We're talking about Max, your fandom of Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
You were a fan of Dragon Ball Z when you were a kid. Like, what I guess I kind of stopped asking this for a while, but I'm starting to become curious about it again. Like, your fandom when you were young. Like, first of all, how intense was it? And second of all, like, what did it manifest itself as?
It had to be quiet because my mom was very like against violent television. So I'd have to watch it and just be like very like controlled. Like, look, mother, I'm watching the violent television and I'm sitting very still. It's not having any effect on me. Well, I'm not one of those children.
This is interesting to me because I know this about your mother, which is that she was a fan of fantasy novels, right?
Yeah.
And I know, in general, that fantasy is sometimes like a violent genre. She was a Tolkien fan, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was just, the only difference is, like, because that's old, so that's art, you know? It's like...
Does she know how old Dragon Ball is?
Well, I think...
It started in the early 80s.
Actually, I think I did have a conversation with her, because when I was watching the original Dragon Ball, because that was, like, in the 70s, right? Or was Dragon Ball was early 80s?
83, 84, something like that.
Oh, okay. Because she lived in Japan in, like, the mid to late 70s. So I think she had, like, some kind of run-in with something that I was watching once, and she was like, they put this in English? Like, she was like, this show sucks. This is, like, one of the worst ones. But... yeah, I don't know.
But so you were watching, you were trying to...
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I would, when I would hang out with my friends, because I started watching when I was like 8 or something. So we would just like, recreate events. Some kids would buy T-shirts. I was not one of those kids.
Yeah,
you know,
like a mall kiosk T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing is, I have that one Dragon Ball T-shirt that I got from DB Pins. Shouts to DB Pins.
Shout out
you
to
guys
DB
rule.
Pins.
You're the best.
Please sponsor us.
Yeah, please send us things. But they make literally the only tasteful Dragon Ball shirt I've ever seen in my life.
Listen, with the rise of like quote unquote aesthetic fashion, it is so easy to make a quality anime T-shirt that doesn't look like garbage, and yet I think because of the bro-y fan base of Dragon Ball, they really are failing to make cool Dragon Ball shirts. You can find them in Sailor Moon. You can find them a lot of Evangelion ones.
Oh yeah.
Listen, I'm on that beat.
I saw.
Send us your well-designed Dragon Ball shirts. We'll wear them, and you won't see us wearing them because we're on the radio.
We'll wear them at stand-up shows. People will see them.
Or at an anime convention. Have Ballin Out Super at your anime convention. You will not notice us there.
I saw a series of enamel pins recently. They're all faces of anime ladies. Okay, it's Sailor Moon, Bulma, Sakura from or whatever her name was from Cardcaptor Sakura.
Oh yeah.
All these female characters from animes, all with a ball gag in.
Oh no, buddy.
Oh, I like collect S&M Sailor Moon shit at this point. 'Cause I'm like, oh, my interest at once.
There you go. I'll try to find these buttons for you.
It's like problematic because I know a dude made them, but at the same time I'm like, nah, I want that shit.
Problematic.
Can we get Lupin the Third with a ball gag in?
Wait,
this
can
will
we?
only be a truly equal world.
Yeah.
Yeah, make me a tuxedo mask one. I will also wear that.
Someone make a picture of Sailor Moon pegging tuxedo mask, and we will have gender equality.
I feel like
please make that and send it to me. You keep joking, and I keep being like, no, I would wear that T-shirt, not only on the weekends. I'm only gay on the weekends, everybody.
I feel like it's the only sadism you could do to Tuxedo Mask is just post a picture of him in sweatpants and a T-shirt. He'd be so embarrassed. He'd be like, guys, that's my whole thing.
He's picking his teeth with one of the roses.
Yeah.
Damien dresses very nice on the weekends too. I'll tell you that. Off topic. Everyone knows where my priorities lie in this podcast.
All right, should we get into the episode, Katie?
All right. Episode 20. A warning from Jocko. Frieza and 1,000 shoulders close.
So 500 men.
Oh my god. This podcast is really doing a lot for my self-esteem.
1,000 shoulders.
Okay.
Stand that high.
We stand on the shoulders of 500 giants.
A warning from Jacko! Frieza and 1,000 soldiers closing.
Nice.
I did it.
So 2,000 shoulders.
I'm like a otaku, My Fair Lady in here, just learning to enunciate Vegeta. Okay. Gang, this is definitely an episode, one of those episodes where they're like, we need to just set up a bunch of shit, but not actually have anything happen.
Yeah, no, nothing really happened, right? We met Jocko.
We met Jocko, who is a pain in the ass forever.
Yeah, okay, so we didn't talk about this before, but you've been watching Super.
Oh, yeah, I'm caught up.
You're caught up. You're all the way caught up in Japan, caught up.
Like, as much as they are on the internet, caught up, I think, yeah.
So this is going to be a little tough for us, because I think you're the first person who, I guess Carlos Delgado had seen a few ahead of us. But he wasn't like super far ahead. You're the only one, I think, who's like fully up to date who we've had on the show so far. So it's going to be very difficult to keep.
So I'm the
spoiling.
lamest person you've had on the show.
Yes, by far.
Well, I don't think we're gonna go through the episode. And
I won't spoil nothing.
Yeah, please try to avoid.
I will not. I will not.
Jocko, you've already spoiled. Jocko will continue to be in the show.
Oh shit! I guess I have.
I
didn't assume his arc didn't close.
Do we fucking care? I don't know. I don't know how much I care. Okay, so
Sorry,
we
guys.
open up. Frieza's back, y'all. His voice sounds a little weird. We're gonna forgive him because probably the original guy quit or some shit.
Oh yeah, or died.
Frieza.
But so he shows up and his voice is super deep.
Yeah.
And we all kind of like, that's what's weird about it, is that it's deep.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like he came back from the dead,
just like
very different overall, right?
Yeah.
Because he's got the deeper voice, but then he's also like, he seems like he's forgotten a lot of things. Like he comes out and they're like, we used the Dragon Balls to bring you back. He's like, oh, those things, those silly orbs from the planet I died on. Like you'd think that would be a major thing he'd remember. Like that's where he died. That's why he was on that planet to begin with.
Maybe it's not the fact that he forgot. He's just like, oh my god, I've been tortured for like 12 years straight. Yeah. And so he's just like, oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
it's really nice not being tortured.
Yeah.
I think he's just catching up, he's just, when you wake up groggy for a nap and during the movie, people are just catching you up what happened.
And so his grogginess is just naturally very arrogant. Because he comes out and he's like he's like a steam engine. He just comes out and he's just like, oh, right, I'm back to life. Like, he just is immediately...
You've been in charge.
Yeah, that was really
funny.
Yeah, this guy on the ship... Frieza's like, who are you? And he's like, I was part of your support staff. Like he was a customer service agent for Squarespace. And he's like, I've been running your ship. And we got like Koala, some gray alien guy. We got Slippy the frog.
Yeah.
We got Satan and, a Space Jam style like Fishman monster.
Yeah, please, can we not browse over the fact that Slippy is there?
It's really nice to see Slippy still getting work.
It's a lot like the Star Wars cantina scene where like you're going around and you're like, oh man, like look at all these fucking aliens. This is cool character design. There's the butt face guy. There's like a dude with a weird nose. That guy's like a hammerhead sort of thing. And then there's just the devil.
Yeah.
And you're always just like, why is that guy just the devil? And it's sort of the same thing here where it's like weird nose guy, weird ear guy, all sorts of alien-y looking things, and then just a frog.
And the devil.
And a devil, yeah.
But he's not talking this episode.
But he looks like a Hellboy.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of which, Frieza talks about being in what he calls Earth's Hell.
Oh, yeah.
And they cut to him in Earth's Hell, which is like a real cute Toriyama joke about him being in like a land with like fluffy teddy bears and cherubs.
Yeah, he's so tortured.
He's so mad about it. Oh my god.
Because Frieza's a bad guy, so he doesn't like good things.
It reminds me like when 13-year-old girls first go goth and they're like, yeah, pink's stupid. I hate it so much.
And the first thing they decorate their room with is a stuffed Hello Kitty that they stab to the wall.
Yeah, they're like, I took this Barbie doll and I cut her hair off.
Because I hate it.
I still do that.
Can we address two things about this? One is that in Frieza's hell, there's obviously there's the toys and the stuffed animals and all that sort of stuff. And then again, this was in the last episode and it's in this episode again. We see it a second time. A Playboy playmate. Just like a chick with bunny ears.
You know what? Frieza is probably ace, and he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
That sexuality thrust upon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
He's like, that's fine for you, but I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You know.
So then, wait. The second thing I wanted to point out before we move on is that it is referred to as Earth's Hell.
Mm-hmm.
That is genuine exposition. That's like a interesting piece of world building that they just browse right by. That could have been the whole episode, and I would have been so happy if they just explained how this is Earth's hell and the other planets have their own hell.
Well,
that would have been sick.
Like, Dende stands on a platform, and then Mr. Popo's like, he stands on this platform all the time, call him God. Like, you know, like... So, I mean, it's pretty arbitrary, I think. Like...
So, we gotta just get off this spaceship real fast.
Yeah, let's get off the
ship. There's a couple of important things real fast. They're like, hey, did you bring my dad back? And they're like, no. And he's like, well, don't bring Daddy back, because I don't want him. So that's important. But also, Frieza's going on a rant, and then they're like, hey, how about we stop fucking with Saiyans, because who cares? And, focus on the universe. And he's like, no!
No, I'd like to continue fucking with Saiyans.
Have you heard about the plot?
Yeah.
What else are we gonna do?
Yeah, they literally go it turns out Goku is more formidable now. And it's like, he beat up Majin Buu. And Frieza's like, oh, Majin Buu and Beerus the Destroyer. Those are the two people my dad told me to never fight. And yet here we are.
Can we talk about how stupid of a plot device that was?
Yeah.
He's like, wait a second. My dad told me about these two characters that just... Because if I remember correctly, Majin Buu was like this ancient legend that nobody knew about. Yeah. And then that little yellow guy is the Babidi and Bibidi, right?
Yeah.
Is the only one who fucking knows that this thing exists. So that when he shows up, everyone's like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh,
right?
And that was the worst Toriyama joke. Bibbidi, Bobbidi, and Boo.
Yeah.
That was...
Yeah,
Get
Boo,
out.
Toriyama.
Yeah. But yeah, and then he but
yeah, and he just shows up. He's like, "Oh, my dad told me.
Yeah,
it's cool."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why would King Cold know about either Majin Buu or Beerus?
He's King Cold. You know, he's King Cold, and he names his son Cooler, and then his other one Frieza.
Yeah.
You know, they're a refrigeration family. They don't know shit.
They're gonna open a PC Richards and Sons competitor. First we conquer the universe, then we give insane prices on appliances. They'd be fools to turn down prices these good.
Fools.
You foolish monkey Saiyans.
Yeah, it is
This
so
is-
uncomfortable for me as a delicate snowflake every time Frieza refers to the Saiyans as monkeys.
Yeah, it feels awful.
And then this has just been a very problematic episode, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, let's get into it. Right. So Frieza announces that he's going to train for 4 months, and then we cut away, and then we go to Punchies and Fisties on Beerus's planet. We got some Punchies and Fisties. Whis is training the Z boys, and it turns out that Beerus got woke up. He's wearing his cute little jammy shirt.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
A little nighty.
He literally says, "Sounds like a screaming contest in here."
Yeah. And then Whis is like, ooh, did we wake you? And he's like, have you seen these ears? They're huge. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
This show is for children.
yeah.
But there's they have a lover's quarrel, which I think is very funny, where Beerus is like, oh, how did they get here? Did they bribe you with food? And they're like, yeah, duh. And then he goes, where's my cut of the food? And then Whis is like, I lost it. And then Beerus goes, have you been going to Earth without me?
And he's like, yeah. And he's like, but why? What are you doing there?
We decided Earth was our place. We'd only go together.
Dr. Ralphie says we have to communicate about where we are at all times. See, what happened is they found their third, and then it got weird. What else? When Beerus first shows up, he sneezes and a beam shoots out his nose and blows up an entire planet.
That's pretty dope.
That was good.
Alex would have liked that.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Rest
Alex.
in peace. Oh my god. Guys, we didn't want to tell you, but Alex is dead. All of his quips have been recorded into a computer, and we just made a soundboard of him.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Beams! Beams! Beams!
We would have to do an imitation of Alex doing an imitation of me.
Yeah. What's up, weebs?
Oh my god, it's like the inception of
Democratic socialism.
I don't know.
Anyways.
We should edit
That's off
out.
the marks. There we go.
Oh, also, Beerus calls them punch jockeys, which I really like.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
I thought that was a nice quip.
That was like, that had like the nastiness of like a 1950s insult.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you're like,
punch jockeys.
Yeah.
We all know real men use their fingers.
It's like a really good insult that sounds racist, but we're not sure if it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of people having trouble with people different than them, we cut to Earth, and Jocko shows up, and Goten and Trunks are just being lovable scamps. They show up and they're like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "Where's your mom?" And they're like, "We're gonna touch your wet eyes."
Yeah, just two beautiful children seeing someone that looks different than them and being like, "Ooh, time to touch," you know?
Yeah, especially like Jocko is this alien that comes down in a very formative spaceship and knows who his mom is.
Yeah.
And like this kid's so traumatized that his first thing is like, he's like, you wouldn't know my mom. You got no fashion taste at all. And he literally says, "You're wearing a full body stocking." I'm like, have you seen your own father?
Yeah. Nice try, dude.
I wish there would have been a montage of Trunks giving him a makeover, and he's like, "Put on this Hawaiian shirt. Now do it, Ollie." Anyway. Bulma finally comes out, and there's like just the stupidest where Jocko's like beating around the bush, and then she informs him that her kids are Saiyans, and he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Your life partner is a Saiyan?" And she goes, "We call it husband here on planet Earth." And I'm like, "Girl, that is regressive."
Well, but so then it turns out Jocko is there to tell us, exclusively to tell. His whole job is just get here and tell us Frieza's on his way, got 1,000 dudes with him.
Yeah, well, and it's also his job to exclusively come to the planet Earth and then find one housewife who runs a company and he's like, "Hey, by the way, your plan's gonna get destroyed." He doesn't go to any leaders. He's not going to Dog President. He's not like, "Hey, Dog President, you might want to arm some nukes." He's like, "Hey, I think this guy knows like a tough guy." So,
he does say under his breath that Saiyans weren't even supposed to get to the planet, and that was his job. So he sucks at his job. He's just real bad at his job, everybody.
He said all of this in motion. He was supposed to stop Raditz and Vegeta and all them from getting to Earth.
I think he was supposed to stop Goku.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to.
But what the hell? This is another one of those things that it's like, this is major exposition. You could have developed a little bit more.
This is how the Silmarillion of Dragon Ball gets made. It's just like,
yeah. So then Bulma was just like, "Oh fuck," and then so she starts walking around outside with a sundae trying to lure Whis back to Earth.
Oh yeah.
Whis, baby. Yeah. And Jocko's like, "So it turns out we only have an hour." So she's like, "Oh shit." So her first reaction is to call Krillin, who we've known has been a cop, but I just realized this episode that he's a fucking bike cop.
Yeah, the worst kind of cop.
Motorcycle like Chips, okay? Pretty cool.
I don't know, man. He was wearing a bicycle helmet.
I want to go on record, because Patak's not here. I'm fine with Krillin serving his community the best way he can. Okay?
Get the fuck out. This podcast is over.
We got to talk about these anti-fascist
Cut his mic.
people.
Cut his mic.
I love...
Okay. And then Android 18 shows up, and he's like, "I gotta go fight Frieza." And she's like, "I should go. I'm stronger than you." And he goes, "No, stay here and raise our kids." And she's like, "Okay." And I'm like, I hate everything about this.
Yeah, and then as he's flying away, she says, "He's so cool."
The worst.
The
Just
worst.
the worst.
Fuck everything.
No, you know your husband sucks. That's why you married him.
Yeah.
You said it when you were killing him literally like an hour before. You were like, "You're really good at this."
That's something important. Krillin goes, oh, there's no way Frieza can kill me twice. I'm like, yes, he can, bitch.
He definitely can. Yeah. And probably will, if I had to guess. You're a plot device, Krillin. Yeah. That's what you're here for.
And then all the boyfriends meet up. He calls all the boyfriends. He's got Master Roshi in his back. And then Tien's there. And then Piccolo's there. And then Gohan wearing a tracksuit with a bowl haircut.
Dude, he's such
what
a
the
dad now.
fuck?
It's fucking
Gohan
dope.
is like such a fucking disappointment.
He's like, bye, I'm gonna go save the world, and puts on his tracksuit so he doesn't like rip his work pants.
We know he looks good in an orange gi.
Yeah.
We know he looks good in a purple Piccolo
It's because
outfit.
he's not yoked anymore.
Yeah,
He's, like,
well, neither
so skinny.
Krillin. Krillin is so scrawny now.
Yeah.
These guys all are so out of shape.
Like when he was wearing like the orange gi, like he was fucking shredded.
Yeah.
You know? Great. So hot.
And then Frieza kind of shows up, and then it's over.
Oh yeah, no, that's the end of the episode.
God.
Nothing happened.
Nothing
We
happened.
told you. We warned you. Nothing happened in this episode.
Nope.
We could have. The whole episode could have been covered in one line of dialogue at the end of the last episode, which would have been Frieza steps out of the tank. Okay, he goes up, and the guy's like, "I'm Sorbet," and he would have been like, "Cool, get me 1,000 guys. We're going to Earth." And then next episode can be whatever this coming episode's gonna be.
Round 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. We're back. It's real hot. We're still with Max. This is the part 2 of our Maximum Ogle.
Yeah, dude.
Series.
Super.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's lit. It's lit.
We're catching up.
Welcome back, Max. How are you feeling?
I smell much worse than when I came in here.
It's so hot. We're in a new room in my new apartment, and we did not anticipate that it would be very hot with the windows closed. We have a ceiling fan, but it's not doing much.
Yeah.
So you guys already know what Max's background with Dragon Ball is. He loves it.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's so fucking good.
Goddamn good. We're actually all kind of jazzed right now, even though it's hot and disgusting and we're all tired. We're all at least a little bit psyched because that episode fucking ruled.
Yeah, tasty app.
Yeah.
That was a really good episode. Alex is going to be really jealous that he missed this one.
Yeah, there was so much fighting. So many beams.
Lots of beams.
Let's just get the fuck right into it, right?
Yeah.
Katie, what was the episode called?
Oh, we had to look it up twice because it's very poorly translated.
Yeah.
The Start of Vengeance. The Frieza Force Strikes Gohan.
The malice of right.
The malice of the Frieza Force Strikes Gohan. Sorry, guys.
It's an absurd title. It's definitely so far the worst one.
It's real bad. Let's get into it. Frieza lands and deploys a gazillion soldiers, and they come out like locusts. The animation's kind of cheap, but we forgive them.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those times where you really like realize like kind of like what the shortcomings of the Cell animation on top of like the static background is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just like having all these dudes just move, and you know they're all in the same cell. It looks like shit. Is the point. It looks terrible. They look stupid coming out of that ship.
But there's a lot of them.
There's a lot.
There's a whole lot of them. 2,000 shoulders worth of people.
Yeah, so
Z-Boys are there.
Yeah, the Z-Boys have gotten there, but then Bulma shows up for some reason, right? Sorry, you're leading.
Yeah, Bulma's not there yet. First, the Z-Boys are there, and they're like just sizing up the situation. And they're like, "Hey, why isn't Boo here?" And they're like, "Oh, that fucking useless piece of shit's asleep."
They tried tickling him and everything.
Yeah, they tried it all.
Yeah.
Roshi brought some beans, and he also tells Gohan he looks like shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's like, "Have you been training? You look skinny." And he's just like, "Not really."
There's like multiple times where that happens too, because Roshi says you don't look like you've been training, and then later Piccolo's like, at least I know where my gi is.
No, he literally is like, at least I know where my fighting clothes are, which is fair because Gohan is wearing like a Kelly green, like ironic tracksuit.
Yeah. He looks like the singer of an emo band when we were going to the downtown in Farmingdale.
He looks like I know, yeah, he looks like he's part of the NSG or some shit.
Yeah.
Like some like OK Go spin-off that got signed real fast where they're like, this is where it's at now.
This is what the kids like. Get a keyboard player.
Yeah. and use the clap sound on your Casio keyboard. Yeah. No, it looks like he stopped by like a Dunham's or just like a Dick's Sporting Goods like right before he left. He's just like, oh, I shouldn't be fighting in a sweater vest. And the guy's like, yeah, well, let me hook you up, buddy. This is.
He looks like one of those like you remember on The Sopranos when they'd be at the pork store in like, the back office or not the pork store, the strip club in the back office, and there'd always be like some Italian American actor who gets like his one cameo on The Sopranos, shows up and he's like one of Tony's goons and he's just like, hey, go fucking take care of Carmelo, whatever, and like he just comes in and leaves and you're like, oh, it's that guy, I saw him in that movie that one time. That guy was in Sergeant Bilko.
I really want Gohan's tracksuit to just have a giant Under Armour logo on it. just to like totally like transform him into like the dad exercise tool that he is. It's just like,
which is so funny because there's so much Dragon Ball themed like Under Armour knockoffs.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all over
Fitness
Instagram.
Dudes love putting on their like Vegeta tank top and just getting swole.
Yeah, I'm on that fucking Goku workout plan. It's legit.
That's awesome. I'll look that up. I want to get fucking yoked, dude. I want to have one of those necks that people are like, is that cool or scary?
And then Bulma does show up, and she's like, none of you have cell phones.
Yeah. They're like, Bulma, what are you doing here? It's so dangerous. She's like, none of you idiots use cell phones. I invented one that's this big. It's tiny.
Yeah, but in their defense, they can feel every living thing on the planet. They're like, yeah, well, there's a rabbit like 45 yards away getting fucked, okay? And it's really distracting. I don't need another. My screen time is already really high, okay?
And then Jocko is kind of being annoying. He's like, I only said I would drop you off. And she starts like spitting at him. And he goes, are you slogan shaming me?
Oh, yeah. He has some slogan. And she,
Oh, because he's an intergalactic elite patrolman or whatever. And she's like, I thought you were an elite blah-da-da. And then he came back with that zinger.
Woof. That's a real, like, in an otherwise great episode, that is an absolute just.
I wonder what Jocko's Tumblr looks like.
Oh my god. He had a lot to say about Bulma that day.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm tired of these white feminists.
Bulma's just leaning in all over the place.
Then Frieza's like, I'm here for revenge. And they're like, well, Goku's not here right now, but he'll show up. And I'm like, why? Just say he doesn't live here anymore.
And then Sorbet is like, and I'm here too.
Yeah.
This whole episode, it's good, but there is a lot of, and I'm here too.
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's a cool flashback to when Krillin died.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Frieza immediately is like, didn't I murder you?
It's like, I swear I've killed you before. I swear.
I swear. Such a fun Frieza tidbit because, like we pointed out in the last episode, that he didn't remember what Dragon Balls are, but he remembers murdering Krillin, which is like.
Well, you know where he finds his joy in his life, you know?
This guy's priorities.
Do you think he goes to who else has killed Krillin? I can't remember now.
Like, he didn't die in the Saiyans. He almost did.
He didn't die in the Saiyans.
Cell might have killed him.
At least Majin Buu did, because Majin Buu killed like everybody.
Majin Buu turned him into a chocolate bar native.
Right. So do you think Frieza like goes up to Majin Buu and is just like, I have a feeling we're Eskimo brothers.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
That is really funny.
Man.
It took a while to get there, though.
It was a long trip, but I'll buy that ticket again, man.
Oh man. What? I don't know. Bulma's like to Gohan, is like, hey, didn't you kill Cell as a kid? And he's like, no, I'm a bitch now. I can't do anything.
Oh yeah, he's like, I can sense his power is like real fucking high. Because he trained for like a couple
the first
months,
time in his life. That dick. He's that guy in high school that was like smart up until like the very end. He's like, yeah, I studied, and it was like, God, I got like 100. It was great.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. I've never studied before.
Frieza counts to 10 to have Goku shows up, and he doesn't, which I actually thought was pretty cool, because usually that's like when the White Horse would come in, but they're like, nah, guys, you just gotta fight.
Yeah.
And it turns out all Frieza soldiers kind of suck. They're just like kicking their ass. They're just doing stuff.
Oh wait, because before the Frieza boys attack, we all had the best like visceral reaction to this. visceral is negative.
No, I mean, it was very real.
We had a very real emotional response to this when the Frieza boys start getting ready to attack. Roshi goes like, "All right, boys, it's time to fight," and then he fucking just like his muscles just like explode out, and he becomes like the
just like the Roshi like that tears apart the Red Ribbon Army.
Yeah,
like
do you
just
remember the Ultra Super Saiyan?
No.
When they were training for
when
they were training for Cell.
Yeah, when Trunks was
moment,
like, I'm better than a Super Saiyan now.
Yeah, they thought they had discovered Super Saiyan 2, but they went down the wrong path of the maze, and they became these big meathead idiots, and they couldn't move. He looks like that.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see Roshi do anything except look at boobies, though.
It's so sick.
Yeah, because you're like, oh yeah, there's a reason this dude's around.
Yeah. Fucking sick.
And also, like, Roshi is really, like, holding it together because everyone's having an existential crisis while they should just be killing people.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, I'm so weak. I can't do it anymore.
And he's like, we need to fight right now.
Yeah. And Roshi's like, boys, let's play the hits. We gotta get back out there.
Just play the set.
Who needs blow?
Don't try to riff on the room. Just play the set.
Yeah. Just do the fucking gig, man.
Frieza remembers Baby Gohan, and he's like, he's so pure of heart, it makes me sick.
Oh, yeah.
Which I feel like is real classic villainry. And, like, we're still kind of feeling halfway on this episode because, you know, we were psyched about Roshi getting buff. But then, you know, we see Krillin sucking. We're all like, why is Krillin sucking? And then Frieza says, you know what? Everyone kill Krillin. And that's when shit starts getting crazy.
Yeah, he's just like, I've got free lunch for whoever kills Krillin.
Yeah.
They're like, oh shit, can we go to the good sushi place? And he's like, yes, and you can get 2 servings. And they're like, oh fuck.
Can we go to McDonald's?
What about bubble tea? Can we get bubble tea?
Can we get bubble tea?
Bubble tea? I want lychee jelly.
Well, then go kill Krillin.
Like, oh my god, we're gonna get bubble tea. We never get bubble tea. This is the best.
Sorbet never gets us lunch. Like, I'm so glad Frieza's back.
So Krillin runs away in front of some very, like, aesthetic, like, Windows 95 water.
Yeah.
And then we cut to, Goku and Vegeta. They're still training.
Yeah.
Whis is annoyed. He's like, if you guys are just gonna punch each other all day, you could do that literally anywhere. And then Beerus is like, please get out of my house. I live here. I'm just, like, trying to live my life. You're so loud and sweaty.
Yeah, and then he gives us a little, you guys want to, like, fight me or something? And they're like, nah. And he's like, all right, cool.
Then get out.
This counts as a check-in, I guess.
Yeah. And then Beerus is like, well, we could take him to the place. And Whis is like, oh, I don't know. And he's like, just do it. And so, Whis sucks Goku and Vegeta into a magical vortex, and that's it.
Yeah, we don't know where they went. Hopefully they didn't, just like die or something.
It's a Magic School Bus spinoff. They just go inside Beerus, and it's like, this is what makes him sneeze. Like,
it's an inner space.
Yeah, it's just
that would be great.
Yeah, they punch his uvula. They see his beam organ.
His beam gland.
His bleem.
Oh my god, that would be a great episode. I'd love that. I was thinking though it would be like all the stories you hear about the Montauk Project.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, the Montauk
They
Project?
already made a TV series about that though.
It's called Lost.
And the Stranger Things, isn't that all
Stranger
about
Things
the
also, yeah. But
yeah.
So the Montauk Project is all these like old military bases out in Montauk, Long Island, and there's all these like rumors about what they were working on there and what they were trying to do. And one of the main ones that people will talk about is that they were trying to invent time travel and teleportation. But that they had to stop it because the subjects kept getting like brutally killed. Because they would put them in the portal thing to like transport them somewhere, but then they would end up transported halfway through a wall, and it would just like sever their body, and they'd just like fall in half and die.
Instead, they just gave us all breast cancer.
Yeah.
They're like, we tried to invent time travel, instead we gave you a opiate epidemic. There you go, Long Island.
Shouts to Long Island.
As always. Anyway, after we go to Vortex Town, we're back with Krillin. He's surrounded by goons, and he is being a loser. He can't move. He's starting to cry.
He's such a bitch.
He's just being a punk bitch. And so Roshi has to like do that thing where you have a friend who's like suffering from depression, and you've been very patient with them because you're empathetic to their struggle, but this has been like month 3, and you're just like, hey buddy, the strength's been in you the whole time, like you can do it, you know, you can, I believe in you, but also we really need to speed this up.
Yeah. We need to get to the DMV. It's going to close.
Krillin, we're here for you. We love you. We're so glad you've been doing so much self-care. Let's get it to fucking together, buddy, or else you can't be a Zed boy anymore. Okay? You can't.
Come on.
You're out.
Oh my god, do they call it Dragon Ball Z?
I hope so.
England?
I really hope like there's a parallel podcast that's just like, right, so Krillin's been like a right wanker, right? He's not moving at all. He's just standing there, and it's just like the other Z boys are like kicking ass, taking names, you know.
And he's just being a right twat, he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, weebs?
Yeah.
Oi, what's up, weebs?
Oi, what's up, weebs? Fancy a scroop? Like, I can only do like a halfway like brothel wench from the turn of the century. This is the Michael Caine Dragon Ball Super podcast.
Krillin, we believe in you.
So what happens next, Katie?
Ugh, okay. So Krillin believes in himself because he realizes he does know how to fight. And then he actually does something super dope, which is he throws this guy into the sun, and then he does a move that I haven't seen in a million years, where he shoots the beam into the sky, and then all the beam shards come down and murder everybody.
Yeah, he did that during the Saiyan Saga. He killed a bunch of the Cybermen with that.
Yeah.
Cybermen.
It's sick. It's a cool move. I like it, and it.
Have you guys?
It by itself is several beams, but then right after that, everybody
suddenly
remembers.
Everybody's like, "Oh, we're doing beams."
Like, everybody beams now.
Yes, it is. The CNC beam factory is open, and everybody is getting down with their bad selves.
Yeah. This is straight up World War II levels of production of beams. They turn the lipstick factory into a beam factory, and they're going nuts.
Yeah, man. Jock James came on, and they're just like, bum, 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 and everyone just fucking does their beams. It's very exciting. I'm psyched. Especially...
They start blasting tub thumping over it.
It's so good. Everybody beams. There's a lot of talking, though, and no one getting punched in the face, where I'm like, this would seem like an opportunity to punch someone in the face, but that's just classic Dragon Ball. Roshi beams, Tien beams.
Yeah.
Piccolo even like gets in on that beam shit.
Hell yeah.
It's very satisfying.
Yeah.
Gohan, on the other case, is still like doing his fucking like Batman thing, where he's like, oh, I can't actually kill these people.
Yeah.
Well,
what's his stupid deal?
I don't know.
It's like,
he killed so many people on Namek.
Yeah. Well, he's a murderer. He's
killed.
It's because he's not angry.
He killed Cell.
He hasn't been angry in 20 years.
Now he's just like, I just know loans.
He was
loans and accounts.
He was a little kid that needed therapy and then actually got it, and then now he's not a good fighter anymore.
Yeah. So they're kicking everyone's ass, and so they send their big Satan guy out. Yeah. I'm not paying attention to anyone's name, so you guys can fill me in on that.
I don't think we even know his name. Hellboy.
Yeah, they
big
send,
old Hellboy. It doesn't even matter. We're never gonna see him again.
Mickey Rourke out there, and he's like, I'm gonna kick your ass.
They send Henry Rollins from the Liar video.
They really do. Oh my god. And then he gives Gohan a big hug, and they have a conversation.
Yeah. He goes to like crush his back in like a big old bear hug sort of thing, but then Gohan's like, this isn't doing anything to my big, strong Super Saiyan spine.
Yeah.
And he starts talking about his daughter or some dumb shit like that.
Hey, you want to see a picture? She's really cool.
Yeah.
Stupid.
And then
it's
he
dumb.
decides to kick his ass, but before he has a chance, what's that guy's name?
One Punch Man.
Yeah. Purple One Punch Man.
He looks just like him.
I just been calling him Gray Alien.
Yeah, Graylien.
Yeah,
thank you. I was just about to say.
Graylien shoots a beam through both of them.
Yeah, and it's
that
sick.
was pretty sick.
It was pretty sick. They both are just like falling down dead, and then like Sorbet is like, "What the fuck, One Punch Man? That's our best guy. You fucking killed him." And he's like, "You gotta be fucking ruthless. We took out their best guy in the process." And then Frieza like looks over him and is just like, "Fuck yeah, I
fucking
like
respect,
this dude.
dude.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
Hell yeah."
He says true power is ruthlessness.
Yeah. And then he reveals the fucking Insano backstory, which is like straight up Attack on Titan level dark. It's crazy. He just like for what is it, 3 months that he was training for?
Yeah, 4 months.
Whatever months it is, he's just every single night gets beaten to death by Frieza until he's just barely alive, and then he gets thrown in the regeneration chamber to wake up the next morning and do it again.
Yeah, man, that's some real shit.
So now he's just like super. He's just like I just like am really good at fighting now.
He's really good at fighting, but he's also insane.
Yeah, he's also like, I've been hurt. My parents didn't hug me enough, and my last boyfriend was rude, and now everyone must suffer. And now he's super bananas, and it was like. And yeah, he says, if I kill all these Z-boys in one go, can I be your number one? And Frieza's like, fuck yes.
Not only can you be my number one, I'll let you top me too.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and he gets all powered up, and then Trunks and Gohan are like, oh fuck, something's happening.
Oh yeah.
And Gohan's just like, oh god, ugh. Sorry, weeps. Goten's just like, I'm just a little boy, I'm just having fun. And Trunks is like, we better go get in trouble. So
let's go do it, dude.
So they go.
Also, I got some cigarettes. Let's smoke them.
And then a reveal, because they're hanging out by the spaceship, and then that little froggy shows up.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, because, well, so when One Punch Man is going out to fight, Sorbet uses the Scouter again, and he's like, oh, he's stronger than the old school Ginyu Force. And then he's like, the Ginyu Force? Did you say the Ginyu Force? They were legends once. And they're like, really, they're making sure to hammer home, hey, remember who the Ginyus are? Remember the Ginyus are? Yeah. And then we see that frog from Namek that they put Captain Ginyu into. Why is he there? They're not coming from Namek. That makes no sense.
Yeah. But hey, space is big and luck is going to happen.
And whatever.
Yeah. I'm a frog.
Speaking of frogs, what the hell happened to Slippy? We lost Slippy.
I know. I've been waiting for Slippy this whole episode. I like to think he's piloting the ship. You know? Because they're floating, and someone's got to, like, make sure all the controls and shit.
Yeah.
He's the most reliable dude on that ship.
Yeah, he knows how to fly.
Yeah.
He's watching the real Cybermen of New Namek. That's what he's watching.
Fox, get these guys off me!
Actually, I hope Slippy's not driving, because Slippy was useless.
Slippy was only slightly more useless than Falco. Falco was the worst one, I think, because at least Slippy was nice to you.
Yeah, Falco
None of those guys were useful. Peppy would give you the little pep talks, and that's nice. Everyone likes a pep talk. Slippy would be a pain in the ass and get lost and whatever. You had to, like, rescue her twice. Big pain in the ass.
Slippy's a girl?
I don't think Slippy has a gender.
Slippy's a guy, yeah, I think. Frogs are asexual, actually.
I mean, I think Slippy is.
I mean, nature finds
genderless.
a way, you know?
Either way, at least Slippy was nice to you. Falco, you'd be like flying and he'd be like, Fox, get these guys off me! And then you fucking get them, he's like, oh, it took you long enough.
Rude.
Fucking beaten.
What a prick.
Kids play this game, Falco.
And then fucking Star Wolf shows up and he's like, can't let you do that, Star Fox. I know that whole game backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot about your relationship to Star Fox right now.
It's my favorite game. I used to speedrun it all the time. That was like my favorite game.
I didn't know the can of worms I was opening when I was Slippy jokes. Learning a lot about my friends today.
All right, and that's the end of the episode.
Yeah. Great. It was a good episode. I'm just cranky now, and I don't know why.
Cranky, tired. I hate Adult Swim for making us do this the way we did.
Yes.
Quickly, Max, Twitter.
Twitter and Instagram, Max_Ogle. Also follow my weird sex work Instagram where I molest fruit. I just touch fruit with my hands. It's called Fruit at the Bottom Boy. If you can find it, congratulations, you found it. Come to Side Door every first Wednesday at Bushwick Public House. It's at 8 p.m. It's a good time.
Sick. Katie?
Find me at Katie Rose on Twitter and at Katie Rose on Instagram. I'll have a show sometime. You should come to it.
And find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter and, come to my shows and whatever.
Also, if you want me to touch fruit for you privately, I will do a Skype session for like $35. Okay.
All right, that's all. Join us next week.
Super!
Everyone fights the frog. Ribbit?
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super! I watched a little bit of Attack on Titan before we recorded this, and I've never made a bigger mistake in my life. Hi, folks. My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
It's so nice to have the whole family here for dinner.
And Alex Patak.
I'm just here to game.
And joining us this week is a comedian, local personality, and all around emotionally unavailable man, Mike Abrusci.
Hey, don't look me in the eyes. Please, it hurts me.
Welcome, Mike. I am very sorry that we made you watch this episode in particular.
Was this a prank on me? Was this you guys set this one up to be a real prank on old Mikey?
Yeah, it was.
I would say
Face the wall.
I feel like this whole show is a prank on ourselves. We're like, yeah, we're accessible.
But Katie, you were saying while we were watching it that even as somebody who knows all this stuff, we know who the frog is, we know who Frieza is, we know who all of this is about. It still was ridiculous.
That was like a premise heavy episode. They're like, we need to just set all this up so we can knock it down in 300 episodes.
Yeah, they were just talking that one out.
Are you supposed to remember all that stuff?
You are if you're lonely.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, maybe not supposed to, but I did.
The idea is you saw it when you were 9 years old, and now it's lasered into the back of your mind, and you think of it at all times.
It's true. The moment we saw that frog in the last episode, I was
like, oh, fuck!
Kenny's back.
Y'all know what that is.
You know what distinct frog that is.
That's Frog Boy.
It was different than the other frog in that episode.
That's right.
We have two different frog riffs.
Oh, right, because there was one that looked like Slippy from Star Fox.
Slippy
Yo,
from Star
this
Fox.
podcast.
Oh, yes, Slippy from Star Fox. Words I understand.
Mike, if you ever want to come on our Star Fox podcast,
the only thing I know about Star Fox is Super Smash Brothers related, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
That's Falco and Fox are both in that.
Who's your Super Smash characters?
Poser.
Go.
No. For a long time, I was a Samus. For a long time, I was a Samus, and because my old roommate was a Pikachu.
Oh.
But now that we don't live together, we haven't lived together for a while. I think I'm transitioning into a Pikachu Blue Party Hat.
That's
beautiful. Pikachu Blue Party. That's important.
Pikachu
I
Blue
used to
Party,
play, as we famously know, Purple Peach. And it's famous because I used to go on the train from Long Island to play in Super Smash tournaments in a place called Neutral Grounds. And when I would show up, a 9-foot tall gentleman who was 10 years older would be like, who else is Purple Peach? I'd be like, me.
You know, my cousin Lucas is like a competitive Smash player. Like, he's like really deep into the scene.
He is Lucas from Super Smash Brothers Brawl.
What?
From Earthbound.
First of all, let me just say
He's
the competitive
Ness's cousin.
The competitive Smash community does not acknowledge Brawl as a legitimate game.
What about Melee?
I put in all my
Melee
hours
is the
of
game.
Brawl.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
Melee
that's
is the best.
The point is that Lucas listens to the show. Shouts to Lucas.
Shout out to Lucas.
I don't know what character you play, but I'm sure it's the
Fuck you, Lucas.
optimal.
What's
Go
his
on, come town.
Anyways, we're getting far off track. Mike, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hey.
Before we get into talking about the episode, we usually like to talk to our guests a little bit about Dragon Ball and just what your relationship to Dragon Ball is. Did you watch it when you were a kid? Were you a fan?
Absolutely not.
No. Not at all.
I would actively try to find the remote as quickly as possible when it turned to the anime section of Cartoon Network in the afternoon.
Okay, so this is interesting because I know this of you, which is that you are a big pro wrestling fan.
Yes, the greatest American art form available to us today.
That's wild.
This feels like it's very in line with professional wrestling.
I like pro wrestling and this garbage, and I will say that is accurate.
Yeah, you can see the parallels, right? It's dramatic. It's like a lot of just like macho, sweaty men.
It made me sexually confused and unavailable.
So what's your fucking damage, Mike?
What's my This sounds like quite a different podcast than an anime one. Okay, I can't wait to be on another podcast where people tell me I should go to therapy. hey, Mike, we brought you here to watch this show about a frog boy and a little bald person. And here are some cheap and free therapists in New York City for you to talk to.
All your friends and loved ones are behind this door. They're all really concerned.
Hey, we've got all your friends in Jeremy's anime room. And they're here to tell you that you're fucked up.
Please, Diego, Jess, and no one else, come in.
Those are my two friends, everyone. You heard it here first. I'm a local personality with two friends.
Mike's fan base is going wild.
Yeah. Mike's tykes are fucking losing their mind out there.
I do actually really want to have Diego on the podcast at some point to talk about the fitness angle of Dragon Ball.
Yo, there's so many dudes on Instagram that use hashtag, was that the Goku workout?
Yeah, Goku workout plan.
Or like, bitch, I look like Goku, they use a lot.
Does that involve like flying to a different planet? What is the Goku workout plan?
Once you stop letting your energy out, you actually have access to the divine energy.
Oh wait, is like a weird? Are they tied into? Oh, what's that weird internet thing? No fap, like guys who don't jerk off.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. And incel.
Strong
What's
correlation.
Incel is involuntarily celibate.
Yeah.
Oh man, I spent literally 2 hours yesterday just reading aloud YouTube comments on pickup artist videos to anyone who would listen to me. So this is really in line with all of my interests.
You're gonna really love going down the incel rabbit hole. It's so fucked up. These guys are insane. Okay, we are getting far off track.
Yes.
Mike, we are talking about Dragon Ball. You tried to change the channel when it was on.
Yes.
What are you hiding from?
Back to the real question.
I honestly don't know what my aversion as a kid to anime. I think because I was like a dork.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just only watched like The Simpsons and professional wrestling and Ren and Stimpy and stuff, and I was like,
right.
No, I'm cool. I'm not a dork like those kids that watch anime. I have the Shawn Michaels hat and gloves. I'm cool.
That's really funny because, in my mind, I was superior because I was watching anime. Because I'm like, this shit is smart and different. And it's like, you fucking plebes don't even understand it.
Yeah.
And that was I was doing the same thing just with... It's all garbage.
I'm much more familiar with Mike's mindset than your. I was very, very into anime, and I was like, if anyone knows, I'll be ruined.
I just like all the kids in my school that were openly into Dragon Ball were the typical cartoon anime kid. Were like silk shirt and rolling backpack, wearing water shoes all year long.
Please don't describe
What's their hair
on this
like?
podcast. It's very offensive.
The hair is not good. It's either greasy or it's when you shave your head but let it grow out a little too much, so all it can do is spike up in weird patches, but doesn't you can't ever style it because it's not long enough, but it's not short enough to look like an intentional buzz cut.
Personal hygiene will only hold me back from my training.
Or there was I grew up in a pretty diverse town, so there was in my head there's the typical black anime fan who is who there was a lot of kids in my school that were black anime fan, but for some reason I was just I can't, this is too much to learn. Anime is kind of a lot of television to me, where it's there's so much and so overwhelming, the whole back catalog, and I'm just I can't even.
Oh yeah,
it's too late now.
Yeah, I'm
it's
sure.
so much too late.
I'm
you will die before you finish Dragon Ball. It's insane.
I used to find comfort in having to amass knowledge though, because I'm I can't have friends, okay? I'm too busy knowing all this garbage.
Yeah. But that was me being cool and being I can't learn about anime. It was just instead me sitting and reading books about 70s Memphis wrestling. Stuff I could never even watch because they taped over the tapes that they used to originally, or it's I'm 9, I'm not gonna I can't, the internet wasn't a thing yet. I couldn't find you could see like Jerry Lawler versus Andy Kaufman because that was like a huge national thing.
Right.
And then other than that, I was just like, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna sit here and learn about Vern Gagne for a while, a name no one should know.
Do you have other friends who like were into 70s wrestling?
No,
super obscure.
I think it was like I wasn't even into it. I just like it was kind of the same thing where it was like I just wanted to. I get really obsessive about like one thing, so it's like I want to learn everything about this one thing.
No, I get that. It's like the same thing with like when you get into rock music of some type or another, and you're just like, well, who influenced this band, and then who influenced that band, and then you end up somewhere in like the 1950s listening to the Big Bopper, and you're like, I don't like this.
I'm glad music went past this.
I'm glad he died in a plane accident.
How many fucking songs can you write about holding someone's hand? This sucks. Talk about fucking.
This doesn't make me want to punch anything.
Yeah.
Hands are for hitting.
All right, should we get into the episode, Katie?
Oh, if we have to.
We got a lot to cover.
Okay.
Let's go to work.
Yeah.
Let's go to work.
Let's talk about all my favorite characters. Frog Boy, Baldman, guy with a woman's voice.
2 children who are one child.
Yeah. Pizza Cat, Ice Cream Woman.
Oh, man, do you remember Samurai Pizza Cats?
That was like a whack-ass Ninja Turtles, right? It was the
No, it was better because it was meant to specifically make fun of. No, I mean, not better than the Ninja Turtles, obviously. It's better than a whack-ass Ninja Turtles because they were specifically parodying the Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
They even mentioned them in the theme song.
Oh, that seems shitty.
So is Samurai Pizza Cats better or worse than Biker Mice from Mars?
Oh, good question.
How are they compared to Street Sharks?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are talking my
Street
language.
Sharks. First of all, we got jorts. We got rollerblades. I'm saying Street Sharks.
Wait. And you've got an orca with a big tongue.
Yeah.
Shit is 90s as hell, man. They really tapped into that market.
Very into Street Sharks.
I was a
hockey.
Yeah, they did play. They played street hockey.
Yeah,
okay?
The 90s is the only time when anybody cared about street hockey.
No, it was like 10 minutes after the Islanders won, and we were all like, we care about this a lot right now.
Street hockey is an integral plot point in the movie Clerks. So.
Yeah, that's it. You know, kids love Clerks. You gotta get them.
The Mighty Ducks.
Oh, this kid did.
They play so much street hockey in the Mighty Ducks.
That's true.
But then on on that topic, did you ever see Extreme Dinosaurs?
No.
You've lost me.
I saw regular dinosaurs. Was it not the mama, but the baby had a mohawk?
It's essentially it's a cartoon. It was a spin-off of the Street Sharks.
Oh, geez.
Because the wild success of the Street Sharks. Katie, let's get into this episode.
Do we have to though? Okay. Change. An unexpected return. His name is Ginyu.
Ooh.
A lot of explanation points. All right, y'all.
It's a good 3 clauses.
Like that.
Wait, that's the title?
Yes.
That's the title,
I thought that was a full explanation.
It's the rock opera based on this episode.
The real talk with this episode, there's a lot of flashbacks, there's a lot of backstory, so I will do my best to follow these notes, but they're not many.
And there's a lot of battling.
And there's a lot of battling and a lot of beams.
A lot of hard battling, a lot of beams. Let's get into it.
Let's do
Frieza, he's there. He's making faces. Who
He's
else
in
is
his
making
pod.
faces? Everyone. Everyone's making faces. Who amongst us does not have a face? Everyone?
Everyone.
Z-boys have faces. Frieza boys have faces.
That's
Great.
right. Yeah.
Established.
Perfect.
Yeah. You wrote that down,
Well,
Katie?
and where do we?
Wait, Z-Boys like from Dogtown and Z-Boys?
Yes. That is what we call the Z Warriors.
Ain't nobody ever skateboarded in this damn show.
That's not true. They definitely have.
I believe there was a
Your
lot of
ignorance.
skateboard decks with these fools on them.
That's true. Yeah, for sure.
Or hookup sprint. I don't have to get into hookup
Oh,
sprint.
geez. What is this, the
skateboards.
Dan Chamberlain episode? Get out of here. Anyways.
Sorry.
Piccolo says, "Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Do you feel that?
Do you feel?"
Like Disturbed.
Go on.
Were you thinking of Disturbed? How they opened that song? With Do you feel that? Oh yeah. Very
you feel
on
that?
brand Dragon Ball Z.
Piccolo says, "You feel that?" And Gohan is like, yeah, he's as powerful as me as when I was on the top of my game.
So we're talking about Purple One Punch Man.
Purple One Punch Man.
That's what's happening right now. Is they're in the
loaded
standoff.
Chest button?
Yeah.
Someone like hits him in the chest.
Yeah,
and it lights
chest
up?
button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So they're in the standoff, and like Piccolo and the Z Boys are all like, "What are we gonna do? This guy's real powerful." And
they're all drunk, by the way. They're
so drunk. Yeah.
Cannot talk straight.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, they crushed a few before the fight started.
Let's do this. Head out to the creek. Bring the truck.
This might be off topic from the Dragon Ball, but what are feelings?
Well, Mike, most people have them.
Okay. Okay.
They're what Frieza hates.
Is this like health insurance?
See, occasionally we don't do bits.
I can't not do a bit. I'm sorry. Okay.
Bulma and Jocko are there. They do something. Then Frieza talks a lot.
Doesn't Piccolo punch One Punch Man in the chest?
Then Piccolo punches One Punch Man in the chest. And then something super dope happens, which he rips Piccolo's fucking arm off.
Oh yeah, like a fucking celery stalk.
Yeah, and he's all like, oh.
It was
and
very
we're all like, oh fuck, and he's like, oh.
It's very sexual.
This is a great episode.
I just kept hearing Jabuki's voice in my head going, "Take it to go, dick."
Yeah.
I'm also eating Fritos in the mic. Does the audience like this?
Piccolo re-spurts his arm and then starts sweating a lot, which is just like a lot to watch.
Oh yeah. Well, and he shoots out like weird like light green cum when he fucking brings out his arm again.
So you guys, I don't know if you know this, but I'm super cool, and I used to be an exotic reptiles expert, professionally.
How has this never come up before?
Tell us about the green cum.
What do you mean used to be? Where'd that knowledge go?
Because I got fired.
Okay.
But
you could have been somebody.
I really could have been. I could have been a drunk Aunt Steve Irwin.
I could have been a lizard woman.
Hey, it's me, Jimmy Fallon. You're just showing him a dragon and you're both drunk.
And when a lizard's tail falls off, it wiggles off a bunch. It's still wiggling around and moving a lot. So that means even though he threw Piccolo's arm on the ground, I was still like doing a little funky
doing a little
dance.
like what are the finger dance? What do they call that?
I don't
know. With like those light up gloves and like the rave dudes.
Oh, the ravers.
Rave gloves.
Yeah. Yeah, you can also watch YouTube videos of that. You guys gotta look up these MRAs. You gotta look up these ravers. You gotta look up
incel.
Incel is what I need.
Look up extreme dinosaurs.
We got
they have
all
a great
sorts of
theme
suggestions.
song.
Man,
so do the Samurai Pizza Cats. It sounds like the B-52s. I love it.
Oh, then I'm in.
Ooh, boo.
So after Piccolo's arm gets ripped off, there's lots of screaming. Everyone's very upset by it. And then there's a monologue.
Who does a monologue?
Frieza gives a monologue.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking this. Wouldn't it be so much like, not cooler, but like it would really cooler Frieza's brother. Side note. Mike is very confused.
I get
it. It would be like, I would just really enjoy if Frieza, who's always going on rants about who's a monkey and who's not, just could not shut up about Jesus Christ. That would really round out his character. One son was here before. I remember that.
He does talk about hell a lot.
He does.
Yeah, he was tortured in hell for 12 years, so that makes sense actually, character-wise. But
then something actually cool happens, which is a really cool guitar riff happens, and who's it? It's fucking Gotenks.
Oh yeah, dude.
He's here and he's kick flipping.
We've been whining about this for so long. I already forgot that Gotenks shows up.
Gotenks!
That's my favorite character. Everybody.
Whom?
It's the two little
the
boys.
The two boys
they
as
fly
one boy.
in.
Yeah,
Okay.
the two boys
and
is
they
one boy.
headbutt the guy in the dick.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a very important thing, is that Gotenks does the dopest entrance, which is that he, instead of doing a beam or doing fisties and punchies,
Or like showing up and being like, it is I, Gotenks, like any sort of like fucking
He
speech
just-
or nothing.
He just straight headbutts Gray Alien in the fucking not dick, and
I loved it.
He holds his balls for like a
It's
long
10 out of 10.
time.
Yeah, there's a great
There's
shot
a
of
shot,
him on
yeah.
the ground, and he's holding. You can see his hands,
Yeah.
holding his alien taint part. and I like the animation that was just like lines around him moving to show
Yeah.
that there was movement happening.
I must say, I'm a longtime fan of Gotenks, favorite character on the show, and this is #1, shot straight to the top of the charts. #1 favorite Gotenks moment. Headbutting someone in the dick, much better than blowing up Hitler. So great.
Yeah, Gotenks also blows up Hitler. at one point.
The real Hitler?
Yes,
Yeah.
Hitler escapes from hell and tries to take over Japan.
He's one of the Earth's worst enemies, along with Frieza.
See, this is like, I'm so confused and upset.
Gotenks is so cool though, because whenever he's on screen, he turns the show into like a late '90s American comedy.
Yeah, it's great.
For like however long until he's punched in the face.
Just-
He turns into boys.
Yeah, endless record scratches. Like every 4 lines is record scratch. I bet you're wondering how Hitler got back to Earth.
You fucked Stifler's mom?
Wait, there's 2 of us, but we're 1?
There's a baby in the frat. Here's the thing. So Gotenks usually does a little dance to become Gotenks, and we were denied that pleasure.
We were denied the pleasure of watching these boys fuse.
Boys, dance around and then become one. For me,
Little
the
boys
adult.
dance for my amusement.
I mean,
those little boys keep dabbing in this episode.
They do dab.
Yeah, no, part of the
kinda.
dance is
They go
basically
like-
a dab, yeah.
They go like that, and then they go like that.
So I'm like, okay.
But while Purple One Punch Man is in balls clutching position on the ground, that's when he sees the frog, right?
Yes.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Old Frog Boy shows up.
Frog boy.
Frog boy.
And Ginyu, what's his name?
Captain Ginyu, yeah.
Captain Ginyu.
And he like uses his cute little froggy
Yeah,
hind
they do
legs.
mouth to mouth, and
Well, no. He uses his little hind legs to scratch Change Now into the ground because he can't speak as a frog.
Of course. He could only ribbit.
Yeah, and a ribbit simply will not do for the magic spell.
This is Frog Boy, which we know is Captain Ginyu, not to be confused with Frog Man, which is an entirely different character.
So he scratches the words into the ground, and then Purple One Punch Man reads it. He's like, "Change now!" Whoa! And then he fucking they beam each other in the mouth, and then Ginyu's
mouth beams, yeah.
And then another character's here. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, we get the second beam, according to me, making this
a great
Good
episode.
episode.
100% approved.
When Ginyu becomes One Punch Man, his voice is almost certainly not the same as the original Ginyu voice, right? Am I?
Ginyu just always has a trach in for some reason. I was a greater.
Yeah, he's doing truth ads on the weekends.
I am Frog Boy.
I wish somebody told me smoking wasn't cool.
I started doing poses at a young age.
I saw James Dean do poses. No, the point is, though, I think his voice is... I will not look this up because I refuse to, but I'm almost certain that it's the same voice as the guy who does Nappa on Team 4-Star.
That other
Dragon Ball Bridge.
comedy anime.
Yeah, fuck you guys. Just kidding.
No, they're great, but Krillin' It can fucking suck my dick.
Suck my dick, Krillin'
Suck my
It.
dick, Krillin' It.
It's our rival podcast.
Rival podcast?
Yeah. Fuck them. They suck.
Krillin' It, I'll see you at the anime con. Which one? Anyone? Anytime. I'm taking you down.
I would stuff you in your
Krillin' It.
locker if it wasn't full of figurines.
Incidentally, this is Alex. Please let us come to your anime con. We will be paid in stickers, whatever you'd like. Just please let us come.
So, anyway, after Captain Ginyu takes over Purple One Punch Man, he goes up to Frieza and yells at him for a very long time, and there's a lot of exposition.
Oh yeah, tons of flashbacks to I think the first one is he sees Goten and Trunks after they unfuse, and he's like, "That little one, what is he all about?" And then he's like, "That was the monkey who killed me," and who cares? And
classic dramatic pacing of a TV show where you take time to think about, oh, what's the dude in the chair? Think about how these people look.
There's an important part of that flashback where he's like trapped in the frog, and then a lady frog tries to bone him, and he was so sad about that frog intercourse.
If we had to bring Captain Ginyu back in this context, I guess that's a very valuable bit of exposition. We learned, where's Ginyu been all these years? How do you survive as a frog for 14 years?
And literally at the end of the exposition, he wraps it up with, "And suddenly I was on this planet for some reason."
Oh yeah, well it's because of the Namek balls.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Namek balls. But this raises such an important question that I've been waiting to raise on the podcast, which is like, if you were stuck as a frog for 14 years, would you have frog sex?
Mike, if you were turned into a frog, would you have frog sex?
No question, 100% absolutely. I didn't even have to think. I was holding back my answer until you guys asked me. But there's no way I wouldn't have frog sex.
And lady frogs have their babies out their back. They shoot them out the back. It's gross.
Alex.
Katie,
I believe you're thinking of nematodes?
No, I'm thinking of frogs.
Some frogs have them at the back. Some of them, lay, and some of them have them out their cloaca.
Excuse me, Katie. I was led to believe that you are a reptile expert, not an amphibian expert.
Former reptile expert.
I'm a disgraced reptile expert.
You dabble in amphibians.
The Dr. Stephen Greer of reptiles.
I had to go on the podium while my sad wife stood behind me and give a speech about my disgraced run as reptile expert.
I'm sorry I mixed up a frog and a toad.
Here's another question for us to continue the Balls Deep segment, I guess. Because Ginyu got transported with the Namek Dragon Balls, so the planet was about to explode.
Yes.
And the wish was for every living thing, I guess, except Goku and Frieza, to be transported from Namek to Earth so they wouldn't die when it explodes, right? So, no. It was they were brought back to life.
They said everyone.
Everyone on the planet.
Which I think is because Captain Ginyu has a soul that moved the frogs. Otherwise, you'd have all these invasive species.
That's what I was going to say is if you bring all the species from Namek to Earth, what sort of havoc does it wreak on local ecosystems?
Ecological disaster.
I think that's a question for Dog President.
Oh, Mike, the president is a dog in the show, but he does all the things a president does, but he's a dog.
Okay. I got to rewind like 5 levels. Is this show set on Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, can't you tell?
Of course, yes, it's Earth.
Okay.
Obviously.
That's like a Des Moines or something.
But there's also dinosaurs and technology that puts a car into a pill.
Some of the dinosaurs
What's the bean?
Oh, the bean.
When you have a whole shot in you, they give you one bean and you're good.
Yes.
What is that?
It's like Red
It's called
Bull.
a senzu bean.
Senzu bean.
And originally, it wasn't even supposed to heal you. In Dragon Ball, when they originally introduced it, it was just supposed to be all the food you need for like a week.
Okay.
So you could eat the bean so you could train all week.
And then they were like, when will this come up in our show? Fuck it. It heals you completely.
Yeah, by the time you get to Z, they're just like, whatever, it fucking heals you. Eat it. Eat the bean.
Like
it's dry and crunchy.
Yeah.
You always hear them crunch on it.
It's the plot device bean.
No one ever thinks to just like steam it a little bit. Give it a little,
It's like those wasabi peas.
See, I picture it more like a dry black bean.
Oh, okay.
That you get in a bag and you just chew it
Why
up.
don't they ever make it into a tea? They could have a little tea.
What about some refried senzu beans,
For the whole burrito.
You only need one, though. What if you eat too many? Do you get more powerful? See, this was a good balls deep. That
Yeah,
right
what
it's
does
like
happen?
I'm high, but I'm not.
So what would happen if you ate a bowl of steamed senzu beans? What do you think, Alex?
Who knows, dude?
I believe steaming removes
Oh, you're
nutritional
right.
value
That's
out of
right.
vegetables.
Shit.
Got him with them own words.
Hey.
Well,
do we
Fill
have
up
to?
a whole tortilla with the crunchy beans then. I mean,
yeah,
more
we're
crunches.
running ahead here. Should we just
let's
speed
sum up
through
this
some of
episode
this?
pretty
Yeah.
Okay, there's a bunch of flashbacks. They basically just do a lot of exposition. The most important thing is that Captain Ginyu beats up all the boyfriends, and then they're like,
Oh yeah, he beams. Oh no, wait.
So he beats up all the boyfriends.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, his energy is so much greater before him. We're like, how much greater? Say a number. They refuse. I'm pissed. Bulma brings out the Sunday again, tries to get Whis to come back. Mostly she just misses her abusive husband. Goku and Vegeta are stuck in a void. They're coming in space. We don't know where they are.
Yeah.
Beerus eats a pizza. It's great. And then...
We'll talk about the void more another day, I think.
Yeah,
they're just
because
like-
we didn't get much Void today. We didn't really know what they're doing there.
Yeah, all we know is Vegeta says, it's so intense.
And based on historical Dragon Ball precedent, I will guess that they are not going to be in that void for very long because they're going to have to show up to beat up Frieza.
That's a really good guess. I bet maybe next episode, actually. I would guess that's just what's going to happen next.
Gohan is like, why can't I tap into my strength? Is it because I didn't train? And then there's a bunch of beams. He gets his ass kicked. He goes Super Saiyan 2. Frieza calls him a twisted monkey virus. It makes us uncomfortable.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
punchies and
Were you guys thinking
fisties.
of AIDS with twisted monkey virus?
I 100% was thinking that.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't. I just, as soon as that character keeps saying the word monkey, I'm like, oh.
Allow me to clear the air. It's
See,
AIDS.
See, I didn't even make it past Twisted because
Oh, I like it when things are straight.
And then Frieza gets triggered when he sees Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2. He's just like, oh, I remember.
Oh,
and,
yeah, monkeys a few more times.
And so he zaps him. Apparently, Frieza's got little finger lasers now, and he shoots him a bunch. He has a bunch of holes in him.
Gohan's getting blasted to shit for a solid 90 seconds.
Yeah.
With finger beams, which is great. I love that.
And
There's
he
so many
goes,
beams.
yeah, this is what you get for being a Saiyan. Everybody else.
Oh yeah, he
Which
straight
makes
up
it a hate
says
crime.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you get for being a Saiyan.
It's just really reflective of our political climate right now. I'm really glad that Dragon Ball Super is still continuing to be the poignant mirror to society. It's so spread.
We got to get these Friezas out of office. That means primarying them out.
It's not my Frieza.
Vote sorbet.
And then, most importantly of all, Piccolo throws himself in front of the beam and gets a giant hole blasted through his chest, and their only POC friend dies.
Yeah.
And then it's over.
Yeah, the credits are all. And that's it, man. That's the episode.
It was the best ending they've had to an episode.
Yeah,
on
no,
the
this
show.
was. Listen, I mean, we made fun of it, but it was a great
But
episode.
only because we love it so much.
Yeah,
It's the greatest ending to a Dragon Ball episode I've ever seen.
and there we are. It's a
know
great
that.
episode. I think we should probably rate it and get out of here. Out of 7 Dragon Balls, Alex.
That gets, 14 out of 7 Dragon Balls. Best episode of the new season.
Shit.
New series. I wanna get behind this and encourage them what they're doing. I want them to get in the room in the off season and just keep this up. This is great.
That's
All right.
2 wishes.
Yeah, well, I was gonna
Compound
round
these
it
wishes.
down to 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
That seems
which
fair.
means
That's how it works usually.
we're gonna have to summon Shenron for this one.
Hey, Shenron, I would like 1,000 Zenny.
What?
Great.
We don't know the conversion rate of Zenny.
Whatever, that's what I want. It's what Pilaf got before when they got Shenron. And it was stupid then, and it's stupid now.
What about the strawberry? Don't you want the ice cream? Don't you want the most
Well, I get-
delicious ice cream?
I only have one wish, though.
Okay, well, you also do the Shenron voice.
No wish is granted. Here is 1,000 of a made-up money.
All right, Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I will give this episode 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls. It was entertaining and full of nostalgia, but I also feel like I'm in a fever dream.
All right. Mike.
Oh God, I don't know what to compare it to.
That's fine.
I was very confused the entire time. The episode felt racist.
Yeah.
I liked the frog switching.
That's Alex's favorite part.
Yeah.
That gave it the extra 7 dragon.
I'm gonna give it 1 because I had no idea what was going on.
1 out of 7, tough. That's gonna be tough for the average.
You're gonna spend a lot of time searching.
I didn't know.
No, we do not average.
Okay.
These are lost to time.
Okay.
I am also going to give this episode 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls, which means Shenron, don't go anywhere.
Hey, mighty Shenron.
Jeremy, what do you wish, my little buddy? My special guy.
Shenron, you're so warm today.
I like your glasses.
Thank you so much. I got new glasses, everybody.
They're a great, smart look.
Almighty Shenron.
Yeah, what is your wish?
I don't know. Okay. I wish that Mike will go to therapy.
It's a lot of build-up, but it's worth it.
All right, that's it. We should
do some dragon
dragon plugs and get out of here. Alex, what do you got?
Go to @PatakJokes. That's my Twitter. And if you live in Boston, I just planned a show. I'm doing a half hour with Brandon Scott Wolf at Wonder Bar at 7 on July 16th. Boom, that was close. Okay, come to the show.
Get out there in a month. Katie.
You can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter and at hello Katie Rose on Instagram. And that's it. Book me.
Mike.
Take my wife.
Book my wife, please. You can find me. I'm at Mike Abrusci on everything because no one else has that name. I have a podcast, obviously, because I'm a comedian. It's called TV Casualty with Mike Abrusci. I watch TV shows I've never seen before, but it's usually the pilot episode. And I mostly talk about coming on that, to be very honest. But yeah, it's fun. And I have some shows, but whatever. Find me. Just find me on the street. Just say hi. I'm a local personality, so you can find me around here.
Give Mike therapy.
Yeah.
Just anyone.
Or just like $20.
Yeah.
Mostly is what I want.
And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter, and come to the Tattoo Roast show on the 30th and the Hard Time show on the 1st. That's all I got. And that's it for this week. Join us next week. Super!
Yeah. Black anime fan. 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 Black anime fan.
Frieza boys, no!
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super!
Oh, boy.
Good one.
My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
Hello!
And Alex Patak.
I'm actor Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
And joining us this week is a very special guest. We're very excited to have him. He's a comedian, improviser, producer. It's Gabe Smith.
Whoa. Hi. How you guys doing? Hi. I just walked in.
Gabe, we're very excited to have you. Specifically, I'm very excited to have you because I know we've talked about this before, but the people at home don't know that the idea for this podcast actually was formulated in the comments section of a post that you made on Facebook.
Yeah.
I do not remember what the post was.
Oh, I do. I mean, I think I just said like, oh wait, I don't remember. Never mind.
Gabe, you're like a crock pot of ideas in the community, and we wanted to have you on so we could set this episode to yum. So thanks for doing it.
Is this a reoccurring
We always talk about Gabe at the beginning of the podcast.
I was going to say we always describe our guest as a crock pot of ideas.
What poor person cooking appliance do you most identify with?
Ooh, good question. I'm going to go with a toaster oven because I went to great lengths to bring one back from Long Island that my mother had in her house all through the time that we were growing up. And I even made her save it in her garage for 5 years after she replaced it. So toaster oven. Katie, what's yours?
I'm a rice cooker.
Ooh.
That has gotten burnt a little in the inside, so it kind of smells like broccoli no matter what you do.
Nice. Alex.
I was also going to say rice cooker, so now I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, but what are the details? That's what this game's about.
Rice cookers are the only appliances that power up the food because they get bigger. They get more boisterous and strong as they go.
What is
Are you gonna stick with crockpot?
Well, if it's not crock, I'd go ice maker. I like.
Talk about a real Frieza boy.
Oh.
I'm sorry I called you a crock pot. That was fucked up.
Okay, we're getting into weird territory.
It's like we're naming our own Frieza force.
Rice cooker. Okay, you're Frieza. Who is your right-hand man? Katie.
Otter Pop.
Otter Pop.
That's really
I'm sorry.
Really
Otter
good.
Pop.
Oh, I got one. Mine is a robot named Preservo.
Gabe.
freezer burn.
Oh,
I didn't commit to the voice. I don't know. What? This would never have happened without me.
And mine is mine's a giant muscular carrot named Captain Crisper.
Oh, damn. Fuck. You sound strong.
What is the show about?
Right now, it's about improv. Gabe, before we get too far down another one of these rabbit holes, which I'm sensing.
These are holes.
Oh my God.
I was gonna say, I'm sensing Alex particularly trying to take us down. Let's get back on track here. We like to talk to our guests a little bit about anime and Dragon Ball and what your experience of the franchise is. Gabe, were you ever a fan of Dragon Ball?
I was in, I think, like 3rd to 5th grade. That was a big Toonami time, and I'd watch. Yeah, I was really into, especially the Frieza arc, the Dragon Ball Z Frieza arc, and.
Why are you doing this, Alex?
I thought it'd be funny.
Are you acting up because you're moving to Park Slope?
You're moving to Park Slope?
Oh, la-di-da! Fucking big man on campus here. Oh.
You know damn well this is about the Frieza boys, and we are just lashing out.
How does your communist podcast feel about you moving to Park Slope?
Change DSA branches. It's all going to shit.
Have you told Anders yet?
I have not told him. He probably wouldn't register much. He's a very old-fashioned type. He doesn't judge.
We're all friends here talking about anime. This is a safe space.
Anyways, we're talking about Dragon Ball. You're in 3rd to 5th grade watching the Frieza arc.
Yeah, and like I would not to bring it down, but well, my folks were divorced, so, and my mom had cable and my dad didn't, so I would catch, and my dad, like he just, I wasn't able to watch Cartoon Network when I was at my dad's house, and but I could at my mom's house, so I caught half of every popular anime.
Did you feel at all like Cell in that your mom was Android 18, your dad was Android 17? You had to suck them up in your tail and get it back together.
Man, I need that in writing. That is.
I thought for sure that was going to a bitter custody battle that you brought to an end by saying, "Mom has cable."
What other halves of animes did you enjoy?
Well, there was
Describe the hair colors.
Yeah, give us hairstyles.
Well, there's before on, I think before ABC Family was ABC Family. It was, I can't remember what it was before.
USA?
WWWWB. Is that a different network?
WB was
Dragon Ball was also on WB, but it was at like 5 in the morning.
Yeah,
you gotta
11.
Really want it.
I would sometimes set my alarm to wake up to watch Adult Swim. I don't know if anyone did that, but so I watched the Big Ten, Big Ben.
Big O.
Big O, yes.
Showtime.
I
do a
loved
rendition of the theme song of Big O.
I don't remember the theme song. I just loved that one of my friends was like, it's just anime Batman. I'm like, I know!
Yeah, obvi. It's great.
I'm like, what about this sweater with a Scottish Terrier on it doesn't make you think I'm into that?
Oh, and Gundam. I was a big Gundam.
Oh, you mean Wing?
Wing!
I don't
spread those wings.
I visited a few after Wing, but there's really no comparison.
No comparison,
It's just it's so good.
Was it X was the one that had the emotional system?
They all have an emotion.
They were all sexy, sad teenagers.
But I mean that the X had the one. I know that that Wing had the Zero system that was kind of emotionally driven and
it drove everyone insane.
Yeah, it would make you
Hero.
crazy.
Yeah.
But I think Gundam X is the one where they were submerged in pink gel.
Oh.
And their emotions piloted the Gundam. It wasn't a mental thing. It was you have to be angry to fight.
You know what it is Evangelion came out and they were like, yeah, we are also Evangelion actually.
That's 100%.
This whole time we love that.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a Gundam series that was there was several prominent nations all had a Gundam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've talked
Gundam, yeah.
at length about the racist Gundams.
Yeah, racist Gundams, yeah. I laugh every time I see the fucking Kenyan one in the zebra toga with the spear.
I don't remember what the Chinese Gundam was, but
there was one that was just a horse, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was a separate Gundam that Master Asia rode on. But I guess a horse was in the Gundam?
Yeah.
Well, and then there was the windmill one. The Dutch Gundam was just a big windmill with arms.
We believe in conservation of energy. Yeah.
I don't know if the windmill, the propeller aspect was meant to be a weapon or what. I don't think a lot of these were
crazy how many times this has come up on the show.
It's very memorable because the other thing is that if you ever watched the show, most of these Gundams didn't even make appearances.
No.
It's the first one I feel where they just went buck wild with this is just about toys.
Open up your wallets.
The Kenyan one you see for a half a second in one episode. The kid is running up the stairs to see. He's look, a real Gundam, and then we never see it again.
Well, because they were yeah, and it's the Kenyan Gundam. What does that have? Yeah, it's a big spear. It's got a big. It's a tribal. It's very tribal.
They hunt for giant robot gazelles.
It's about finding the most pure blood to pilot a gun. It's really healthy stuff.
So what else? What else are we watching?
There was the pretty standard Toonami stuff, and then in 6th grade I started hanging out with this kid named Curran, and he was and he was kind of I don't know if anyone else had an anime guru or anything.
Don't look at me.
We went to Katie and I went to art camp together. That's where we met.
Oh,
and,
really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a million years ago.
Okay.
This pale skin doesn't tell you that our version of summer camp involved feelings and painting.
What I was gonna say is that when you go to an art camp on Long Island, perhaps 30 to 40 anime gurus.
Did your anime guru have a particular fashion sense? Was he a matching sweatsuit like guru, or was he like a silk shirt with a katana on the back?
He was so. It was interesting because he was like very. He was like a very popular guy. Like he did, like people really liked him. And like so he just dressed kind of normal. And
this does not feel like a true story.
People listening can't see, but no one believes me.
Like, it sounds very made up.
This is a real. Like he was like, no, I swear to God. And he would order One Piece DVDs off eBay that were like bootlegs, and
oh fuck yeah, I did that.
It was so weird because like the DVDs would cost like $1, but shipping would be like $30.
Yeah,
they were coming from
China.
Because they were coming from like across the Pacific. So yeah, I was really into One Piece for a while. Like I watched a lot of that and read a lot of the manga.
I don't know if any of us were into.
Carlos Delgado, also a big One Piece.
Yeah, he's got a One Piece tattoo.
Oh really?
He sure does.
But none of us were into One Piece, right?
No. I was too hard on that Naruto train at the time.
Well, they started like concurrently, didn't they? They were like pretty much the same.
They were like competing properties.
It was pretty fucked up.
I was like I was too busy being into all that like kind of like gay girl shit. Like
yeah, I was
you
gonna
know
say
like. Well, because, like, it's just, like, a lot of girl cartoons were very, like, vaguely queer. And, like, that was all the stuff I was just, like, nosediving into that.
Yeah, and I think I was just into, like, all the spooky girl stuff.
Yeah, which
like
also I
clearly
was into.
Which I somehow bring up in every episode but never go further into.
Jeremy wishes he was inside the computer.
Yeah, what's that
I really do.
That's why you're
I also wish I was a goth girl.
What's that one on Netflix they have that is, like, the premier spooky girl anime, though?
The one on Netflix?
Mushishi. You seen Mushishi?
Oh, that one's really good.
It's great,
she
but
says
it's very
sincerely.
spooky.
It is very spooky. It's actually good, though. You should watch it.
Yeah,
I'd like it.
It doesn't have a
Hot
linear
picks.
story, so
It's on
just
Netflix?
get, like, you get high and think about spooky stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'll give you a more better description of it when we're not on a time crunch to get you to a therapist.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have to go to my therapist.
Oh my
God damn, I want to talk about Tenchi Muyo one of these weeks.
So what do you say we get into this episode?
If we have to, let's do it.
Katie?
The title of this episode is Earth Gohan. Both on the ropes. Hurry and get here, Goku! 2 exclamation points.
That's definitely
really
the
mean
most punctuation in a title so far.
I love that they use exclamation points so cavalier that they only when they want to use like a real one, they have to put 2.
Yeah.
They've come to mean nothing.
They're more like commas at this point.
That's like how my phone works by this point.
Speaking about the misuse of punctuation, Dragon Ball is good at 2 things: overusing exclamation points and making death meaningless.
Yeah.
We open up and Piccolo is dead, and people are kind of upset, but like, you know.
Yeah, they've all moved on quite quickly.
We were talking about this. The inside of Piccolo is like an orange. There are just layers.
Yeah, well, so we
rinds.
see the hole in his chest, and there's nothing in there. It's like you know what it reminded me of is the cantina scene in Star Wars when Kenobi cuts off that dude's arm and he's like, "You better watch yourself, we're wanted men," and then he cuts his arm off and it's just hollow. Yeah. He has a hollow plastic arm full of blood.
But yeah, so you know, Piccolo's body is a wonderland, and we get closer to figuring out how it works every episode. And Gohan's there, and he's feeling feelings.
Yeah, everyone's sad. Like everyone's like, "Oh, he's dead. He's dead." Bulma.
Wait, Katie, can you explain sad to us again?
Oh, you know, sad. Frieza talks a bunch. Bulma is still holding ice cream while she cries.
Yeah. For the 4th episode in a row she's holding that ice cream.
She's been holding
big ice cream too.
Yeah, and it's not melted at all.
No. Yeah.
As she cries, she's like, "Where is Goku and Vegeta?" And they are still doing fisties and punchies and
the void.
I'm gonna put a bunch of reverb
Yeah, put effects on that, please. But okay, so like 2 episodes ago, they were in Beerus Wonderland.
Yeah.
And
their sexual playground, if you will.
You know what? I missed when they got sent in. Why were they sent into the void?
Because they woke up Beerus.
And he was like annoyed they were still
pissed.
there.
You know what? Put him in the void.
Yeah, put him in the void box.
What's in the void? And
But so they're in the void, and what is it?
and
We
Beerus
see
is eating pizza.
Beerus
That's
is eating
very
pizza,
important.
And he's like, "Where's all the rest of the pizza?" And Whis is like, "You know how it works. I need the magic staff to give that to you."
And he's like, the staff that's in the void. And
Yeah.
he's like, you told me to send to the void. We're like, this is a lot of exposition for something we've seen very
and
little
then
of.
the best is that they could have done the fucking fish out of water moment there, and they could have explained to us, the viewer, how the staff works, why it needs to be there for it. But then Whis just says, "Do I have to explain how this works to you again?" And he's like, "No, you don't."
No, he literally says, you know how this works.
What's important? More important is their dynamic as an old sassy couple that's been together entirely too long and has just turned toxic in front of guests.
Yeah. Whis summons the staff back, which brings Vegeta and Goku back too, who are fisties and punchies, and a bunch of empty pizza boxes also fall out, which explains where all the pizza went. We know how Beerus feels about his snacks. So
the empty boxes fall out, and then Goku does the "Oh yeah, thanks a lot. We were eating all that pizza. We figured out if you just bunk it, the pizza falls."
Hey, I broke all your shit again. I'm not sorry.
Hey, you know all that stuff that you brought back specifically for a person that you had in mind? I ate all of it.
Yeah, so they run around, and some dust kicks up, and Whis is like, you know, sometimes I feel like the only adult in the universe. And we're like, don't you know it, Whis?
Yeah, sometimes I feel like the only adult watching this show.
I didn't like how they reached their new power level in the void, where they just talked it out and were like, hey, if you don't shoot out your energy, you're actually fine in the void. And then Vegeta was like, oh yeah, and then they just did it. They talked through their transformation. It was bullshit. Was not exciting at all. They didn't have to like overcome anything.
Yeah.
So they're much more powerful now for no reason. That's all you need to know.
We go back to Bulma with her ice cream because she gets through to Whis being like, I got this ice cream. And he's like, that looks good.
Looks good.
And then Beerus is like, that also looks good. I'd like to eat that. I'm doing no voices today.
There was something super sexual
Is
about it. I don't remember what it was.
Is there enough to share?
Oh,
There is.
yeah.
All right.
There's a lot about sharing in it. This threesome narrative continues to pay off.
Yeah.
But then, a really important... Oh, yes, Gabe. So...
rather rewarded.
Well, you should know that we, very early on when meeting Beerus and Whis, determined that their whole series arc is that they're looking for a third.
Wait, a third?
third
like
to...
a partner? Like a polyamorous partner?
Like a poly
Just like
partner.
for a night of fun.
You know Polly Pocket?
Wait, what?
Like
that would be the best name for like a House of Yes sex bar.
Yeah. Or
Polly
like,
Pocket.
If you're in some
Welcome
kind
to Polly Pocket. Dolls, tiny furniture, little plastic shoes. It's all you. It's at Polly Pocket. That's like what all their... anyway, different podcasts.
like,
this is where it's all leading.
like a kinky member of a wide and open relationship who is also a dwarf is the Polly Pocket. That's like what she calls herself or whatever. It's like her funny joke, but you know, she's really down to fuck.
Anyway, Sorbet has some sick burns this episode, starting with this one where he looks at Bulma and he's just like, who is she talking to?
Oh, yeah. Who does she think she's talking to?
He's gaslighting Bulma.
Yeah. Dude,
nice pop, idiot.
Can we acknowledge for a second that Sorbet exists in a universe where he used magic to bring his lord back? And somebody holding ice cream talking to the sky, he's like, oh no, bitch, it's crazy.
Well, Frieza's like, she's got him. Like, he's like, I know what's up. And then
randomly like the least and most educated man in the universe.
Yeah. He juggles between being like super smart about this sort of thing and then just being like, oh, monkeys travel in packs.
Dragon Balls, what are those? Something for your car?
I'm a Christian and a scientist.
I love.
You're walking on a beach and you see a watch in the sand.
I just believe that you have to separate faith from knowledge.
Look at the banana. It fits so perfectly in your hand.
Oh, yeah, so she finally gets a hold of them, and then she's like, Goku, Vegeta, you need to come save the world. And Goku's like, Frieza? Frieza? Piccolo's dead? That's meaningless.
Everybody in this universe, their name is just like Vegeta. Frieza. No, but his name is Cold. His name has to be Frieza Cold.
Frieza Cold.
Because his dad is King Cold.
Oh, dude, there's definitely a LinkedIn profile for Frieza somewhere.
Expert at Empire Management.
Would you like to endorse Frieza at Empire Management?
Oh, we know that Sorbet was part of the support staff.
That's right.
Anyway, they're like, hey, we gotta go back to Earth to save it. And they're like, it takes like a half an hour to load this shit up. And so Beerus is like, why don't you just do that instant transmission thing you always do? And Goku's like, I can't.
This is the one time I can't.
Yeah. But why? We have to fill 5 more minutes of this episode.
Yeah, he's like, I can't lock on. Back on Earth, Purple One Punch Man. He's like, I'll kill everybody. And Frieza's like, cool.
Is that the guy with yellow eyes? Sorry. Oh, wait.
No.
Okay.
That's Jocko.
That's Jocko, and we still don't know what he's for.
Yeah,
he's like a space cop.
He has the same name as Michael Jackson.
His name's
coincidence.
Michael Jackson.
His name is, well, they call him Jacko. That's what they called Michael Jackson.
Yeah, remember the New York Post? That was like their name for him.
Jacko. Jacko, because he's always jacking O. I bet.
Oh my god.
It's the New York Post. It's possible.
Happy death anniversary, Michael Jackson.
Maybe.
No,
we're topical.
Wait, that reminded me. I look at my time hop every day on Facebook. I don't know about you guys, but I set my.
You hear that, time hop?
Hey.
Paying.
Love you, baby. And my take on Michael Jackson was, I think, holy tits, Michael Jackson died.
Powerful stuff.
Thank you.
I saw one on my time hop from, I think, like 8 years ago, and it was my hot take on the new iPhone.
Yeah.
Which at the time was just the only iPhone. It was the first one. It was maybe it was more than 8 years ago then. It was some years ago when the first iPhone came out, and somebody had asked me, should I get an iPhone? And I said, no, portable internet is overrated.
Because you were punk as fuck.
I said, what do? Just check your email anyway.
I was on Time Hop, and this thing came up. It was from a really long time ago. It was like, must be my first post. And it was like, damn, R.I.P. Frieza.
Really?
You had so much going on. It inspired us all to be weird.
R.I.P. Frieza, you were really a big part of our scene. You were really like integral. You know, you always like lightened up a room. Anyway, come to my show at the Village Lantern this weekend.
Fuck.
Anyway, Gohan says I forgot my gi.
Yeah, I even lost my gi.
I was so into finance, I forgot my dumb robes.
Hey, Katie, what do they cook Indian food with?
What?
Ghee.
God.
That's what they call clarified butter, you fools.
I'm sorry, I meant to laugh.
Anyway. Sorbet
over here.
Sorbet's like.
I love you, Frieza.
Kisses him softly on the forehead.
Give me a little kiss. I just want. Oh yeah, kiss my butt. Kiss it. Okay.
Gabe's
getting into it.
When will Frieza kiss Sorbet's butt? That's
all I want to know.
That's all I want to know.
What's up, weeb? Send us your sorbet butt art.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that Piccolo Cloaca. I want a sorbet butt. And, I don't know. What else you got?
Tuxedo mask with the strap on.
Yeah, give me that.
Oh, I want
All right. Anyway, Sorbet's like, stop complaining, and Krillin basically gives Gohan a pep talk where it's like, it's cool you became weak as fuck, because you're gonna be a good dad.
Yeah. Which is the most accurate thing anybody's ever said on this show.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we're all trained just like Chi-Chi is, to be like, actually, it's okay.
Guys, there's still like a lot of this episode.
we'll speed up through it, but Gohan decides to power up to fight Frieza. So we think. Yeah. And so he starts yelling at no one, and everyone, for the first time in the history of Dragon Ball, is against powering up. Which has never happened before. They're like, you're gonna kill yourself! And he's just like, ah!
I'm powering up anyway.
They're like, you didn't do your stretches!
Oh, Gohan has a hernia! Oh, God!
You're not gonna race a dead man's pass, are you?
So there's like a solid 2 minutes of them being like, nice, and him being like, ha! And then being like, oh, nice.
And then he powers up too far, and he like, it looks like he fucking just like breaks his spinal, like the whatever connects your brain to your spine, and he just like bends inward, and his eyes go blank, and he just can't move.
Don't worry. Because you know what that means. Once your heart's broken, that means Daddy's here. Yeah. Frieza shoots a beam, and the Bad Dad Parade comes back in town.
Yeah, Goku, I guess, locked onto his
Dad Parade.
Dads are here.
Oh my God.
He
Real
knocks.
dad hours.
So Goku knocks Frieza's beam out of the way, and he's like, what's up? And Frieza laughs weirdly, and then they zoom in on their faces for 10 minutes.
Yeah. And then Frieza does his little spiel where he's like, I learned from last time. Now I'll start in my final form and go backwards back to this one.
Before that, though,
Frieza does a DeviantArt poem for everyone.
Yeah. Important side note, the only important thing Jocko does the whole thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Gabe, do you know?
Well, there was his little, like, I love that, where he was like, I was hanging out with all these little kitty cats. So, yeah, it was off. Like, that was fun. That was
fun,
yeah,
but this is the third time we've seen that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
They run out of gas.
The bits run dry.
Yeah, we've seen that is...
They brought that up in previous episodes.
Yeah, that's Frieza's hell.
Yeah, we saw him there to start. That was where we first saw him again. Then he, another time, has been like, they tortured me in that hell. They made me look at bunnies and naked women. And now again, they brought it back.
He just does not care for it. Bulma says, so what took you so long? And Jocko's like, your husband looks mean. And she's like, fuck yeah, he does. And
this brings us to my favorite part of the episode, which is Goku telling the kids to go away and then being like, I don't want to. And him being like, do it. And being like, why? And being like, go.
And then Trunks is like, we don't wanna. And then Vegeta glares at him and he's like, oh, I remember what that means. Yeah. It means getting punched in the face. Yeah. So they run away due to child abuse. To be fair, they were being sent away to watch over Piccolo's dead body. Yeah. So
Make
they
sure
can...
Dende finds this.
Yeah, they're like, go use the Namek balls?
Yeah.
To wish him back. And they're like, do we have to?
Trunks, do I need to make you smoke this entire pack of beams?
My dad knows how to hide the bruises.
I don't know. What else happens? Yeah, Frieza goes full to his final form right away.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no.
First,
Vegeta eviscerates Purple One Punch Man.
Oh, yeah, he fucking kills
which
One
is
Punch
Captain
Man.
Ginyu. Which I was glad about, because I was like, look out for your little bodies. He's going to switch them. That's his whole thing. That would fuck you guys. And instead, Goku is against the killing. He's like, why don't you let him have a nice debate with us? Fucking idiot.
And Vegeta's like, no.
So then Frieza powers up to full strength.
And he murders his whole army.
In the process, kills his whole army, during which we get Sorbet's fantastic line.
Frieza, boys!
No! Frieza!
My sweet
whole force.
What else happens? He kills all the Frieza boys. They have a little tete-a-tete, and then
he calls them monkeys again.
calls them monkeys.
Says something about slacks.
Frieza has so much like art to give this episode. Every time she talks, it's like, you monkeys come in troops while I am hanging with Greg Proops. It's always like a rhyme and mean.
Basically, all that happens after he blows everyone up is like Goku's like, sorry, Vegeta, I want to punch Frieza in the face. And Vegeta's like, okay, Kakarot, but then I'm coming too. And then it's like,
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he's like, Frieza says some shit about like, oh, power up to your stupid Super Saiyan. He's like, I don't even think I'll need to. And then it's over.
Why did they ever not power up to Super Saiyan? Is there something you lose by doing that?
No, because that was originally what it was, that you had to be like super raged. But then like there was a whole plot point about this when they come out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah, Goku and Gohan
we can
are
flick
like,
this on and off now and it's funny.
Yeah, we just live like this because it's easier to draw.
My fuck game is on the next level.
I've been doing those weird cock exercises.
Weird cock exercises.
Those man kegels. That's
yeah,
what that power up is.
It's when you tie a weight to the end of your dick and do kegels to lift it up and down. Yeah.
My PC muscle can shut a steel door.
All right, what do you guys say we rate this episode and get out of here?
All
right, Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I don't care. It's like a 4.5, 5. Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, all right, 5.
We're about to get in another fight.
Yeah, we're about to see another fight. I feel pretty excited.
I do like classic Frieza, final form Frieza, best Frieza.
I just like Frieza being back in the picture.
Yeah. Alex, what do you got?
He's got a lot of spunk. He's a bad guy. Okay, so I like the characters. I like that there was some sassy sorbet.
There were 2 beams.
What was the second beam? Frieza powering
Frieza's
up.
finger beam.
And then Vegeta blowing.
Vegeta kills One Punch Man, and he does the finger beam.
I was only gonna give him the beam for killing Captain Ginyu because that was the only good beam. I'm gonna give
whoa! You're changing your beam rules.
It was okay. There were 2 beams. I'm gonna give it 4 stars because it really felt like a setup episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just for the record, so everyone knows, I love Bulma's outfit.
Oh, good outfit.
Good kerchief.
Gabe, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Man, I'm gonna have to go full 7.
Whoa!
Eternal Dragon!
Rise!
Big Gabe! What's going down, cool guy?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, considering I don't have much to go off, but I liked...
Let's cut to it, huh?
Hey!
You get a wish.
You get a wish.
Oh, wait, I wish.
Yeah, you got 7 Dragon Balls, you get a wish.
Oh, you're right.
We should have explained that before we...
Gabe, are you not a regular listener of Ballin' Out Super?
I am sorry. Just love each other out there. That's a wish, right?
What a vague and easy one.
What? Wait, that was an easy one? Oh,
it's already done.
Wait, are you the dragon?
Fuck you.
All right, and I'm giving this one probably 4 out of 7.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Symmetry.
It's fine. All right, Dragon Plugs. Katie, what do you got?
Oh, find me at Katie Rose on Twitter and at hello Katie Rose on Instagram. And apparently I have shows all the time that I forget about, so please follow me to find out about them.
All right, Alex.
You crazy. Find my Twitter at Patak Jokes, and then if I have a show, I'll post it on there. And that's it for me.
Sick. Gabe?
I'm on Twitter at PrettyBoySalad, and
Gabe has a great Twitter.
Thank you. And if you're in the New York area on 7/11 at 9 p.m. at the Footlight, I got a show with a bunch of comics I like. So you should come out to that. That'd be cool.
Sick. And you can find me on Twitter at Jeremy Thunder. You can find us all on Twitter at Ballin Out Super, and on Instagram and all the other stuff. Listen to the show every fucking week. We do it all the time. Super!
Yeah!
Ballin' Out, Ballin' Out, Ballin' Out. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. My name is Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts Katie Rose Leon.
What up, weebs?
And Alex Patak.
Hey, what up, weebs?
I'm never gonna get tired of you doing the other Alex voice. I really thought by
other
the
Alex
time
is a cool guy.
Other Alex sounds like Shaft. So this week we do not have our lovely co-host Katie Rose Leon. She is seeing Mike Birbiglia, which I guess
pretty cool.
Pretty cool. He's a cool guy. I'm
he
sure
signed my sneakers in high school.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of sneakers were they?
They were, I think they were just like white Nikes, and I wore them everywhere. And people were like, "Is that a basketball player?" And then I would be like, "Yeah, it's a basketball player."
Nice. This is a good avenue to go down. I'm going to introduce our guest. Joining us this week is a lovely, lovely boy, Jake Flores.
Thank you. I am a lovely boy.
How are you?
No
today?
older than 12.
I'm a 12-year-old boy with a voice of gold.
12 years old.
I mean, if we're to keep us on a Dragon Ball path, if we're to believe that Goten and Trunks are 12 years old, I have no reason to disbelieve that you go in the opposite direction.
True.
You could be 12.
You have the same abs.
Suppose I could. Wait, are you insulting them or? Because I don't have the same abs as anybody on this show, I don't think.
It's like maybe if instead of having like a man's abs at 12 like they have in the show, you got a beard instead.
Oh, yeah. I have this Saiyan beard. It just glows and shit. It grows 25 times its height length.
Well, there is one.
It's a commodity.
Nappa has sort of a goatee.
He does have a goatee.
Yeah.
He's also like the thickest dilf this show has ever created.
I always wondered what would happen if he became a Super Saiyan because he has a bald head.
Yeah.
So
he gets like hair plug style. Fake looking hair.
That's almost, you could tell he was going to die if you rewatch the show or whatever because it's like he can't possibly become a Super Saiyan like the rest of them.
What are they going to do with this guy? When I was a kid, I've pondered this question for years too. When I was a kid, I pictured it being a single strand that just shoots out the top.
Yeah.
So Jake, this is a good opportunity to dive into kind of how we start the show, which is we ask our guest, what is your experience with Dragon Ball?
Okay, my experience with Dragon Ball is right now I have no idea what the fuck is going on in the show we just watched, but I did watch when I was growing up. I watched Dragon Ball Z, like through Namek and kind of into the androids, and then I fell off real hard and couldn't catch back up, and sort of had some inclination of what was going on through like Cell. And then when Boo showed up, he just seemed like the Scrappy Doo of the series to me, and I kind of just grew out of it.
I would argue that Goten is the Scrappy Doo of the series.
They're part and parcel, though. They show up at the same time.
Yeah.
It's one big saga of nothing but Scrappy Doo.
What made me mad about Boo is Cell's whole thing is you have to destroy every last cell of him, and it's a big deal, and everybody shows up, and they're like, oh, we couldn't kill all of them. And then Boo shows up, and it's the same rule.
Yeah.
Well, it's always the same rule. Every fight is the hardest fight that's ever been fought.
And they all fight the same way?
Yeah. It's just, it's like you can just keep redoing that like plot structure every single time. Every single time there's a new alien, and it's like, this one's actually impossible.
Yeah.
And they kill him, and they're like, but this next one is actually impossible.
To any adept martial artist like ourselves, it's so frustrating watching the styles of the show grow bland.
Well, that's what's so great about, they did a couple of years ago before Super got kicked off, they did this sort of made-for-TV special called, like, Yo, Son Goku and his friends return, something like that. I promise you it's as stupid as I've just made it sound. But they did this special where it's like they're all at a party and they're at like this buffet and everyone's hanging They do like some karaoke. It's cool, right? They're all having a good time. And then like an alien ship descends from the sky, and everyone's like, "Oh shit! Looks like it's gonna be."
Oh no!
Someone's gonna sing "Zombie." Oh no!
Oh no! Someone's about to tank this night with "Against All Odds." No, but so the ship comes down, and everybody, including the audience, is like, "Oh shit! It's about to be like a thing. A strong guy's gonna come out. They're gonna have to figure out how to fight him and whatever." And he comes out, and he's like, "Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm as strong as Frieza, and I'm here to fuck shit up." And everyone's like, "Oh wait, Frieza?"
Oh, I think I saw this.
It's so great. They're all just like Frieza, like from like a million years
There's
ago.
immediately
Frieza.
no conflict in
Yeah,
this.
they all play rock paper scissors to decide who gets to kill this guy. Like even Krillin is just like, I feel like I could take Frieza at this point. Shit.
Wait. So Rocks, Paper, Scissors is not only a terrible story arc they've used on Dragon Ball Super, but it's like hack for them by this point.
Yeah, no, because they did it in the Namek Saga with the Ginyu Force. They did it in the special. They did it in this. I could guarantee
it's a bit of a wink. It's a wink to the fans.
Just a sweet little callback.
Oh, it makes me mad.
So let's get back to you a little bit. So you were saying you watched Z when you were younger. You kind of lost track around Cell. Like, do you remember maybe like what time period of your life that was when like Cell was coming around, and like maybe what was?
Yeah, I feel like that was around like 9th grade or something like that.
So you start like having more interest in like human women.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, I don't need to watch Android 18
Bulma's
anymore.
all the woman I need. She can tame my rage.
It's funny because I find that through this, we've done this a few times now, like talking to people about where they stopped watching Dragon Ball Z. The two most consistent things I find are either like entering teen years when you start like being sexual, not wanting people to know that you watch cartoons, and when the androids show up.
Yeah.
I am too horny to watch this show with no women on it. And that is why I am changing to Naruto.
Well, the thing with the androids, I think it's impossible to parse out because, for me, in my experience, it definitely was it was nerdy, and I was trying to fuck humans and stuff.
Yeah.
But there's also this thing that I would watch it through Toonami or something, and what they would do is they would order, like they would have like a certain stretch of the show, like they would have it all the way up into Frieza, and then they would play it all the way up until that saga ended, and then it would kick back to the beginning.
Yeah.
You'd have to watch the whole thing. And then they ordered like a little bit more. Like they ordered like the android shit, and it went up to the androids, and then it kicked back and started up. Eventually it got fucking frustrating trying to keep up with the show because it was like being doled out in this weird skipping, growing way.
Yeah, and every time it ends, it's on a big cliffhanger, right? Because they are television professionals, and they know how to like keep us wanting to watch, right? And so like, you know, Frieza blows up the planet, and you're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen? And then the next episode, you see like the bright sky and like the planet and whatever, and you're like, oh, I guess like shit turned out okay. Everyone's on the planet, and then you see that fucking farmer again. And you're like, no, no, get out of the show! You're not in the show. Your power level is 5, and you die immediately.
This is maybe take this riff out, but
that's always a good way to start.
When people get mad about you getting the surname of the Dragon Ball wrong, like it's not Z, it's Super, or it's not GT, it's just Dragon Ball. Doesn't that feel like the same speech you get when you fuck up someone's pronouns?
I am taking this riff right
Dragon Ball is fluid.
Take it out.
Although it is very funny that it is Dragon Ball Z.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about that.
It's
Dragon Ball they.
It really should have been Dragon Ball Z.
In Latin America, it's Dragon Ball X, but.
Oh my god.
All right, maybe I won't. I don't know. I'll have to consult Katie. We really need her here.
I had to get this in while she was not here.
You've been saving this one for weeks.
I keep showing up to podcasts where the one female that was supposed to be there has bailed, and it always devolves into basic dude shit so quick.
Let's talk about ball sweat.
You're the guy they bring in because the girls are gone.
I don't know why.
Dirtbag friend over.
I'm just gonna make things worse, probably.
Let's slum it through the mud. Get shaky in here.
It's about time we had an episode about Bulma's tits.
You tried to do that when what's his name? Griffin was on. And I was like, I can't do this in front of Griffin. He's wearing a scarf. Okay.
All right. What do you say we get into the episode a little?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Do you want to do the Katie episode intro?
Okay. All right. So the title of this episode is Clash. Frieza versus Goku. This is the result of my training.
Well, so the episode starts with the recap like it normally would, but I like that it ends with the announcer kind of like after like the whole like Gohan does his fucking power up, and this and that and the other, and then it ends with their fight begins now.
Little wink at the camera.
So there, we open on Goku and Frieza are out in the field. You know, the Frieza boys dead in the background. There's a crater all around them. Frieza's ship entirely unscathed.
Yeah, this is true. It's a good ship. It's well built. It's definitely better built than the army that got incinerated.
I imagine that's going to be plot relevant later. That's the only reason they, like, because otherwise that's like a sick thing to blow up. That would have been a really easy little showpiece.
Yeah, despite the fact they've, like, openly disregarded the rules of space. For episodes on episodes now. I guess you need the ship later.
Yeah. So we open on that. We see them staring each other down. They're going back and forth, and like the drawings are just terrible. You haven't seen any of this, and you pointed it out right away.
Yeah. Unrelated. I have a question. Why is Frieza like British now?
He has a more high T voice, so confuse less of the children.
Yeah, because he used to seem like a girl.
He's slightly British, so you still know he's evil.
Okay.
I think, and he has like My Chemical Romance eyeliner. That's how you know.
No, they're very keen on the slightly British accent for the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Because Vegeta's got like a slightly British accent.
I think Vegeta's Australian. I think I've explained my theory on this show.
On it. I still think he is slightly British. Frieza, slightly British. Cell, slightly British.
Villains are always either slightly gay or slightly British.
Yeah,
in
really
it's been a real American thing. It's like the two great threats: the UK and queer identity.
The final villain is going to be a wealthy black man.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Luther.
Oh no.
Goku.
So they start fighting each other. We get some of those fun Dragon Ball air bursts when they bump into each other and stuff. Air shooting everywhere and shit. And we get the great quote from, we cut away to Krillin and the gang. They're all like hanging out watching the fight. Krillin's like, no, you can feel the hate from here. And then we cut straight to Frieza saying, monkey, monkey.
Okay, another question about Frieza.
Jump in.
Frieza at one point says, I'm a different person now. Is Frieza a person?
Been through a breakup.
Yeah.
Very different than the Frieza we used to know.
Recently,
Frieza,
really
he quit drinking or something. But he's not a person. Why does he call
twice as vascular now?
Look at my chip, monkey.
Yeah. I need to apologize for some things in my past, monkey. But he's yeah, this is part of his AA 12 step.
He's really doubled down in not that direction.
He's not a person, and why does he know what monkeys are?
Well, because the Saiyans literally turn into monkeys.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
which is why the like very terrible racial undertones of him keep calling them monkeys is also kind of like, well, they are monkeys. Like they literally become monkeys.
On the topic of gorillas and Saiyans and whatnot, I noticed in this episode something which I don't know if anyone's noticed, but like Vegeta looks so Italian.
Dude, they made him look like DeVito. Like
it's because he works out the most.
So glad I'm not alone in
just
this.
made
He
more
looks so
sense.
Italian. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They changed. He was definitely more Japanese when he came. His hair was red for a while, for sure.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. Like they almost made him look like Filipino or something. Which could have something to do with insane Japanese politics that we don't know about.
I've been in the tanning beds for over 3 months, and I'm ready to battle.
Oh, so then we cut away to Jocko, and we all get to wonder once again what Jocko's doing here.
This is the small alien.
Yeah, with the big yellow eyes.
He's a crossover character.
He looks like a character that's not in the universe of how they draw characters for this show.
Yeah, everybody has human eyes except for him.
Yeah.
Even the dogs have human eyes.
He looks like when you go to a grocery store and they have their own brand of cereal.
Yeah.
Like, he's the guy that sells honeycombs. When he's just hanging out with humans.
Jocko is the crossover from the educational show in Japan they run.
Oh yeah, he looks like he's from a video game that teaches you about math.
Yeah. Those are the logical adventures of Zoom beanies.
Yeah.
Jocko teaches typing lost a lot of heat, and they had to throw him in Dragon Ball.
But just to catch me up, what the fuck is that?
Jocko?
Yeah, what is he?
He's like a space cop. He showed up a few episodes ago, and he's like,
a fucking
I'm
cop.
Here to, he was supposed to prevent the Saiyans getting to Earth, but then he blew it and didn't do it, and now he's just hanging out.
He's here to make sure no one does drugs.
He's here to make sure that everybody knows that looking both ways is super cool.
He's gonna show up at the end of the episode and go like, "We all had a good time today."
He gets down on one knee.
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody knows what he's doing here. In the last arc before this one, Emperor Pilaf came back in a very similar way, where we keep cutting back to him, and we're like, okay, so at some point he's going to serve a purpose to this story, and then he never does, and he just leaves. And now Jocko, I get the very distinct impression, is going to be the exact same thing.
We can't have a plot without an aimless character in it.
Yeah.
He's only there to serve as jokes for 8-year-olds.
Everyone
that's really funny. He fell over, and then later we'll just be like, all right, later, Jocko.
What was his part in this episode? He showed up and he saw Vegeta and he was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah,
and then
he's like, who is that? She's like, that's Vegeta. Your husband is Vegeta, as in Prince Vegeta? And that's it.
Just checking that in this universe, a man and a wife still have a sanctimonious relationship?
And he steps forward. Listen up, kids. We had a lot of fun. Right, so then we cut away to Trunks and Goten fucking carrying Piccolo's corpse.
Oh yeah, it was like As I Lay Dying.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Funny. They're carrying his corpse up to Dende's tower, and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe."
Then Dende's like, "Does this look like dead Piccolo storage? Is there a sign outside that says dead Namekian storage to you?"
Oh damn!
Listen, don't tell me how good my sensu beans are. I'm going to buy some.
Oh, holy shit.
So then they get there, and Dende's like, "Oh, I can't believe Piccolo's dead. Oh, no."
The Japanese all right, so we recorded this last week and had to delete it because I don't know how to use a computer. But
yeah, that's right. Podcast dad was out of town, and his kids fucked up and broke the lamp.
I tried to drive Jeremy's car and drove it through the glass wall.
Just totaled the podcast. Ran it right into a Taco Bell.
The Japanese translation of whatever Dende was doing was he saw Piccolo and was like, oh fuck, they gotta get revenge. They need revenge for my brothers or whatever. It was like this weird hardcore Dende. I hated it. I hated it.
Well, Dende is older now, and I feel like we haven't checked in on him in like any sort of meaningful
He's
way
supposed to
in
be
a
like
while.
God. He was like way too vengeful. It was weird.
We cut back to the fight going on. They're fighting each other, and then Frieza's like, "Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll kill your friends." And he like throws a beam at his friends, and that's when you realize that Goku's friends have become a complete liability.
Which is great. They should do that more on the show. They'd like actually put stakes to things, and people are gonna die, and like it actually has a strategy to it instead of just
I
stupid.
wish that had gone on a little further, and he just like kept throwing beams back and forth. We had to see Goku like jump back and forth, blocking beams, and then going and hitting Frieza. That would have been sick.
Yeah, why didn't they just go home?
That too.
More people need to die on this show. When Piccolo died, I was like, okay, good. So there's some things happening.
Yeah.
And they were like, just kidding. Nothing is happening.
It kind of makes sense that the plot of this show makes no sense. Like it doesn't like work in any like smoking gun 3-act structure way, because like the premise of the show is that you can't die.
Right.
Like no one can die, and they're
Literally,
all fighting
the name
all
of
the
show
time.
is the thing that makes you not able to die.
Yeah, like there's no stakes really ever about anything. They just kind of have to artificially create them every time. Why the fuck are they fighting Frieza again?
Because his buddy Sorbet, the character's really called Sorbet. We saw him very briefly.
He's
pop
on
out behind the
Frieza's
ship.
support staff.
Yeah, he says that. He's like, I was on your support staff. He wants his master
Frieza's
back,
barback.
bring back the glory of the Frieza Empire, and so he revives Frieza, and Frieza wakes up, and he's like,
And then
y'all
Frieza's-
suck, and then blows them all up, and now we're here.
Yeah, Frieza's like, actually, I don't give a shit about running the Empire. That's all been stage 1 for my revenge killings phase that we are now on.
The fight keeps happening. We get our 2 beams, which is really
Oh,
nice.
so many beams.
Yeah, we end up with a lot of beams, but we got to 2 beams about here, which is pretty good, I think. And then we see the worst drawing in the show so far by a long shot, and it's when Goku picks up Frieza by the tail and spins him over his head. And
Yeah.
it looks like they used maybe maximum 5 cells to animate that sequence, and it just jaggedly moves across.
You have to destroy every one of the cells to get an actual animation budget.
Oh my god.
And then Frieza does some of his poetry. We get some of those real. He compares Vegeta to like a firefly in a jar, and you're like, Jesus Christ!
My hate is burning like the inside of my garage. It made more sense on DeviantArt.
Frieza tries to pull one of those fucking Three Stooges finger poke eye things, and Goku does the straight up Three Stooges like fin block, and
then he lectures him on the morality of not finger poking.
Yeah. You went for my eyes, not cool, Frieza.
How good would this show be if like one of those moves ever goes through and like Vegeta just gets punted in the dick for a while and has to spend like a full episode just out of commission, like oh my sweet huevos. Just
oh, my sweet huevos.
I thought he was Australian.
Yeah, well, it takes him out of character because he's so
that bad. What do they call them? What do they call balls in Australia?
My yarbles. That's Clockwork,
Orange,
which is Australia to me.
Could be tarbles.
Tarbles.
Because Tarble is Vegeta's
their,
little brother's name.
Oh, my bloomin' onions.
And then what happens next?
Vegeta.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, Vegeta
yeah.
and
Big
Goku
twist.
start fighting.
Vegeta kicks Goku in the back of the head, and then Goku goes, huh, what? And then the commercial kicks in very suddenly and jarringly for the audience.
Yeah.
They start fighting each other, and then we get back to the Z-Boys, and they do some expository dialogue, and they're like, what's happening up there? Oh, I remember he used to work for Frieza. Maybe that's
he's
what this
evil.
is.
That's a thing no one will think is happening.
Yeah, literally nobody thought was.
I still don't understand why Vegeta attacked Goku.
Just to remind him they're like friends.
I like how villains in this show you can't, if you close your eyes, you can't tell whether they're describing being about to fight somebody or fuck them. Like they're like salivating over the fight and like really being porny about it and shit. Like,
You've really taken me to a whole new level.
Yeah.
I can't believe you've been holding so much back from me.
Yeah, it's
I was
really
unprepared,
weird.
but now I am reamed apart.
You've truly torn me asunder, Goku.
The only thing I prize more than the queen is your sweet body.
Queen?
Yeah, because they're British and gay.
So they fight each other, and then we get a little like Goku being like, "What the hell is up, buddy?" And he's like, "You're fucking taking too long, Kakarot." And then they like make up. And
hurry it up!
And then Frieza's like, "Oh, there's enough of me to go around. I've got enough dick for both of you."
This is always my favorite part of the show, where there's like a serious moment, but for whatever reason they decide to sit slightly askance from each other and just chat it out.
Yeah.
5-10 minutes.
There should have just been like Curb Your Enthusiasm music playing or something. It made no sense, especially right after that clapping thing.
Oh, we're about to get there.
We're about to get
Take
there.
me there, Daddy.
Well, we very briefly check in on Sorbet just to remind us he's alive and still a character. Maybe he'll do something. Who knows?
Oh, man!
I'm really hoping that the end of this is that Goku kills Frieza, and then Sorbet is just like, "Hey, guys, what's up? We could be pals, right? I could be like, yeah, Jirobe. I'll be like a buddy to the team." And they're like, "Nah, we'll just kill you."
D-boys, I am looking for a new internship. I am responsible and determined.
I've heard Vegeta needs a new intern. Bulma fired the last one
for being a skank. Oh, Jake, Vegeta's fucking an intern. That's the back.
Really?
Why you need to know that. It's not canon, but it's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of
Chi-Chi's
Ballin'
fucking
Out
Piccolo. Vegeta's fucking an intern.
Yeah.
Tien likes to watch.
With his 3 eyeballs.
Yamcha's fucking everybody.
Or maybe like Tien, we're not allowed to ask about because he spends all of his time with this weird albino 8-year-old forever.
Yeah.
Listen, Tien never got to have a childhood, okay?
That's where he learned to dance.
In a lot of cultures, it's considered normal to have
The Aborigines actually are full of Tiens.
Listen, you go around the world, the age of consent for tiny China dolls is different all over the place.
I hurt my back, and he helps me with my luggage and lives with me.
All right, enough of that. Vegeta's mad, Goku's fucking around, Frieza's all pissed off, and then Vegeta turns and does this like really long, slow clap at Frieza.
There's no reason this happens.
I still don't understand.
Frieza
what
asks
that was.
him, he's like, "What? Are you loyal to me?" And then Vegeta's like, "Oh, do you think I am?" And then claps at him for 45 seconds to a full minute.
It's entirely too long. I've never felt more uncomfortable than sitting here with you guys watching him clap.
It's part of the plot that it is going on too long, and Frieza's like, "Yeah, Carl!"
Do you guys understand? I was in Denver last week, right? And I went to go see Baby Driver, and
I love Baby Driver.
a homeless couple sat next to me in the theater and started fucking straight up high school hooking up in the seats.
Fuck yes.
Like, straight up like fingering in the seats, like really intense. And I felt less uncomfortable than I just did listening to Vegeta slow clap. So Vegeta claps for too long, and how does that resolve itself?
Frieza yells at him and is like, "You stupid monkey!" And then he tries to blast him, and then Frieza's like, "Oh yeah." I mean, Vegeta's like, "Oh yeah. If you think I'm stupid, you are. I don't care for you." Like, he gives him like a sassy line, like it was all building up for that. In the Japanese version of it, which I told Jake and Jeremy as this was happening, the translation was, "I'm not annoying, you're annoying." Which they decided to class up for this.
Frieza acts like the clapping is hurting his ears that he doesn't have.
That
He doesn't have ears.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a plot point. Vegeta's going to be like, "Oh, you guys didn't know this, but I've worked for Frieza for so long, I knew clapping is like nails on a chalkboard for him."
He is like a fish, pretty much.
Yeah.
He does not have a penis or ears.
I thought we were gonna learn why he has purple circles for ears.
Oh no.
That never.
You
none
will
of this
never learn
shit's
that.
ever.
So then Frieza's like, why are you doing that? And he's like, you guys are taking too long. Fucking hurry it up. I didn't train and like come here so you guys could just fight each other like this. And and then Frieza.
Why did you come here, Frieza?
No, Frieza turns into like a straight up Bridezilla all of a sudden. You're just like, he's like, oh come on, I only get to do this once. It's my special day.
Yeah. Where are the corsages?
We were all supposed to wear matching outfits.
None of you match. Yo, he does. He has them all match usually. That's a great point.
And so then what happens? They decide that they're gonna not hold back anymore. They're gonna power up all the way, and then
no way.
And then
that never happens.
Goku's like, all right, go on then, and Frieza's like, oh no, monkeys first, because they just like they have to just squeeze that into every possible.
You walked right into that one. Sweet. I would love if they actually got offended every time the monkeys burn. We're like, well, that's not what we are, but okay.
Yeah.
You are not allowed to say that. That is our word.
Yeah. The word has a history.
Yeah.
You will call us Uzaru individuals.
So then Goku powers up, and we get ourselves a big reveal. It's
he's
Blooper Saiyan.
He's Baja Blast Goku.
Baja Blast Goku.
He's has all the power of berry and mint.
Dude, he looks sick as hell. I really like the blue.
It's way better than the red one. They made him less like sleek.
He definitely looks like a Suicide Girl now.
Yeah.
Or
that's
like
true.
He's in the Casualties or something.
Yeah.
I just like. I think my favorite thing about this is that it's immediately confirmed for us. We'll never see the red hair Goku again.
This tested very badly. Everyone said he looked like Knuckles. Take it out.
Make him look like Sonic. They like Sonic better.
That's probably what actually happened.
I mean, honestly, there is an entire swath of people on the internet that are like obsessed with Sonic to a serial killery level.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They probably
he's a cool guy.
He likes chili dogs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
What a cool dude.
I'm not gonna go off on a rant here, but he's fast.
What do you think that meeting was
no.
like when they were like making the Sonic animated series, and they're like, we need to give Sonic like a thing, and it's gotta be like edgy.
You know, Sonic has no personality and just collects rings.
Gives thumbs up.
What if he was the suicidal kid in 16 Candles?
What?
Fucking, what's that movie?
Does he really like chili dogs?
Yeah. Breakfast Club. The kid in the Breakfast Club.
The kid in the Breakfast Club likes chili dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
what?
he has a knife and he's always pulling it on people and he's just always tapping his foot and
No,
being
you're in the
edgy.
wrong movie.
Yeah, you saw
The Breakfast Club is wholesome.
chili
Except for
dogs.
No, it's
cigar
not. He's got
burn.
cigar burns. He's got a knife.
You were watching Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri loves chili dogs.
Sonic is mostly based on Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri is kind of a Super Saiyan. You know what I mean?
He's like a fat guy who's gotten so fat that he goes Super
He's
Saiyan.
if Nappa became Super Saiyan.
Oh my God, he has the goatee.
Oh my god.
Holy
We pulled it
shit.
back.
Oh, thank goodness.
So we see the blue Super Saiyan, and then Frieza speaks for the whole audience when he
There's
says, what the fuck does any of that mean?
And then there's just an insane amount of exposition.
Yeah, because Goku's like, I became a Super Saiyan God, and this is the Super Saiyan version of Super Saiyan God. So that's what this is. It's actually like, that doesn't make sense, monkey.
Yeah. I mean, this whole show is dumb as fuck. Like, you would not have started watching this at age 30, you know?
Well,
yeah, I mean,
I feel
I'm
like
almost 30,
Oh, wait.
and I'm starting to watch this.
Yeah,
Oh, this
wait.
is new?
Jeremy alone disproves your point.
Did you never watch it when you were a kid, though?
Oh, no, of course not. I did.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if
Yeah.
you saw all of this for the first
You
time,
had no basis in it, and you just started watching it.
I think it would look more insane.
In Japan, though, like, this is normal this is just like what 30-year-olds watch. They do have a culture of having that thrust upon you from the age of like you just fell out of the womb. But also 30-year-olds are just like, wonder what like dating in high school was like this week.
This is their version of Breaking Bad. Everyone goes to work just like, did you watch the new Dragon Ball Super? Oh, no spoilers.
Yeah.
This is probably like their like CW show, and then Breaking Bad is Death Note or something. It's a much more sophisticated program, and the direction is really advanced.
But like, is this their Modern Family, or is this their crazy ex-girlfriend?
Ooh. Modern Family. This is like the broadband show.
Yeah.
Because we are watching it.
Yeah.
And we live on the other side of the world.
That's true. This must be like the biggest anime in the world, right? Yeah. There can't be a bigger one.
Oh boy, do I hope people in Japan don't watch Modern Family like this. That would make me real sad.
What if they're doing a podcast about Modern Family right now?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Modern Family Super!
There's like, this show's so stupid. I'm like, yes, it is. You don't have to watch it.
Oh, man. All right, so what do you say we rate this episode and get out of here?
Get the H out.
All right, Alex, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Okay, so this is really interesting because I watched the version of this last week, which I think had different music or something and different editing, and I gave it like 3 stars because even though there were a shit ton of beams, it had a whole like slapstick Charlie Chaplin feel to it I fucking hated. But this one, they turned up the Disturbed, and everybody like was yelling at each other, and I was like, yeah, this is what I came here for, and I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7.
It would have been 7 out of 7 if they were like fully powered up and they did stupid things like the dragons come out of them and then back into them. Like when the moves get weird, I'll give it 7. But this is pretty good. I was happy.
Yeah. Jake, what do you give us out of 7?
I give this episode 7 stars, which is the amount of Dragon Balls that you need to get the last hour of your life back.
Well,
funny you should say that.
Because now we get to summon Shenron.
Hey, would you like a wish?
Yeah, I wish I had done something better with my time. And
you can't do that. This is the one rule.
Is this like our world's version of trying to wish back somebody you've already wished back?
Would you instead like to bring Krillin back a 6th time?
Fine.
Fucking 6s. All right.
Thanks, Shenron. And I'm gonna give this one, I think 6 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Oh hell yeah!
It was pretty good. It was pretty solid. But you're right, there were no butt dragons.
The whole team's stoked.
I'm excited to see where this thing's going because Frieza's gonna have his own little thing.
He's a great villain and he does poetry.
I hope his thing is blue hair.
Ooh! Oh, I know what his thing is.
I know it is.
Oh well, let's pretend like we don't.
Is it blue hair?
All right, we're done.
All right, quick Dragon plugs. Alex, you got anything?
Oh, okay. Come to the next paid protest, July 22nd. We might have a very big surprise for you, but it's a stand-up show in Brooklyn at Star Bar from 7 to 9. Be there.
Sick. Jake.
Listen to my Drunk Psychic Hotline podcast called Mr. Cleo. Listen to my new podcast about politics called Pod Damn America. And I'm going to be in Texas in late September. And follow me on everything at Feral Jokes. Feral like an animal, joke like a joke.
He's like an animal online. You got to see it.
All right. And for me, at Jeremy Thunder on everything. And, come to my shows. I have last Thursday of the month.
They'll be on the Twitter.
Saturday, it'll be on the Twitter. Just go see it. And that's it for us.
Another week.
See you next week.
Super. You got 3.
Let's give them something to talk about. Let's give them something to figure out. Let's give them something to talk about. What about Frieza? Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
Hello, Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
You two fucking idiots.
And Alex Patak.
I'm the ghost of Gandhi. I thought that'd be funny after what she said.
I don't understand why.
I don't know. I really gotta eat something.
And joining us this week is a very special guest,
Yeah.
Bret Raybould.
Thank you. One of the not idiots. Were you directing that at them too?
Yeah, you
she's
weren't
mad
on the
at
show
us.
last week, so I am not folding my arms and scowling at you.
Do you have a Jake
Wow.
Flores impression you could do?
No, I don't think I do. Sorry, I don't have a Jake Flores off the cuff.
Actually, Jeremy, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah. I'm the guy that they have on when all the ladies are gone. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty
eat
good.
pizza
I don't
out
even
of
know
a
him that
gutter.
well. But right, so Katie wasn't here last week. We had Jake Flores on, and we broed down.
Mm-hmm.
We got very masculine in here.
You three? I don't know about that.
That's why I had to start.
That is
Losing
an
weight.
accurate read.
Is it?
Getting roasty in here already.
Yeah.
Where are we? Next to Frieza?
Can we?
Hi, welcome to Ballin' Out Super. We love talking the biggest Dragon Ball news.
It was a fine episode,
fine.
I think.
You
it
guys
was
are still nice
okay.
boys.
Yeah, we've definitely said worse things on this podcast before.
And
I
I've been
shaved
here.
today.
You've
yeah.
said them. Anyways, Bret, we like to start the podcast off by talking to our guest a little bit about what your history with Dragon Ball is.
Yeah.
Were you a fan at some point? Did you
I-
watch?
Yeah, I was. I did watch in grade school. That's not a roast. I was just sincere. I watched a lot of.
That's the first
I
time
wasn't-
someone's clarified that. Every single person who comes on this show basically has the same story where they're like, I watched Dragon Ball when I was a kid and then I hit puberty and I stopped. And we're like, we're all almost 30.
I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't. I did feel like it just came across that way.
If I was a child and not an adult child. It ended when it was supposed to end.
Yeah, no, as a child, I watched Dragon Ball Z.
Mhm.
This is not Dragon Ball Z.
No.
I recently
No.
learned that there's different Dragon Ball like postscripts. There's
And
Z.
pre.
There's Dragon Ball Pre.
There's
No, it's just Dragon
Oh.
Ball.
it's not a postscript, it's
Oh.
a pre-script.
Oh, okay. I
Is
think
that a word?
No.
So no, it's and this is so
Prelude.
there's Dragon Ball Z, and then there's Dragon Ball Super, or is there
Yes.
one in the middle?
There's also Dragon Ball GT that technically takes place after Dragon Ball Super, but is also not canon.
So yeah, I came into it in grade school and I left to it, and it's cool catching up with the gang as hard as it is to catch up with them. Gohan is a grown man now, or
Yeah.
he's kind of a grown man.
He's like in his
He
20s.
went through puberty.
He works at a bank.
That would be great.
That's kind of what it is.
It's
not
unclear
even,
what he does.
He
I
just
feel.
he makes a lot of money because he's always
Yeah.
carrying large boxes
Oh
with ambiguous things in them for his family. And he's like, I'm a provider. I don't need to do this.
Yeah, I don't need to be a destroyer of worlds. I cash a check.
I'll destroy you with one phone call, Cell Jr. You can talk to my intern.
He's always coming home from work at the end of the day with big sacks with dollar signs on the side.
The way people get paid, you know.
Yeah.
Bags of money.
Well, Vidal, I'm home from the money store.
Clink, 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 clink.
So you watched when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Were you like a big fan? Were you like a casual fan?
I'd say in between big and casual. It's whatever's between that.
So like medium cash.
Medium cash, a little bit harder on the cash. I watched pretty much many days after school.
Yeah. Were you like this is like Toonami, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, with like the cartoon robot in between.
Yeah, Tom.
His name's Tom.
Our cool friend.
He also lives in Bushwick.
It's kind of uncomfortable because he still like does the same job, but he's like 40 now.
yeah. He's still around the same kids.
Yeah.
Media editor at Spaceship.
But he's like trying to make jewelry, you know?
It's better than the Disney ones, which were just that little marker, the invisible marker.
Oh yeah, those don't. I
What?
don't like those. They didn't even have a
Tag.
guy. They had like a marker come out and they'd be like, The Weekenders is coming up.
Jeremy, we might be too old for this reference.
Wow.
Only
I have no
young
idea.
comics like me and Bret Raybould.
Wow.
In our mid-20s.
So, were you into any other like nerdy shit, or like were you just like casually absorbing anime?
I think I was like casually into. I mean, that was the only. I don't think I was into much other nerdy shit. The cartoons that I loved were Fairly Odd Parents, SpongeBob, and those two were the funniest to me. And I liked Courage, the Cowardly Dog. But so I wasn't really as much anime as more animation.
Yeah.
Sort of, maybe a little more mainstream animation.
So what were you into otherwise?
Sexually, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna be like fucking jacking off. That's what everybody says.
Jacking my hog to
What do you do?
human
I fucking-
porn.
yeah.
What do you mean, like as a kid? Like what did I do?
Yeah, like what were you?
I played a lot of soccer.
Oh boy.
It's like the worst thing you could say.
The worst thing I could say. The one thing worse than a transphobic joke on this podcast is
it's a
saying
judgment-free zone unless you play soccer.
Wait, like in your living room?
Are you serious? Are you serious? No,
Like
like
on a
at
field.
on a field.
I was just trying to give
I
you the
love-
out.
This is my friend.
I
I was
played.
trying to help you out, man.
How unaware of soccer? You play on a field with another team. We did have a basement. We didn't have a finished basement, so it was cool. So we just set up upturned couches. And we invented a game called Quick Shot. Quick Shot was like basically soccer, but you couldn't cross the halfway line, and you just shot the ball
Your
and
house
tried to
is
score.
a fun house.
It was really fun. It was very
I played
fun.
dodgeball in a lot of basements like that, and then we
Yeah.
like broke the lamp. And one time I remember I fell through like an unsupported wall, and I'm sure that was like a big problem for the family. But at the time I was like, "This is the best game of dodgeball." I broke a wall with my body.
I'm picturing just a human imprint in the wall.
I mean, that's what happened. So.
Alex, you were definitely like 100% the kid that was invited over and would just break shit.
Oh yeah. God, yeah.
I wasn't athletic, but I was a large child. That's what it takes to break things.
Well,
you're exactly the same size. You were born this tall.
As yoked as you are now.
Yeah, I was around the same amount of yoked.
See, I'm picturing your birth being like that scene in Ace Ventura 2 when he comes out the back of the hippo.
Yeah, it was like that.
Oh, God.
That famous Dragon Ball scene in Ace Ventura 2.
Yeah, let's get back to
this
Dragon
podcast
Ball.
Is wild.
No, I said let's get back to my soccer career.
Yeah, so how,
no, I'm kidding.
How
I'm kidding.
long did you play soccer?
We don't have to talk about how long I played soccer.
Did you watch any soccer anime?
We don't have to. I would like.
There's several soccer animes.
There's a
Which
lot of
one
them,
was
yeah.
your favorite?
I never watched any soccer. Is there soccer anime? Is
Yeah,
that?
I'm not joking. You know, how does it feel to have been such a proud jock and now you're here in Jeremy's anime room?
I am actually honored. This is a coming together of two different worlds.
I have the mighty have
multiple dimensions.
Oh, so mighty! Yes, being a mediocre soccer player in grade school, no less.
I bet your brother was good at soccer, though.
Yeah, he
right?
was very good.
Yeah, I feel like he wears that on his sleeve.
Yeah.
I see. His Facebook picture is him in a soccer shirt.
And it's called a gi. Please respect the soccer uniform.
It's called a gi.
It's a soccer gi. Yeah.
Mikey. I'm so out of touch with sports sometimes, even though I watch them. That once my my roommate's friend came over in Portland wearing a baseball uniform. I say, "Nice baseball costume."
That's pretty good.
That's very funny.
I love your outfit, and they never wear that again.
I love your leggings. They're cute.
That's like have I ever told you about this? That I pretty much every time I'm on an airplane, I have to stop myself when I say co-pilot because I always want to call them vice captain.
That's
what do you
sweet,
do
though.
when you have to fly the plane? Who has to say co-pilot?
You know, when you see a handsome co-pilot and you want to remark about it.
Who is she?
I don't know how often you encounter that problem.
Pretty often,
Unrelatable.
man. It's like a quarterback thing where like somehow.
Don't try and
every
relate it
co-pilot-
sports-wise. You don't have to pander. I enjoyed the show.
He really did.
I really did.
He was checked in.
Are we gonna talk
some
about
of these
it?
lame-os.
Yeah, right?
Are we gonna?
Yeah, let's
talk turkey.
I got 20 more minutes on my career in soccer if you got that in you.
Let's get into the episode.
Yeah, okay, good.
All right.
Let's kick a goal with a great interview.
He shoots, he scores. Great content. All right, here we go, everybody. The title of the episode is A Full Throttle Battle, Vengeful Golden Frieza. What could that mean? Holy shit.
Yeah, they really have a bad habit on this show of just giving away
Yeah.
exactly what's going to happen in the episode with the title.
Yeah, no, that's how I felt when he was charging up. I was like, oh, I know he's going to become golden.
Yeah.
Because they
don't want
said.
to scare you when it happens. They're like, oh, he's gold now? Don't say he's going to be gold. I don't know if they're going to fight him. I never called him before. Goku, just go home. You're at your home. Oh, no.
Pretty accurate, though, seeing as they just talk
Yo,
for
yeah.
so long.
Yeah.
It opens with even a reminder of the talking they did in the last episode.
Goku goes, remember that one line I had on you?
They literally bring us in on Goku saying the same thing about, like, it's like a Super Saiyan, but a god, but then a Super Saiyan of that. It's a hat on a hat sort of thing.
Goku collapses his PowerPoint. So as you see, blue hair.
It was feeling a bit like when you're with, like, when you're like in an 8-year-old and you're just with a friend and you're battling. You're like, I have a force field. No, I actually have a force field. 2 laser beams. It did feel like they were just talking about beating each other up rather than beating each other up.
They really were. And then Jocko's taking pictures. Jocko is the peel-off and crew of this arc, and it makes me want to slit my throat every
He's
time
the
I
what
see
of the
him.
arc?
So in the last arc of this show,
Define arc of the show. So
It's like 20 or 25 episodes when they have a different villain.
yeah, it's like a storyline, like a short storyline.
Oh, just
of,
arc
like,
in like
it's
shows in
storytelling.
general.
Like the
okay,
English
cool.
word.
Yeah, you know, like an arc.
Define story.
I don't want to talk about peel-off. It's not important.
Yeah, the
Can
point
we
is
talk
there
about
was a
Peel-Off?
character who ended up taking up a lot of screen time and came to nothing. His name was Peel-Off. He had a crew. We called them Peel-Off and crew.
This
Okay,
show,
I thought. Sorry. I
This
interrupted.
show was engorged with just bullshit characters who
Yeah.
do not need to be
Totally.
there.
I thought Katie was doing like a turn of phrase like he's the peel off, like peel him off. I was like, I never heard that before. I kind of like that.
I wish Katie had fun catchphrases.
We do. You make fun of them all
Yeah.
the time.
What up, Weez?
Yeah. What's that one?
I'm working on my voice acting reel. That's me.
Emotional labor.
That is
I do
also
impressions
me.
of Katie for my reel. It's not a joke.
You can put Jake Flores' impression in your reel.
Good, yeah.
This show fucking sucks. I can't go deep enough to be a bass Jake.
Can I interrupt the O's with
Yeah,
a point about
please.
his name? Katie, his name's Jokov.
Yeah.
He was the one who took the photo.
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah.
mini Frieza. Is he not related to Frieza?
No,
No.
he just
They
looks just
They
like
have a
Frieza.
similar species.
They could be. I mean, like, that's something that, like,
We mentioned that while we were watching this. Is like, oh, they're never going to get around to telling us what Frieza is.
yeah, where is he
still.
from? Is there a planet of Friezas?
Is there
Oh
like,
yeah.
Who knows? Is he the last of a dying
Is
race
there-
like the Saiyans?
That would be good. That,
That
would
would be
kind of have like this whole like Shakespearean, symmetry to the story.
Yeah.
Where he's like doing to others what's happened to him.
Yeah, there could be a whole little
Oh.
scene there where, like, perhaps he's, like, blowing up the world and, like, there's lightning crashing everywhere, like, on Namek, and he's like, you see, monkey, we're not too different, you and I.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I mean, they are like 20 seconds from doing that speech
Yeah.
because it's like he powers all the way up, and then like Goku does that dumb shit where he's like, "Oh, you're pretty good. I respect that."
Yeah.
It's
Sick color change, bro.
Yeah, should we get into that? He does the transformation. Are we there yet?
I
Well,
will
can I
say,
interrupt?
I mean,
I'm
there's a
getting
lot of-
this in. I've been trying to say it. It's internalized abuse because his father was so king cold. There. I've been trying to say it.
Bad dad.
Now cut it out.
Print it.
if I may say, Jocko, it actually annoyed me as a like I said, medium cash fan coming back to it. I was annoyed like you had a cell phone and and I actually like, I don't know if it's a general thing of like cell phone technology interrupting shows, but this is like a magical, mystical world.
Yeah.
And to have something so grounded and something like so petty of our world be held by a super being, I was like, fuck that.
It's lame.
You would have been really bummed out in the last arc.
Yeah.
They have a line. Yeah.
They you see them in their real lives wearing like clothes and shit, and it's a real bummer summer.
Yeah, they're working jobs.
He's got a Microsoft Zune.
Also, I'd like to just challenge your definition of super being.
They're, I don't know, pretty.
It's Jocko. Jocko's not anything.
He's an
just
alien.
He's a dick.
He's magical.
These are lunch pail warriors, like you or your neighbor. Could be anybody.
Anyway,
that's why it's so relatable.
We need to talk about it. We
Yeah.
need to talk about the choral music that starts bumping.
Oh yeah.
Let's give them something to talk about.
Yeah,
we're back. Okay, great.
And then Frieza transforms into Golden Frieza, and he's a little chunky Golden Frieza.
Yeah, he gets
boy.
more muscular, he's shiny, he's gold, and like the bits that used to be white are gold, and then the bits that used to be purple are still purple, but then there's more purple also.
Yeah, you know.
And what do we all think? Let's get a just like a gut assessment.
I learned in art school that you're supposed to grayscale your colors to compare the intensity of them. So like I feel like that gold and purple is the same level of gray. It's like vibrating. I don't know what to look at.
It feels uncomfortable.
I don't know. I learned on the sports field, gold looks sick.
Yeah, gold's
just kidding. I'm kidding.
We're champions.
I love me some gold. I even like purple and gold. It's the wrong color purple.
Yeah.
I like taking home the gold with a long day at the sports field.
Do you think he needs a darker purple?
Also, why isn't he called Golden Shower Frieza?
Yeah.
Does he get peed?
Because he
Yo,
makes it rain.
Yeah, he makes it fucking rain.
Alex, what do you think about Golden Frieza?
I like that his gold is so dark because it's like this isn't like your idea of gold. This is like what gold actually looks like. And that way you know it's natural. It's nothing but Frieza.
Frieza boy.
10 out of 10. Love Frieza. Stay on the show, Frieza. Beerus is annoying to me.
What about you, Bret?
I don't know. It did look like some pretty cheap knockoff gold, and I don't think I'm actually am with.
This is petty.
It did. I actually am with Katie in that like.
This guest could come back whenever.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's been agreeing with me the whole show.
Yeah.
What a life. My shit's turning around.
Fuck these bros.
Dum-dums.
Your catchphrase. What a life!
It's getting more Italian.
It was funny when he transformed and Goku was like, all right, that was kind of tight.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, but your brother is cooler. I was trying for it since you said the cold one.
What is that, Joe?
His brother's name is Cooler in the
Really?
show.
Yeah, literally
They're
his
all
name
like
is
fridge-themed villains.
Oh, okay.
That's why his friend's sorbet.
Fridge.
Yeah.
It's like not even a joke. They like put it in. I don't understand what they're going for.
Cooler Frieza. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
King Cold.
And Goku's so honest this episode.
Yeah, he does not like liars.
He doesn't
No,
like
or
liars.
arrogance.
He doesn't like being tricked or arrogant. He's
Yeah.
usually like a laundry list of stuff he doesn't. He's doing like his "that's that shit I don't like" mix.
So Frieza's Golden Frieza. Everyone can't believe it. Oh no, he's Golden Frieza. We're all gonna die. Then
Yeah,
there's
they're all
Beeps.
marveling at
Then-
power level. and-
Those little toesies are so purple. Oh, fuck. That's what Krillin sounds like.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Krillin.
He's a cop.
You fucking
now.
pig.
What?
Yeah.
Krillin's a
Krillin's
cop
a
now.
bike cop.
He's on a
Oh,
spin-off
but they're
show.
okay, right? Are they okay? Do we like?
I don't even think they give bike cops guns.
He doesn't need them. He can make a Destructo disc out of the air. He's like way more lethal than cops should be. If they made if they made a show that's just accidentally killing people across Japan or whatever, I would 100% forgive them. It's just like, well, power can really snowball out of control. You gotta watch when you make a cop.
We need to take the spirit bombs away from our police officers.
We need our police to wear scouters, even though they shatter in your eye.
What's a scouter? Sorry to do that.
It's the little cameras. Do you remember?
You
What part
remember
did you
the
watch
meme?
when you were watching? Do you remember?
What part?
Like of Dragon Ball Z? Like who was in it?
He, the green one.
Cell. They didn't really
I
have
remember a lot of
scouters
Cell.
anymore.
He was pretty cool.
Yeah, the scouters
So
are pretty much
scouters
over
were
by
this thing
then.
they had for like hundreds of episodes where you would put it on and you could read power levels.
Okay.
It's like
But-
a thing that goes over your ear and your eye.
Yeah, but due to a tragic design flaw, they explode when the number gets too high, right above your eye.
Like a Samsung phone.
Yeah, no. It's just the free market going wild in space.
Was there a recall of the scouters?
No, they just keep buying the same ones.
Yeah, and they have no competitors in the market.
Yeah,
it's
you
a
would
horrible
It's a
trust.
monopoly. You got to get Teddy Roosevelt in there.
You lose all your text messages. Fucking awful.
New scouter, who dis?
Oh, this is a great podcast.
Anyway,
And I do recognize Frieza. I
Yes,
remember
he's
he
a
was
good
in some.
man.
Yeah.
there's a lot of beams. There's
Yep.
beams, there's little beams, there's bigger beams. The beams are blowing up other beams, then Goku shoots a blue beam, and Frieza shoots a pink beam, and they are still beaming, and then we starts talking to Bulma.
I had to check the TV, make sure this was an episode and I wasn't in heaven with all these beams.
Now, to a side plot.
How often?
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
We can go to the side plot. My question was like, how often do these beam offs happen?
All the time.
All the time, but like not enough for like what is going on in the show. Because every time they cut away from it, it's always like, oh, did Beerus like dessert? And there's like 10 minutes on that, and it's like, just go back to the beams.
Go back. You sounded like
loved it.
Seinfeld.
Go back to the beams.
Where are the
Where are
beams?
the beams? Superman never cuts away from the beams. That's
No,
why he's
he
a great
does not.
guy.
It's called Dragon Ball Super, not Dragon Ball
You
Dessert.
told me when you had Dragon Ball Superman. I'll check back in for that. I love cereal.
Seinfeld starts doing other bits.
He just does a set on our show.
Oh my god. We need to get somebody to do a slap-based version of Rock the Dragon.
I don't even know how you would.
Yeah, I can't do it in my head. It's hard.
But yeah, the beams, they happen frequently. It was
That was
sweet.
such a good roundup of
It
that
was-
whole conversation.
It was sick.
But yeah, there were a lot of them.
It was
good.
very
Katie,
sick.
are we at the monkey part yet?
There's several monkey parts, but we
I mean
gotta-
the
we
big
got-
one,
Yeah,
the one that
no.
we all
No,
cringed
Everyone
we gotta talk about
groaned.
Whis.
All right, so
what
Whis
up,
comes
Whis?
on the,
Whis
the
shows
brain
up.
phone.
He's like, "What's up, girl? I'm coming with Beerus to eat ice cream." And then
Hey,
they're in
girl.
space, and then he's like, "Oh, hello." And what is it? It's Fat Cat and Hot Lady Whis. We forgot about them.
Yeah.
It's literally been tens of like, how long has it been?
So fucking
Yeah,
long.
Well, they're
Yeah.
just giving them
Arcs
sneak
go.
peeks, because they're so those two guys are the other. They're the cat and the blue guy from another dimension.
Yeah.
That's all they've explained. We don't know the relationship or what they're doing, but
The cat being which cat? Both of them?
the hungry
or-
hungry cat.
Yeah,
Cat.
so
Fat
Hungry,
so
hungry
the
cat.
cats are destroyers, which we don't really know what the role of a destroyer is, except he can just destroy.
Oh, they
everything
destroy.
on a-
Yeah, it's,
They're to destroy.
it's in the name.
Yeah, but
They
like
What is
build
there to know,
shit.
really?
But like they keep referring to him as like the destroyer, and then when we meet Ciampa in this episode, he's like, "You're the destroyer of a different place.
Aha.
What are you doing here?" Like
The
but-
fat destroyer, of course.
But so we understand that there's a destroyer of each universe, but like that implies that that's a role. So what is that role? I understand destroy, but
by the way, the
for
fat
what?
destroyer
At
is a
what-
machine I'm selling that you can use in your home.
Katie, you've held in some booze, haven't you?
I'm just living my truth over here.
No, if you were living your truth, this whole podcast would be drowned out by you going, boo.
Can I live?
Imagine boo.
Bring me back to life so I can live.
You do not get these wishes.
So they're destroyers, so they obviously destroy worlds and stuff, but they seem really okay. Although the right?
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. That's what he's doing. But like, my question is like, why does he destroy worlds? Who orders him to destroy worlds? At what point does he decide a world should or could or like what is his job aside from destroy?
Have you read Sandman? I
No.
kind of just like have been giving them the pass they have in Sandman, where like they're just the god of blank, where they just do blank. And so he's the destroyer. So he just not only does he destroy things, but in a metaphysical sense, he like is destruction. So anytime anything blows up, he's there.
That's balls
That would be
deep.
the smart person version of this dumbass show we're watching. But instead, it's like, no, he's a hungry cat.
Yeah.
He gets sleepy. You gotta give him treats.
He destroys ice cream.
Yeah.
He really destroys
He's
bullseye.
like my ex-wife, this guy. Oh my god.
Anyway.
Anyway.
They talk some shit, and then Fat Cat and Lady Weiss
Wait.
go into a tunnel, and they're just like, hey, we're collecting something.
Yeah, we got 5 of them.
We got to give. So this is. I'm sorry. Stop.
Yep.
Roast of
Please.
the week in this episode, which by the way, it is just like a shitty roast battle. Goku and Frieza fighting. It's like a shitty roast battle where he's like, I don't like your air, but
Goku just doesn't know how to do it. He's like, yeah, I don't like lies.
And then Louis J. Gomez comes out in the middle of it. No, but the roast of the week was the skinny cat.
Yeah.
When he said, the fat cat said something about like, oh, I was just strolling through the universe. And the skinny cat said, you're not the strolling type.
Boom.
That was a good roast joke.
That's like the guys they have off stage in the Comedy Central version come on and like a sound effect goes off. Everyone's like, why are these guys part of it? Why are these part of the show? That's a very specific reference. That's for nobody.
Anyway, they go, and then Beerus likes ice cream. They're still fighting. Frieza throws Goku into the dirt. They talk some more. Oh, look, Sorbet's here. Frieza's like, oh shit, Beerus is here? Oh my god, I didn't know he was gonna be here.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like an important plot point.
They showed mostly there's more eating than fighting, which is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah. They really, it's like it's a cutaway trick. It's how they transition between scenes.
Katie had a good point that it could have been budgetary, because obviously animating a guy putting a strawberry shortcake into his mouth is easier.
Yeah.
Than those beam fights. Those cost a lot, man.
Well, so we know this to be true that before this show came out, the first 2 seasons of it were 2 movies. And those had huge budgets and were like beautifully detailed and beautifully animated. And then they were like, well, we love money. Why not make more of it? And they made a TV show out of it. And in order to do that, they had to stretch out a 90-minute movie into 10 hours of TV show.
Where Frieza's tail changes size, and that's
Yeah.
not part of the story.
That's why the animation level is so disparate all over the place. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was just like their trick to be like maybe in the movie, I haven't seen the movie, so maybe in the movie like Beerus doesn't even particularly care for food.
I like the longer version better. I could not tell you of the shit they pull in that movie, because I saw the movie at this part.
Yeah.
And it is that I'm gonna be very upset when we get to the end. But
this is a movie?
Yeah, this is no.
Yeah, that's
you're
what I'm
just getting
saying,
it now because it's so wild. Even the concept of doing it, that you would make a movie that make the same thing longer and worse.
Oh no!
As the TV show.
Oh no! It's just like The Hobbit. It's the same thing, but just longer and worse.
That's a great analogy.
That's a great analogy.
Actually,
It's
The Hobbit was very bad.
But wait, so what? Give me like a rundown of like how fast the movie
Okay, so
runs.
in the movie version, they find Frieza, he's in the hell thing, and then without going to Earth at all, they're like, we got a bunch of Frieza, and scooped him up, and he's like, now I'll train once. Then he shows up, and then they fight his army for like half the movie, and then they fight Frieza for like 20 minutes, and some bullshit goes down. And Jocko's in it even more than he is now. His representation is through the roof. For the Jocko fans out there who are just like, fans who are confused if he's related to Frieza somehow or why he's in the show.
He's like this franchise's Jar Jar Binks. They just keep shoehorning him into scene after scene. They're like, he's a senator.
Hold up.
Anyway.
This is I don't know if I don't want to do like a plot hole or like a I gotcha question, but if the cat can travel through universes and is, according to Frieza, intimidatingly strong, even for Frieza, even for Golden Frieza.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Is it? I don't know.
It is. He's cold now.
He's cold, yeah.
Hot take.
Oh my God! You know who he looks like now? Is Goldor from the Power Rangers?
Yeah, who's fucking terrifying. That's why I like the new version. He's a scary Frieza.
Sorry, continue.
No, he totally looks like Goldor. And
yeah, there's a plot hole because he looks like Goldar.
Why can't he just have food transported to him? Can he not Uber, like whatever the equivalent of Uber is? Can he not? If he can transport, can't he just transport food?
Frieza owns the means of production for the food. He has Whis go get it from Bulma, who has to produce it for him, or else her and everyone she knows will die.
Also,
so there's no reason to improve the process. It's
We've
perfect
learned there's
vertical
travel
functionality.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's travel time. That's weird.
Yeah, Goku can instant transmission. Beerus can't.
Not only is this
He's
like
got
different
a layover in Mao Zedong or whatever planet. I just made up a planet. I don't know.
I thought you were just making up a racist place in China, and I loved it.
Doesn't Mao Zedong
fucking Mao Zedong or whatever?
No,
I don't
doesn't.
know.
Time out. That was not racist. That was Sayanist, which is still bad.
Wow.
But doesn't
They're
that
a
sound
beautiful
like a planet?
species.
Can we talk about that, by the way, this on the topic of Saiyanism?
Oh yeah, I was
That,
just
like-
the line comes up right
Oh, it
here,
comes here.
where he's like, what he says, he calls him a monkey again, and
But
then
like, yeah,
and then
it's
he
like a
calls
particularly clever one, at least.
and
Like-
then he calls them an inferior race.
Yeah. He really like. It's like a fucking like a long jumper just digging his heels right into the sand. You know, just
Yeah.
he hits that one so hard.
It's Frieza's whole bag, is he's a big purple racist, and now he's a gold racist. So it's even worse.
He did literally say inferior race.
They're like, we can't just put Nazis in the show. That would be stupid. And then like 8 movies later, they're like, you know, it'd be funny if they fight the Nazis.
Well, then they punch.
That is what I felt. Sorry, I just did feel like the show needed more Nazis. Go on.
Oh yeah, there was Nazis, weren't there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in a movie, they fight Hitler.
Yeah, Goten and Trunks
But it's like
murder
5
Hitler.
seconds because they're just like, we fucking owned Hitler. Hitler didn't have any powers.
Wait. You're fucking with
No,
me.
no, he
No,
comes
not
back from the
even.
dead, and Frieza
What?
and Cell come back.
No! You're fucking with me.
No, and then they have like a bunch of goose-stepping soldiers in Japan.
And they even have like a
No!
little moment where Hitler does like a little gold hair and blue eyes. They should be on my team, and like turns to the camera.
Like a little wink at the camera.
No, they fought Hitler.
The thing about when Hitler comes
killed
back,
Hitler.
Why is this not all we talk about? They had Super Saiyans kill Hitler.
Yeah.
when Hitler comes back, the first on his agenda is the country with the dog president. They gotta go. Things have really gone out of control since Hitler was around.
The president is a dog.
It was a slippery slope.
This is like a weird revisionist pro-Nazi history. Like, the dogs are president.
It's all the same.
It's purebred.
Oh, man.
And they made Hitler do a quippy one-liner.
They should be on my team.
Oh my God.
They actually had Hitler voice it, too. It was
I
bad.
need to watch this. I'm sorry I detoured us on that, but I'm so glad
our
we did.
guest has been super slain, everybody.
So what's next?
Oh, I don't know.
Pretty. All right, so
Yeah, they just like punch each other a little bit, and then like he fucking throws Goku in a hole, and then the guitars play.
Yeah, he keeps trying to stomp him on his head, on his little Goku head.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Until Goku's actually passed out, and then he's like, just kidding, I didn't want to stomp his head. Wanted to land dramatically next to him so the episode could end.
There was the part where they dropped the beams, and they just started UFC fighting. That was kind of tight.
Oh, it's so sick.
It was so tight.
Golden Frieza did do a lot of knees to the face.
That was he did like 10.
The guy, the animator, just watched like one UFC fight. Was like, "This is going in the show. This is the show now."
But I mean, it is the fan base.
Yeah,
They do
It's
want
that
same
feels
fan
very
base.
real. Yeah. Before we wrap up this episode, I have 2 things I want us to touch on that I would feel like it was a
I hope
crime
it's
if we
what I'm
didn't.
thinking about. Okay.
Number 1 is Frieza's gigantic thighs.
Yes.
Dude, those
Yeah,
were
this is
some real
Switch to
cannon.
Froyo, Frieza. God damn.
And number 2 is Frieza's weird wiggly tail.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That
Yeah.
was upsetting, and it kind of feels like when you're like a worm is like coming out of the ground, and you're just like.
I know exactly what I thought. It was like, it was fucking, did you ever see Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode with Hand Banana?
Yeah.
Where they bring Hand Banana out and he's just a dog that rapes people and looks like a hand? Looked just like Frieza's tail with little fingers. All he says is, "You, tonight." But he's Frieza. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
That reference is for 2 people.
It'll be the
One more than the roast battle reference.
Yeah.
I made a Louis J. reference. What am I doing?
Hello and welcome to the Niche Comedy Podcast, where no one gets booked ever again unless it's a
I love Louis J.
very specific
For the
theme
record.
show.
Adult Swim, give us a show.
All right, let's close this one out, shall we? Everyone, out of 7 Dragon Balls, Katie.
I will give that 3 out of 7 Dragon Balls. I did not care for all that chit chat and Jocko action.
Yeah. Alex?
I'm going to give this one 5 because there's a lot of stuff that made me mad, but also a lot of sick fights. And in the end of the day, I'm tuning into this show to feel.
All right.
And did you feel?
Yeah, I was fucking furious.
Bret, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
7 Dragon Balls. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna go with 5 as well. Here's what it is. It gets 1 Dragon Ball bump for me just returning to it, and I'm really appreciative of that. And it's cool that it's still going on.
Grading on a curve.
Yeah, well, we have a rule on this podcast.
What's
no
that?
pity Dragon Balls. So that's a 4 out of 7 for the record.
It's like Comedy Fight Club in this podcast. An even more obscure reference.
Yeah, dude. What is your Dragon Ball rating?
I'm giving this one 2 out of 7.
Wow,
Whoa,
you did not like
Jesus,
this.
2
man.
out of
Not
7.
even the parts of the fighting that were kind of cool, where he was kneeing Goku in the face.
I think the knee was great. I think the beams were great.
They're
I was
great
feeling
beams.
good about that. But there's something about this like weird fucking Planet of the Apes, Goldar, like Frieza thing that's
Wow. Just because of the way he looks, you would judge him.
based on the color of his skin.
He was born that way as the supreme space alien.
He is a superior race.
He like legitimately is. He trained one time and that happened.
Yeah.
Goku's been training every episode. He has to
He
work
trained
so
one-
hard. It's so stupid that they made this happen.
I can't believe by the end of the podcast you were like siding with his racism.
Yeah, what Frieza is right. And I have a few things to say about affirmative action.
Frieza's a dog whistle. He's that whenever like a racist person says like, listen, I don't care if you're white, you're black, you're purple.
That's the one reason. Frieza's always there.
All right, Dragon Plugs. Katie, what do you got?
Nothing. Add me on Twitter at Katie Rose or at Instagram at hello Katie Rose.
Alex.
Hi, come to my show this Saturday at Star Bar at 7 o'clock. It's the paid protest show. It's a fundraiser. We get really, really good shows. Jeremy was on the last one, and he's now swarmed by adoring fans.
Yeah.
Please come. It's in Brooklyn.
All right, Bret.
Just for the record, when you said Dragon Plugs, I thought you meant like plug other Dragon Ball Z related stuff.
Everyone check out Krillin' It.
Yeah.
Bosico X on YouTube.
I don't know. Me and my brother have a YouTube channel where we make comedy sketches called the Raybould Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look
those
that
are
up.
great.
Boys.
I recommend.
Yeah,
We'll
look
retweet
up one, and then if you like it, subscribe.
And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder. I don't know where the Hard Times show lives anymore, so come to it when we find it. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Super!
Super! Michael McDonald again.